If you are interested in getting my wedding photography email templates, head on over to the link in the description below. They are the actual words that I use to communicate with my couples and my potential couples, and they can be yours for absolutely free. On to the video. Welcome to the video. You looked at the title, you know it's a big video. You can go through chapters. There's chapters down below if you're interested in bouncing around a little bit. This really is kind of the combined knowledge of my 15 to 17 years. I've been saying 15 years for a couple of years now, so I think it's actually 17 years of wedding photography experience. I live about an hour outside of Toronto in what I would consider to be kind of a mid-sized city. A lot of my direct hands-on advice comes from either being in this city or in the city of Toronto, which is a much larger city. And then beyond that, because of the members website and the members Facebook group, I have met so many photographers from all around the world that have told me that things are maybe a little bit different where they live. And I have definitely modified some of my advice to be a lot more, I guess, worldwide rather than just locally right here. You don't care about running a business in my city unless maybe you live here. But this is going to be all kinds of content that will help you raise a successful wedding photography business. My most important thing in wedding photography is life happiness. The reason that I got into wedding photography was really to design a life that I enjoyed, that I was able to travel, that, well, I think the immediate thing is, oh, you have to work weekends. That must suck, right? It's like, yeah, I have to work Saturdays, but I have Sunday to usually I would say Thursday or Friday off. Maybe I have a wedding on a Friday, but for the most part, I kind of have completely inversed the work week. And there really were a few key things that rapidly accelerated my business to the point that I was very, very happy with it and not just like making a business and now all of a sudden working 150 hours a week. If you're interested in learning more outside of this tutorial, I know that sounds crazy because you're like, this is a big long video. I have a members website, and the members website is kind of in 3 tiers. So the first tier is hands-on skills, things like off-camera flash for wedding photographers, an introvert's guide to posing. The second tier is a lot more business related, and it's a lot more structured into specific courses, things like how to book elopements or how to book more weddings 2022, or, well, honestly, there's a lot in that silo. I would say that's kind of the main silo. I want you to have a successful business. And then the third one is about traveling and getting paid to travel and making break-even trips and being able to go out there into the world and eventually getting paid to actually go and do that, which is a bit of, I would say, an undertaking. It's not like you're gonna start this and 6 months from now, you're gonna be able to travel the world and not necessarily live in a specific place. How I kind of, I guess, structure that section of my life is that we take off winters. So here in Canada, weddings, sometimes you get some nice winter weddings. Usually they're a little more challenging and they're gray and boring and just cold. What we do is from November until May, I typically book completely off. So I have no weddings. I will not take any paid jobs locally within that time, unless they're really cool or maybe it's for a friend or something. What we do is we take all of that time and we travel throughout the winter. So we put together paid travel contracts and we go out and we do the stuff that we want to do that maybe we could do in the summertime, but it's a little tight to go out and do like a 7-day trip whenever you're kind of in between weddings. I would rather stay home within the time that I'm working. I've also seen this model flipped where people take off July and August in Northern Hemisphere. So that's like peak summer. And because their kids are out of school, they've taken off those 2 months. So they work hard in June and September and October, and they take off the summer months and they still run a successful business. So there is really no official way to run a wedding photography business. It is whatever you want it to be, and you can kind of make anything work. You learn from your mistakes and failures, and you learn from the successes, and you carry forward what works, and next year your business is going to be better than ever. You are going to notice within this video, there's a lot of mention of a company called Book Focal. So Focal is a number of things I've cut. So this, I guess the entire series that you're going to be watching here is from a video series, a 30-day series that we put out in January. And that series was sponsored by Focal. I've ripped out a lot of the advertisements because it was for an offer that doesn't exist anymore. That said, if you are interested in getting a Focal website, there's a link in the description for you to head over there. I would say now 3-4 months removed from my brand new website being developed, as well as my wife, Lindsay. She's had her website up for a couple of days now, and we have seen massive success in the fact, I think we hint at this might be the case. What we realize is that this is absolutely definitely the case. When you have this style of website that they will build it entirely for you, is that when people come over to your website, they know every single thing they need to know. They're also being pushed in the correct direction through all the calls to action. The website is definitely the best website in the entire wedding photography space, and they will help build it all for you. You can have as much input as you want, or you can even just give them your current website and tell them what you like and what you don't like about it, and they can design from that point and revise. You get a first draft, and if also it's 100% money back guarantee. So if they design something that's just you don't want it, that's not your website, just let them know and they will send your money back. So absolutely no risk. We go through my new focal website within this video here, because throughout this video we will be talking a lot about websites, because it is your forward-facing business front. You don't own maybe you do own a studio in your downtown, but even if you own a studio, most people are probably finding your website before ever coming to a physical space. So it is all about making your website convert the highest number of leads possible, as well as getting out there as far as SEO goes and being just organically discovered, and making those bookings with the most qualified leads possible. People that know you, they want exactly what you do. They're going to really connect with you as a human being, and then you get to go out there in the world and you get to photograph your ideal clients' weddings every single weekend, which is quite honestly amazing. So I figured I'd start a little slower. I'm not going to overload you with information within this video, maybe just a reaffirmation of something that I do truly believe, and that is that wedding photography is the best job. The reason that I got into wedding photography, I came from a music and concert background, and I was just looking for a way to actually make it as a photographer and to be able to turn using a camera into a full-time career. And there was one moment where I actually went on the internet and I was like, what photography jobs actually make money? And wedding photography was always kind of like number 2 or maybe number 1 on the list. And it kind of got my wheels turning. I started to do a little bit of research and realized that most of the skills that I had learned in concerts, shooting low light, fast movement with off-camera lights, kind of translated directly over to weddings. I also realized that I was in a place where a lot of my friends were about to get married, so it seemed like a very logical transition. The way that I kind of positioned myself, both through the images that I was taking in the portfolio that I was generating in the early stages, as well as the words and kind of the sales copy that I used, that messaging in the beginning, I guess, has kind of stayed true to today, that I really enjoy doing candid photography. I will spend most of the day just candidly capturing moments. I've become pretty dang good at it, I think. Over the 1,000+ weddings that I've probably done. Usual year we're doing about 60 weddings. Last year was a little bit less, but they were different weddings. They weren't full day weddings, they were half day weddings, and a lot of them were on Tuesdays. And it was kind of an interesting change, but one that I kind of welcomed. So definitely the last couple of years have been the most challenging. I was very successful in 2008 during kind of the whole recession. It really didn't seem like the wedding market was impacted too heavily by that. The wedding market was definitely impacted heavily by 2020, 2021. What we're going to see kind of growing forward in the next couple of years is weddings coming back. I guess this is also country specific, so if you live in a country where everything's just normal, that's awesome. I live in a place that there are definitely still going to be rules probably for the next year or two. I'm up here in Canada, that's hence the snow. And we are going to continue to feel that for a little bit, but it's going to kind of ramp out of that. People are very excited to go to parties again. I feel like that's kind of one of the main things that I learned this year, is that when you have an excuse for people to come out, you're going to find that a lot of your friends are going to come out. We noticed this specifically. I have a few destination weddings booked for this year, which means I get to go to a sunny place, palm trees. And what I've discovered is that they basically put out the invite like, hey, we're doing this. They kind of expected maybe 20, 30 people to go. I feel like this is similar to when Lindsay and I got married. We got married in Mexico, and we kind of put the call out like, hey, if you want to come, like, feel free. And we ended up being completely overwhelmed with how many people wanted to come in a positive way. I feel like that's the way my destination weddings have been going, that they're like, maybe we'll get like our immediate family plus maybe 5 or so friends. And now they're looking at guest counts up to 80 people, which is pretty high, I would say, for a destination wedding. People are very, very excited to travel again, so hopefully this year kind of works out for that. The reasons that I truly believe that wedding photography is the best job, or at least maybe the best job for me, hopefully for you as well if you're watching this video, is simply because of the time freedom it allows, and also the money freedom as well. That the money is definitely there, and as you progress in your career, you can basically make the same amount of money or maybe a little bit more and work less. So I guess you have choices to make in wedding photography, where whether you stay at that crazy volume, shoot 70, 80 weddings a year because the increased demand on you as a photographer, or if you just kind of go up in price and dial a few of those weddings back. I've seen some friends do this in extremes where now they start above $10,000 Canadian, so like $8,000 US, which means maybe they're booking 12, 15 weddings a year. Whereas if they were lower, like around a $4,000 starting rate, they could probably be shooting 80, 90 weddings a year, but they consciously made the decision that they want to be more present with their families. And so that's the way they went about it. Wedding photography is a very customizable career to kind of, I guess, your lifestyle and exactly what you want it to be. When I was getting into this, the term lifestyle design was a thing that was kind of all the rage, or maybe at least all the rage within my circle. And it was essentially to design the life and figure out the life that you think that you would like to have. It might change as you go there. And figure out all the pieces that you need to actually get there. So I realized that wedding photography, I gotta be in a physical place on a Saturday. No big deal. That physical place can also be all around the world, depending on, I guess, how I'm marketing myself. And the rest of the days, so the Sunday through Friday, I can realistically kind of be wherever I want to be. I used this very heavily in the beginning. Looking back at my Facebook memories from 2008, 2009, 2010, I don't think I was home for more than maybe 2 weeks of the year. I was very much after that digital nomad lifestyle, and I would come home for weddings, and looking back at it, maybe I was a little bit tighter. I would fly maybe the day before a wedding, which now I don't really recommend, but at the time it was like the Friday before the wedding, I would try to figure out what I wanted to do that Sunday to Friday, and I'd be like, I don't know, Las Vegas sounds nice. And you go on Expedia and I'd book a package deal for like $500, and I would go and work in Las Vegas for that week. And while that seemed like fun in the beginning, it is still fun looking back. What it did was it actually led to more jobs in the commercial space, and I actually ended up working in Las Vegas and working for a projector company that was here, and they saw that I was kind of back and forth a little bit, and then we all kind of collaborated on this deal, which actually had me going to Vegas every 3 or 4 weeks for almost 5 years of my life. And maybe going to Las Vegas 100 times is not your dream, and that's cool. It's not my dream either anymore. It was fun at the time. I was young. It kind of fit in, and it also kind of stacked on. A lot of my friends were kind of doing the same trips, so it was very nice to get to be in other places with some friends. But what it also did was it showed me what is possible, that if I do wedding photography, if I can generate a good income, that I can create this lifestyle that I kind of wanted to have. And whether that lifestyle for you is travel, or it's to spend more time with family, or to go up to the cottage as much as possible, or if you have a winter hobby such as skiing or snowboarding, you could realistically structure your life in a way. I have been doing this now where I typically don't take winter weddings at all unless they're very special, or they're people that I know, or there's some sort of interesting circumstance there that I would like to do. Otherwise, I block off from kind of the middle of November all the way to April or May usually. So I have those months off. As you saw last year, we did a lot of ski and snowboard content. I enjoy doing that. I enjoy getting out in the backcountry and doing some turns in some deep snow. We will hopefully be doing that again this year, but we'll find out all together, I guess. I don't really know any other jobs in the world that you can generate enough revenue by working pretty hard throughout the summer, but also take a massive chunk of the year off. And this could be if you wanted to take July and August off and go to the cottage. This could be your quote unquote winter, or the time off that you take. And I've definitely seen some friends do that. I've seen some friends in the wedding space kind of sacrifice maybe those 2 key months and book a lot more in June and April and May and September, October, November, and maybe they work over the winter a little bit more in order to unlock that summer freedom. There are no rules to kind of how you structure your life. And as long as you're intentional about it, and I guess one of the problems with wedding photography is that you're usually booking a year or 2 in advance. So you kind of have to be understanding what you think you want to be doing that far out when you're booking weddings. That if you're taking a triple wedding weekend in July a couple of years from now, unfortunately, you're going to have to be in the country and also at home for those 3 weddings. And if you've ever shot a triple, it's very taxing on your body, as well as just the back end that it comes with as well. One of the, I guess, the key things that I discovered in the very beginning, and I think this was thanks to a dude named Tim Ferriss, who wrote a book that is the super clickbait title of the 2000s. And that book is called The 4-Hour Workweek. And well, I don't believe that I could ever only work 4 hours. I don't believe that he believes that that could be a thing for anyone either. The takeaways for me in that book were how much you can actually outsource. The non-key things for your business, obviously the keys are showing up to the wedding day. Unless you're running an associate studio, then maybe you're not even showing up to the wedding day. You have an associate, and make sure your couples know that. Don't just send someone. But you can run a business that way if you want, and you can be kind of the operations manager, you can do the marketing, and you can take the weddings in. Or you can outsource that, and you can have a booking manager and somebody that works in your studio and just actually books people and take that off of you. They answer emails. You don't have to do anything. any of that. And the way that I internalized, I guess, the teachings of this book were that I knew that I had to outsource. That outsourcing was going to become a key piece to my business, and I had to get comfortable with it early. So I actually have some videos on outsourcing, and within this month, we're going to be doing a video on AI editing, which is kind of the newest advance that you can get remarkably close to where you want your gallery by just letting AI and artificial intelligence actually handle it, which is not something even last year that could have been possible. So we're gonna be talking about that throughout this month. So make sure you're subscribed and turn the bell on because new videos going up every single day. I knew that I had to outsource my editing, and I did that very early on. And I learned to shoot very, very accurate to what I wanted within my camera to give to my editor, because my editor, they kind of know my style, they kind of know what I want, but if I can give them something that's 90% of the way there, and they just need to make some tweaks on it, it's going to give you a better gallery all of the time. So I put outsourcing into my business as kind of buying my time freedom back, and knowing that if I shot 3 weddings on a weekend, that that's basically an entire week of administration as far as editing goes and uploading galleries and backing everything up. And I knew if I could unlock that time again, even if I was paying for it a little bit, that I could chase opportunities that I found to be a little bit more interesting than sitting at my computer and editing. I think there is value. I think for the first couple of years of your business, you definitely have to be making the selects from the wedding day. And also I would say maybe the first couple of years, maybe even editing everything yourself, simply because you got to learn kind of your mistakes. And if you just from day one begin outsourcing, you're not really going to learn anything. Also, it's kind of expensive when your business isn't quite generating enough revenue to make it reasonable yet. But what I discovered was that if I have one additional wedding in a year, so if I do 1 or 2 additional weddings, that covers my outsourcing, my post-production for the entire year. That may even come down now with the AI editing, but we'll all find out together if it actually plays in a real life wedding photography business. So the key for me really was to outsource the things that would take up the most time. You're not really making money when you're actually doing the edits. You make the money when you book the wedding, you make the money shooting the wedding day, and that's how you generate the referrals. And coming back to editing, if somebody can be doing even, I'm gonna say a 98% is a good job, because you're gonna do some stuff differently. But at the end of the day, your couples might actually like their edits better than yours. So this is the thing you'll never really know if they would actually have preferred you to edit it or the editor. I also find that the consistency when outsourcing is significantly better as well. That I will typically, I can edit if I'm sitting down and I'm like super focused on the one task. I can usually edit a wedding, a typical 8-hour wedding day. I can do the call, and I can also do all of the edits within about 3 hours, which I think is pretty quick. I think I did a video a long time ago where I do everything within about 1 hour and 40 minutes. That's full focused on exactly what you're doing, no distractions. My brain doesn't really work that way. I will be doing something for 5 minutes, and then I'll go do something else, and then I'll get on a new project, and it'll end up taking me a week to do that 3-hour job. But when you keep coming back to it, it ends up being more like a 5 or 6 hour job. And also the consistency that if you're editing something in the daytime, and then you're editing the next set of images in the nighttime, and then the next day where it's bright and sunny out and you're getting all kinds of different ambient lights, I feel like the consistency overall is just not there. I feel like when I outsource, that everything is a lot more consistent over the entire gallery. So I don't feel like I'm doing a disservice to anyone. If anything, I feel like I'm actually doing a service to my couples. They get their images back way faster as well. And I get to unlock that time freedom, buying my time back and investing that in either marketing or just going out to do what I would actually want to be doing. Because you can very easily kind of drown yourself in this business if you want. So yeah, I think it is, it's a very sad note to, you can drown yourself in this business if you want. That's why wedding photography is the best job in the world. But I really do believe it. Wedding photography, you can really customize the job to be exactly what you want it to be, to fit your lifestyle. And if you want to travel, you can focus on destination weddings. If you want to stay close to home, you can only accept weddings that are close to home. If you want to travel around your state or your province or your territory, you can do that as well. And all of those come with their unique marketing and positioning statements that you can use in order to attract those weddings. Now onto my rules for wedding photography. I think the overarching thing, and I guess a way that I actually kind of position this in my sales, is that I want everything to be as efficient as possible. I definitely do not want a couple. My ideal couple is not one that is coming to me because they want an elaborate photo shoot and not a wedding. Number one, they want to get married. They want to do the thing. They want to have their day. Number two, they want that documented beautifully. And that is where I really start to truly connect with couples. If you're somebody that wants to do the other side, the other way, that you're actually setting up lights and you're actually having more production, there's nothing wrong with that. And you will actually find a lot of couples are interested in that. For me specifically, my kind of happy place is that I am there for a 95% day of photojournalistic photography. And that 5% of the day I have to step in and actually maybe arrange things or do some family formals or whatever it might be. I am always mentioning to my couples, especially in the first phone call usually, how efficient the day will be, that I don't need a whole lot of time, that maybe this is on the low end of maybe what you would require, but I am fine with having a 15-minute window to do my couples photos. I can even break that up and do maybe 10 minutes during the photo session and then 10 minutes over golden hour if it looks like we're going to get a golden hour. I am fine with that window. I'm totally comfortable with that. 10 minutes, 15 minutes with the family, assuming that there's no massive family shots that we have to coordinate 150 people. And then 10 to 15 minutes with the bridal party, maybe even less in some cases. And this really does seem to connect very well with my ideal client, that I can fit all of the photography, all of my requirements pretty much into 45 minutes, maybe a half an hour if it's all in one spot. And for my couples, a lot of the time, that is maybe the thing that will 100% secure that booking for me. I also want to obviously be creating beautiful images within that environment. And I have found kind of my flow within that I can do maybe 95% as good as I could have done had I brought in a bunch of lights and had maybe an hour and a half for the photo session. If I can come in and do most of what I would do over that entire time a lot faster, my couples will be happier. So efficiency, create beautiful work, rule number one. Number two, don't bring stress to the wedding day. Do everything you can to avoid bringing stress to the wedding day. If it looks like it's a day that's going to rain, show up and be the person that's like, hey, checked AccuWeather and it looks like we have a 2-hour window for photos. Make sure that 2-hour window exists before telling people. If you do enter a wedding day and there is stress, something's going on, maybe the ceremony location, they didn't bring the chairs, whatever it might be, never bring problems directly to your couple unless you absolutely have to. Bring them, I guess, defer stress to other people, maybe a maid of honor or maybe one of the parents, and talk to them about it, or the venue staff, maybe even before you bring it to anyone in the family. If you can sort problems out without escalating it to your couple, you're going to make a much better experience for them. I really do kind of do everything that I can to protect my couple and their experience of the day. So don't bring problems to them unless you absolutely have to. And in my experience, there are very few problems that you actually have to escalate to the couple. So just don't worry them about it. Deal with it with the venue, deal with it with the mom. Just don't bring it to them. Number three, be early. I would say that maybe I go to an extreme with this, that if I know I have an hour drive coming up, I will not only leave 2 hours for that drive, but maybe 2.5 hours. And I'll get to that place early. I'll have lunch or whatever and relax knowing that I'm at least within a quick Uber ride or a taxi ride of where I need to be. And then typically I'll go over to the getting ready location, maybe 10, 15 minutes in advance. Nothing too crazy, but definitely don't be showing up exactly on time. Maybe at least air 5 minutes early so that the couples, like basically as soon as it's like, oh, it's 1, the photographer's supposed to be here. Where are they? And maybe they won't notice. If it's a busy day, they're doing hair and makeup, they might not even notice. But if it is a day that they're actually waiting for you to be a few minutes early, you're going to relieve a little bit of stress if they are literally looking through the windows waiting for you, which does happen from time to time. Things are running ahead of schedule. Number 4, stay out of the way. That means during the ceremony, if you're standing in between the grandmother and her grandson or daughter up there at the front, don't do that. Get out of the way. You can go places that don't obstruct the view of guests. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to get the photos that you need. You will be able to get the angles, bring the correct lenses and zoom around maybe a little bit rather than actually walking around with your feet when it comes to ceremonies. In the reception, same goes, that if you're standing in front of the head table and between the head table and the podium, don't do that. You can be somewhere else. Or if you do have to be in exactly that spot because of pot lights or whatever it might be, make sure you're there briefly. So just, here you go. Click, click, click. Move on. Don't just stand there and post up the entire time. This also goes if you are doing video coverage and you need to put your tripod somewhere. Put the tripod somewhere that's not just going to be in the direct view of somebody. This also goes with flashes. Don't just put your flash in the most distracting section of the room that everyone's going to be constantly seeing it and just staring at your flash and being hypnotized by it. There are usually places where you can hide and you can bounce to actually hide that a little bit better. There's always a different location you can put something rather than putting it in the plain view of everyone. Try to be the ghost in the machine. And at least my couples are a lot happier with that. Number 5, no hidden sales or surprises, especially big surprises. I've heard a lot of horror stories about my friends going to photographers and just being hit with all of these additional charges that they were not expecting. Don't be the hard sales, surprise salesperson. Have everything as best you can up front. Have it on your focal website with your packages out there to be even more transparent and trustworthy. And you're going to find that you get a lot more referrals and people are a lot happier to work with you rather than being the photographer that hides something in the contract where maybe they don't have access to high-res files, or what a high-res file is defined as is like 1,000 pixels wide and not print resolution, which is unfortunately something that I have seen done before. So no hidden sales surprises. Couples are going to like you a lot better, and you're going to get lots and lots of referrals. Number 6, over deliver. That means pretty much in all aspects of the experience that your couple has with you, I would say definitely over deliver. Maybe the one exception being don't bring additional human beings to the wedding day, because it's going to stress them out. They're going to be like, we don't have dinner for this random third assistant that you brought. But in all other aspects, definitely over deliver. This includes getting images back maybe a little bit quicker, or even the night of the wedding, sending a few previews, or if you're sitting down during dinner and you're able to do a few edits on your laptop and actually post them or send them to the couple at that point, they're going to be so happy with you. And from a public standpoint, if they're posting pro images from their wedding the day after or the day of their wedding, the night of their wedding, whatever it might be, you are going to look like a superhero, and you're going to book a lot more work because of that, or at least get inquiries. Make sure you guide expectations. People will be like, wow, you got all of your wedding photos back in a day? That's crazy. Make sure that you know that they only got the previews. You can even put this as a contract item, that if they book this specific package, that they get free preview images within a couple of days of the wedding or the night of the wedding or whatever it might be. Beyond that, don't make your couples follow up 3 times and ask for their images. If you are struggling to get your post-production done, maybe check out some AI solutions. Aftershoot will help you cull. Imagine AI will actually edit your photos for you in the style that you do. Or you can outsource to a company like Photography SEO, or there's a lot of other ones where you can train someone in-house. There's lots of options to keep your kind of head above water and actually be delivering the work that you promised your couple when they booked you. They're just excited to see their images. They just want to see their images. So don't be the person that denies them of that. And those are the rules. Efficient, beautiful images. Don't bring stress, be early, stay out of the way, no hidden sales surprises, and over deliver at every opportunity. And you will find that you are creating a business that people are very, very excited to work with you, and you're going to really maximize your referrals. Welcome to the studio today. I have some notes on wedding photography websites. I have a brand new photography website for my wedding business, and you can check it out if you want. We're going to actually, in this video, talk to the human being that helped make that website happen. It is a company called Focal, and essentially what they do is they'll have a video call with you. They'll ask you a few things that you like about maybe your current website or about websites in general. Then they will actually go out and they will build you a website for your wedding photography business, one that sounds like you. They have copywriters, they'll write your copy for you, they'll write your packages out for you, and you just kind of give them the bare bones of like, hey, here's my portfolio, here's maybe my pricing PDF, and they will just make it all happen for you. It's a really, really incredible service. Beyond just the website, as you're going to see within this video, you also get a full backend booking system as well. They have default contracts, so you can send people your contract and you can actually accept payments, and you can process credit cards on your website, and you can do all the booking. And the client experience really is kind of next level. I, for a long time, was using a lot of disjointed products. So I was on a Squarespace website for a little bit. I was on a PhotoBiz website before that. I was on a Pro Photo website before that, which was a bit of a struggle in my brain and very difficult. Basically, my issue was that website would always break. There would always be broken links and things that Google just didn't really like. Why is this website kind of half down most of the time? I was also on a GoDaddy shared plan, which means that my website, if you ever tried to go to it in the past, it is maybe the slowest loading website in the history of time, which also doesn't look good to Google, and people would come over to it, and if they're waiting 10 seconds, sometimes 15 seconds for my website to load, they're gonna go to another photographer. They got other things to do. They don't know me yet. They just want to view that page quick to make sure that I'm somebody that they want, and my website won't load. They're gonna head on to another photographer. So very, very happy with this new website, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it today, and then we're going to actually throw to a call with Lachlan, who is the CEO of Focal. And it's not just like an advertisement call, it's actually a call filled with lots of good information, whether you go with a Focal website or you go and you keep designing your own. I have some notes here. Number 1 is to make sure your website is fast loading. Unlike mine that was just hosted on GoDaddy and it was just taking a little bit too long to be responsive, too long to show the images, in some cases not even loading at all, and my downtime was actually higher than I would ever like to imagine. All of that has been easily fixed by using Focal, but if you're on a different service and that's not a problem, then that's not a problem for you. Number 2, this one comes down to design, simplicity. People aren't at your website to just be blown away by like wow, that's a really cool design. I will say that some photographers are, that I've been to some photography websites and I'm like, wow, that's an incredible design. Jeff Newsom had an amazing one for a long time. Jesh DeRox, an Edmonton photographer, had maybe at the time, I'm going to say this was like 2011, 2012, really, maybe even before that, maybe 2008, really dating myself in this wedding photography thing. Been wedding photographer for about 15 years now. And he had just like a series of questions. You'd come to his website and it would pop up like, how are you feeling today? And it would give you a few answers and you'd select angelic, and then what are you here to see? Like beautiful, I don't remember the descriptors. It was very elegant and very poetic. You select a few things and it would build a custom portfolio based on how you were feeling that day. Very, very nice in theory, I feel like, as a sales tool. 100% connecting with his ideal client. I would say for me to try to emulate anything like that, my client's gonna be like, no, this is weird. Just show me the pictures and show me the packages and I'm ready to book. So remember, no unnecessary design elements. People are there to book you as their wedding photographer and not be wowed at your web design skills necessarily, which means less colors in your design. We all have lots of images which have lots of colors in them. So don't be using 12 or 15 colors. Maybe use 3 or 2 or even 1 color in your actual website design. As minimal fonts as possible. I don't know what the official rule is, but if you can use maybe less than 3 fonts or around 3 fonts, or maybe I should say typefaces, because you're gonna use them in slightly different sizes, which I do feel like is fine. Some people in the web design community will count a different size of the same typeface as an additional font. I find that as long as you maybe have 2 or 3, it doesn't look too confusing. And last on that simplicity point, to make sure that your text is very easy to read, that it's always on a very contrast-rich background, which means you're not doing like a almost white text on a white background. It's just not gonna look very good. And also Google kind of sees what your trickery, and it will actually penalize you for it. Number 3, easy to navigate. Make it as simple as possible. That direct line that people know exactly where they're going on my new website. You can see that pricing is the one that I'm pushing everybody towards. And that brings everyone to my packages, which is usually what they're there to see. I've also noticed we'll talk about this in the call, I've also noticed that a lot of my couples that come to my website are immediately going to try to find pricing before they really go deep into my images and my galleries. They want to make sure that I'm at least kind of in their ballpark price range. So they kind of do that. You can watch all this through analytics. We'll talk a little bit more about analytics throughout the 30 days of this course. You can set it up with your focal website very easily. And you can see that people just like come to your website. Some of them click portfolio. A lot of them are gonna click pricing, head over there. And then they're gonna come back, or they're going to just kind of send you a note based on that if they were a very qualified lead coming in. So make your website as easy to navigate as possible, or in the case of Focal, they're just gonna build you a very easy to navigate website. This includes footer links, so they'll kind of all link back and point to where people should be going. And overall, just no surprises. If somebody clicks to a page, they don't wanna be launched into a full screen video that's auto playing with audio. They would just like to go along their way as they would expect it to happen. Number 4, useful content. We're gonna talk about this a lot more in future videos. To create great helpful content, really keyword rich content that is there to basically answer questions that people are searching for on Google, and to just answer those in an informative way. If you can create amazingly helpful, well-produced content, not necessarily video content, but just text content with photos and things that will really help out people looking for a wedding photographer in your local area, you'll start to notice that 1, your website starts to rank on Google very, very quickly and very high up. And 2, your attention on your page. People are gonna be at your page for 3, 4, 5 minutes. And that is a very, very good thing, both for booking your weddings and getting your website conversions, as well as getting more traction on Google, and also getting those organic shares that if somebody reads something that is truly beneficial, they're gonna share that with their friend. Or maybe the mother of the bride has come across it and is trying to plan her daughter's wedding, which happens often, and they send the link, and then all of a sudden you're in the family. Maybe it's not that easy, but sometimes it is that easy. Number 5, minimize choices. As you can see, the Focal website that was created for me, everything just pushes to pricing, which is kind of the next step, the next organic step in what's about to happen. They come to my website, make sure that they like the images. That gets a check mark. Trust gets a check mark that I exist as a human being, that I'm not just some scammer out there that's made this like little crappy website. They can do a little bit more research on me, see my Instagram, see my YouTube, that I'm up here pretty much every day, at least this month. And they can head on over to the pricing. after that, and they can see if I'm available for their date on the Focal calendar right now. It's coming out, I think, the end of January, so you can actually have a full availability calendar, which is helpful for us as wedding photographers, but even more helpful if you're somebody that does mini sessions or just sessions that you're doing like 5 or 6 shoots within a day. Very easy to schedule, very easy to take payments, and that is coming the end of the month on Focal. So basically, if you're signing up now, you're gonna just get that included, which means next holiday season or for Valentine's Day or Mother's Day, Father's Day, you're gonna have an easy way to just kind of put things out in the market. And also when you create, we'll talk about this in the SEO video that's coming up in a few days, but when you create packages on Focal, they rank very, very quickly and very specifically for what people are searching for. So if they're looking for that mini session in your local area, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna pop up, and you're going to pop up with a very authoritative looking link, which is going to get a click-through rate that is significantly higher than other people that are actually ranking higher than you. Again, we'll talk about this a little bit more over the next couple, maybe it's in this video. I don't remember, maybe stay tuned for a surprise perhaps. And number 6, always give people what they're looking for when they come to your website. That means don't run clickbait things just to get people onto your page, like 55 mistakes all people make when getting married, and then you come to a page and it's just this nice gallery of images. Make sure you deliver on whatever content you're promoting or you're advertising, or in the case of Google, they're organically clicking through, they see a link that they think is interesting and they come by and it's something completely different. This is why I think it's very, very, I would say key to have, if you want to be a wedding photographer, to have a wedding photography specific website, to not have something that does 10 different things. Or if you are doing a few different things like family and newborns, have them as part of your wedding photography website, and don't have weddings as part of your family photography website or your commercial photography website, or you're basically just not going to be getting as much traction as you possibly could in the wedding space. If that's not a key for you and you're happy booking the 5-6 weddings that you're booking a year, by all means continue and do that if that's your happy place. But if you really do want to create a business that has a lot of volume and you're generating a lot of incoming inquiries, which is kind of key to sustaining a volume-based business, I feel like it's absolutely key to have a wedding photography website. So now we're gonna go talk to Lachlan, and basically my lead into this was the fact that I was telling him that I have built my websites in the past, specifically with Profoto WordPress templates, and I feel like I've never felt like my website is actually complete. That when I build everything myself, the same goes for logos, that if I'm doing my own logo design, I keep changing it over and over and over again. And I think that's the reason I'm not getting inquiries. When it turns out that if you want to be a wedding photographer, you should be the wedding photographer. You don't need to be the tech person. You don't need to be doing all the behind the scenes work on your website necessarily. That there are people that will help you and that they are better at it than you. But we'll go talk to Lachlan now.
Most photographers, they never feel like it's done. I think it's that seeking perfection thing. And I know that can sometimes get in the way of the business. And I guess what we wanted to offer you specifically was something that just works really well, that like you said, provides a really great customer journey. It feels like you. That's why we had many conversations about this website and what your vision was for it. And yeah, I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing is that it showcases your photos. It also shows not just your photos, but what you actually have to offer. Instead of just a line item where it's 8 hours and this amount of money, you get to tell a really rich story in these packages about who this package is good for, and they can get an idea of the types of photos that they would get in that type of session. So say you had an elopement session, say you wanted to add an elopement session, you could do that in 5 minutes. You could fill that package with a bunch of elopement photos, and then if someone's looking for an elopement, super easy for them to tell exactly how that differentiates from maybe a full day wedding.
The thing that I definitely noticed with the new site design is how many calls to action there are to get people to contact and to head over to the packages and the pricing section. It was in the past on my website, it was just like a small little tab, and it was like, yeah, if you want to contact me, come on over here. And now the entire website is obviously built to drive people to come over to the packages and to contact me, which I think is really, really cool.
Yeah, definitely. I think like a good example of this here is like, take this recent gallery that you did, which was amazing, by the way. I was just gushing over these photos. But, there's always like a clear call to action there. And it's like, if you like what you see, if you like this, here's how to actually get it. And that's going to, take that customer so that they can browse the different packages, and then, they might even recognize that photo and say, hey, that's exactly what I'm looking for, right? But yeah, I think most photographers have the photography part of the photography business right. Yeah. And it's just, giving you the tools to make everything else easier, to make the business part easier. And that's really, I guess our goal behind the websites. And making sure that they feel like you, and finding that like perfect balance between the business and the photography.
Yeah, and I like so I obviously have a lot of experience, I guess, creating websites, and I kind of know what to do. Thinking back to myself as kind of my first or second year in business and looking at my website, I feel like I changed it 100 times in a year. That I would learn something new and I'd be like, oh, I have to go back and I have to add image like alt tags to like absolutely everything. Or I would discover that, hey, maybe my link structure is wrong. And another thing that I like the best was that it's just everything is just set up for best practice, that you don't have to worry too much about SEO and the complexities of essentially it's a near infinite learning process as soon as you start to go down any of these rabbit holes, and to just be pretty much ready to go on all of them without even really having to think about it. You just get to take the pictures, you put the pictures in a recent gallery or in a blog post, and the rest just kind of takes care of itself.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when it comes to your website is, you just need to make sure that Google even knows about it. And a lot of photographers maybe aren't familiar with how to submit their website to Google Search Console, like send their sitemap in, which is literally just a list of the links on your website and just sending them to Google so they even know about your website, and so that they can put it in the search results. And so the one thing that is really great about the focal sites is, yeah, they're completely designed with SEO in mind, and everything is just automatically set. So if you add a recent wedding, all the meta titles, the meta descriptions, they're already set. The alt tags are added in, and we help you submit your site to Google so that Google knows about you and customers can find you when they're searching on Google. And the other thing that I think is really important is, the way that the packages are designed, the way that your packages are designed, they're going to show up on Google really specifically. I can actually show you a quick example of this if you're interested. So here's actually a quick screenshot I took the other day, which was really impressive. There was a photographer in our area. She's offering Christmas mini sessions. And she'd created her Christmas mini package on Focal, which she was really happy with because it took her like 10 minutes to put together her 10-minute Christmas mini session. But then the way our SEO is set up is it's built with what's called structured data. So if you have reviews, ratings, like they show up right on the listing. The name is right there. And from an SEO perspective, really SEO is very simple. It's like if a customer searches for X and your page is named X, it's going to show up. And so you'll see that right here. It's like Christmas Mini Victoria, BC. And then right here in the description, it's like Christmas Mini Victoria, BC. And this is actually position 3 for that search term. And she was actually slammed early November. She couldn't even take any more of these Christmas mini bookings. So that was really great. But I think that's a good example of how Focal's set up for SEO.
And that link looks very authoritative with just having the 5-star rating underneath. I feel like it just kind of, at least when I glance at that page, I usually ignore the first 1 or 2 search results simply because I think they're ads. Yeah. And that looks like the first legitimate search result to me in my brain. So P3 maybe even better than 1 or 2.
Of course, don't want to go too in depth with SEO here because I know we're going to do another separate, more deeper dive into it. But something that was really interesting was when we were looking at the analytics for Tash's Christmas minis here, the click-through rate was actually like over 30%, which is just like unheard of for for just like Google organic search click-through, which is really impressive. But I think it's like you said, it has to do with just how authoritative that link looks. So
yeah, it just I really, that's not something that I ever knew how to do. I didn't know how to get ratings, and I didn't really know how to do a whole lot of the Google stuff. I knew how to show up because I had an old website, and I may have relied on having just like a 10-year plus website for a little too long. But definitely for a newer photographer just looking to get into Google, it's incredible.
What I think is really powerful about the packages is that like they serve that customer that just wants to like do all the research on their own, find exactly like what they're looking for, fall in love with it. And they're the type of person that when they show up to the car dealership, they already like did all their research and they're like, I want that one with these options. And that's exactly like what they want. And I think the packages really serve that type of customer rather than them having to inquire and you getting the same questions, which is, how much does it cost? What do I get? They get an inquiry and that customer is just ready to book. They're like, yeah, I love your work. I love you. I learned all about you reading about your package, and this is the perfect package and I'm ready to book. And the photographer is almost like, but wait, I feel like I have to email you 10 times or something to explain my value. But I think what's really cool about these packages is they get a lot of that value across.
From my perspective, at least, as somebody that has sent literally tens of thousands of emails, probably with potential clients as well as my booked couples, in the beginning, if you're going to attract ideal clients that also come in and they don't want to over communicate, you're setting kind of the precedent that you don't really need to be managed, that like it doesn't take 50 emails back and forth to get all the information that you want. And I feel like that's going to keep your inbox not as bogged down, and you're not going to be behind on emails as much as I know maybe that's a very high level thing, but it's definitely something that I've noticed.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there, just like the dichotomy of different types of customers. And I mean, we'll talk about this a little later, but it's important to know who your customer is. And I know for sure that customers that love this type of setup are the ones that they don't want to be sold. And I think that's something that's becoming more and more common is, it's not walking into the car dealership and being like, yeah, I'm not sure what I want. Like, I'm looking for a salesman to help me. It's like I said, I've already done my research. I already educated myself and this is the package I want. So I think figuring out who your customer is really important. And it sounds like for you that this is an amazing system because those are the types of customers that you typically attract.
Another thing that I was super excited to see is just how well everything works on mobile as well. I'll put the metrics for my website up here, but I think it's at least 50-50. Half the people that are coming in are on a mobile device or an iPad. And I suspect that will only continue to increase because what I've discovered over the past year is that some of my couples don't actually have a laptop, that like people don't have computers anymore, and they have an iPad and they can do everything on their iPad, and they maybe have a work computer that they still use. But it's something that's incredibly valuable, obviously, but also something that in the past that I haven't checked in on as much as I should have. And when something breaks, it's not something that I see for a very, very long time. With this site, I feel like I can't break it, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the way we designed it. We know you're the photographer. That's your expertise. Our expertise is in websites and making sure they work really well. And so what we wanted to do is provide like this essentially this turnkey solution for you, where it's like this great sandbox where you can, if you want to add a recent wedding gallery, super easy. You can go in there, add new gallery, add the photos. You can add a video, write your story there, and you can just add it in like a couple minutes. But you don't actually have to build that page. It's just automatically going to add it to your recent gallery section. And you just don't have to worry about things breaking. You're never going in there and fiddling around. And I think that's really great because you run into these photographers that are sort of like set it and forget it. They spend all this time building their website, and then 3 years later, they haven't touched it. And from, an SEO and search perspective, and even from a customer standpoint, when they come on your website and everything's outdated, that's a little bit confusing.
Absolutely. And then, so I guess we didn't even get into the bigger part. So when somebody does get a focal website, they also get this ridiculously powerful backend as well.
And getting everything under one umbrella would be, I think, every photographer's dream, because I was just talking to another photographer the other day. We're building her site, and she's got her contracts and her bookings through Honeybook, but then she sends the customer a separate PayPal invoice because she didn't want to upgrade to the higher plan on Honeybook. And then she's got her galleries on Pixieset and her website on Weebly. And the really cool thing about Focal is it's a sort of all-in-one solution. This is sort of what like the Focal backend looks like that you were talking about, Taylor. It's super easy to go in here and actually like build your packages. You can go in, you can edit them, rearrange photos, edit the content on the fly. And if you're a photographer that does more than just weddings, it's actually really cool. You can add another category. You could go in and add like family or newborn. And then you can actually separate your sort of investment guide into different sections. You'll see in the dashboard, like for bookings, we'll use Taylor as an example. If he wanted to send me a booking, for example, he can put in the meeting places and they send a booking to me. He can actually go in and customize a contract. You can create templates in the dashboard and then just easily select them when you're making a booking. And it's super easy. Just go in and like add a package. I'm going to go for the full deal here.
Thank you. You won't be disappointed.
And then you can actually just send that off to the client. Yeah, and it's really great. So the customer gets a automated email, and then they get this public booking link all under Taylor's domain. Looks really great. Includes the package in here. It's going to be all connected through Stripe so that the customer can come in and pay a deposit. They can pay like a 50% deposit, and then you can send them another email reminder when they need to pay the rest.
I'm excited. As everyone can see, I currently do not have anything in the bookings, and now the process begins to start using the system. So next time you see the back end, I don't know how much I could ever show because I feel like it's my real business. So I probably shouldn't screen cap it and put it on YouTube. But I am very excited to start using it. And to have everything in one spot, which is kind of, I don't know, I've been all over the place for the past bunch of years. I do a lot of volume. I do usually on a normal year, like 60 weddings. So all of a sudden to have that very easily organized in one place that I can look at, and also like that everything just happens in one spot. Hey, hi, what's up? I'm here. We're talking about ideal clients today. Ideal clients is a bit of I would say a very, very large topic. It is one that I feel like you're constantly discovering. If I could give you the too long didn't watch version of this, it is essentially that you are likely marketing to somebody that's pretty close to yourself. And the more copy and the more content and the more helpful things that you can create in order to speak directly to yourself, there's a pretty good chance that you will find that you are going to organically really attract your ideal client, as well as coming up with your own portfolio. I did this in the very beginning where I would literally convince my friends with pizza or beer to go out and to do shoots in their wedding clothes or engagement sessions or white dresses that kind of look like wedding dresses. And I would do everything that I could because I needed people in my portfolio that were wearing, at the time, Converse shoes, because no one else was really doing that in this area. My ideal couple, I don't think wanted to go and rent those shiny, weird dress shoes that had been worn before for their wedding day, that they just wanted to wear something they were comfortable in. I was coming from a concert and music background, and basically if you came into my wedding website and then you look deeper into my work, everything was very cohesive, that it was bands and music and press shots and promos and some pretty impressive acts that were coming through Toronto, and just a lot of good credibility indicators that all kind of supported what I was doing in my portfolio. It was by no means a complete departure, that it was just an addition in kind of a wedding space. So create content for the people that you want to be working with. That's the too long didn't watch. I have some notes. And then we're going to talk to Lachlan from Focal. As somebody that I feel like has been in the wedding photography industry for a very, very long time, I feel like I've seen the same things be taught and then retaught and then retaught and retaught, and no one's ever really checked them with analytics or metrics. I feel like Lachlan, they do that is their job as people that are creating websites and actually booking photographers' work, that they actually go deep into those metrics. So I think that's very, very important. So as I mentioned in the beginning, it is critically important that you create the work that you want to get out there into the world. I've always said it as creating the portfolio, that your dream portfolio, and once you have created some of it, you'll start to book it and it'll be easier to organically get there. And then the other big benefit, if you are photographing your ideal clients or people that are pretty close to your ideal clients every single weekend, the referrals that come from them are a lot more qualified, and they're likely to be a lot more like your ideal clients, that if you went to the wedding of somebody and they're pretty similar to you and you're good friends because of it, there's a pretty good chance that they're going to see the wedding images and be like, I just really enjoyed the experience of the photographer. They weren't laying in the middle of the aisle. They were just there to stay out of the way and capture the, that's good. I should use that in the future. Stay out of the way and capture the day. It's a new slogan. It's a bit cheesy, but it really solidifies kind of what I try to teach on here. Can't believe it took me this long to get there. So those are referrals, and if you can push referral systems to make your ideal clients connect you with more of your ideal clients, your business essentially becomes on autopilot a little bit. Specifically in the case of destination weddings, I would say most of my destination wedding couples within the immediate bridal party, there is a pretty good chance that maybe 2 or 3 of the either bridesmaids or groomsmen or best friends will probably have a destination wedding based on the fact that they've now been to a destination wedding and they see how awesome it is. So there's a pretty good chance that if you are shooting your ideal client and your ideal client happens to be somebody that wants to get married on a beach somewhere with palm trees and everybody's got to get on an airplane to go there, there's a pretty good chance that that's going to lead to more destination weddings just based on the fact that there's an internal referral chain already. And I think one of the hardest parts about basically to figure out who your ideal client is, it's very, very challenging because you're kind of too close to the source. So Lachlan actually asked me this in the setup call for my website, and I thought that we would go through and play a little bit of a game on some questions that maybe you should be asking yourself, or some things that can give you a little bit more clarity into who your ideal client is. So let's head on over and talk to Lachlan. Easy question.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy question. I think what it is about ideal clients is like, you don't get to choose your ideal clients. It's really like, from Harry Potter, it's like the wand chooses the wizard, Harry. It's like, you got to figure out what makes you special so that you can understand, who the customers are that appreciate that, those are your ideal clients. And so, like you said, this is an exercise that we do in the accelerator program, which is a lot of fun. And I normally ask, just flat out, Taylor, what makes you special as a photographer? Do you have any idea?
When it comes down to it, I enjoy creating beautiful work, but in an efficient way, so that I'm not taking over the day, that the couple gets to experience their day. They're not having a wedding to have a photo shoot. They're having a wedding because they want to get married, and I'm there to document that. But I don't know if I just skirted completely around the question by answering like that. I feel like I did a little bit.
A little bit, but I think there were a couple good points in there. And usually what I anchor on is like, it's about like what the customers say about you. It's not like what you think about yourself. But I think the point you made about couples that book you, typically, they probably book you because they want to book a photographer for their wedding and they want to enjoy and experience their wedding. They're not booking a photo shoot. And that might seem pretty obvious, but you'd be surprised. There's a lot of customers actually that do book a photographer, for the photo shoot. Like there's I've been to shoots before where the whole outcome of their wedding or the shoot, we just want to have photos that are going to make our friends jealous and could be on the cover of Vogue. And that's the type of photographer we're looking for. We want like the perfect photographer that's going to make that happen for me. So I think that's a really great reflection. I guess another way to think about it, and usually like my main tip to photographers, is to think about the feedback that you've gotten. If you were to look through your reviews, if you were to look back at the emails where clients were right after you delivered the gallery, what do they say? I don't know if any patterns would stick out to you in your mind. Can you think of anything?
Right now, I can't, but I think looking through them, I feel like my reviews are all kind of scattered in different spots, and I feel like maybe something that I should be doing that I'm not, is kind of collecting all those testimonials in one spot to make it easy for people to look through. But I'll have a look through them, and I feel like that's a good starting point. Again, like it's not like what messaging I want to put out there. It's kind of what messaging is already existing that maybe I don't even realize yet, and I'm just too close to the source to actually figure it out.
I think that's it. It's like that being too close to the source is like, as a photographer, I think you guys maybe don't give yourself enough credit to how much work it's taken to get to where you are, and the experience and all the learning that it's taken. And when you really like reflect on it, it's a lot. It's a lot that goes into what you do. And I think that's what's really special. And every customer is going to appreciate that differently in those qualities. My hypothesis about you is that like, I'm sure that a lot of your feedback is probably revolving around the fact that you create a really comfortable experience where, like you said, the customer doesn't even really think that you're there, but you're still able to capture these really beautiful moments in a way that's not like intrusive. And maybe if that is your value proposition, then you can sort of center your brand messaging around that. You can, it becomes the message that you say on Instagram, that the message that's on your website, and that's going to be the predominant message that attracts your ideal client. It's like, I'm Taylor, and if you're looking for a photographer that just lets you, enjoy your wedding, have a great experience, and wind up with these beautifully captured moments that's not intrusive, then I'm the photographer for you, kind of thing.
No, very, very cool. And then I also like that a lot of the copy and the repeated calls to action on the website, that it's all also done in a way that is it will convert sales for you as well. That one, it does attract your ideal client, and two, it actually gets them to contact you, which is something that I feel like maybe I was too timid about, that I was kind of like, like head on over to this contact if you want to talk to me, I guess. Yeah, bye. But now it's just very apparent that the website is there. If you like the work, head on over. This is the next step in this journey. Select the package, select like the availability date, and let me know.
Yeah, honestly, like the way I see it is, your website is an extension of you and your art, but it's also like the most important tool in your toolkit for your business. Sort of the landing place for a lot of the different customer journeys, where customers sort of find you. Like maybe they're finding you on Instagram, or they're finding you on Google, or they're getting a recommendation from a friend, but ultimately they're going to land on your website. And so it's really important to think about, what that path looks like as they sort of discover you, maybe fall in love with your photos, and then figure out, where do I go next, and what's that experience going to be like, and just having like a really simple path. It's just like you said, it creates an easy experience for the customer, which is part of your value proposition as well, I think.
So I guess that really does just kind of summarize exactly who I am and what I do, as the rhyme said in the beginning. I really do want to create an easy customer path and an easy experience. And that is honestly what I'm kind of all about when it comes to wedding photography and the business that I want to run. And I do feel like that attracts the type of couples that I'm the happiest with every single week of my wedding photography life. Wedding photography packages. There's a pretty good chance that one of your packages, you probably already know this, you know which one is going to sell way more than everything else. It's probably the package that you kind of point people to. In emails and meetings and phone calls, I always tell people like that this is kind of the way that most people go. And to be able to guide them like that, I don't know, one, it makes that package convert a whole lot more. Two, it gives them much more linear and they have to make less decisions. They're like, this is what people normally do. I don't know, we haven't gotten married before. So if that's what people do, and that's probably what we'll do. So don't try to fight that at all. Just go with that and market towards that rather than trying to market to your most expensive package. The most expensive package, some people will get it. Some people will get the lowest package, but most people are gonna be somewhere in that middle. 3 packages, 4 packages. I don't think there's really a difference. On Focal, they all look nice together, and on mobile, they look amazing as well. And I think as somebody that does both photography and video coverage, I feel like I need 4 packages. If I was just doing photography only, maybe I could do 3. Hybrid shooters, I feel like you need that 4th package to add. Essentially kind of the way that I've structured it, it is 2 of that ideal package, but 1 with video and 1 with photography only. And the 1 with video sells a heck of a lot more than the 1 with photography only. I could probably remove the photography only one, but I don't know, people book it a lot still, so I'm happy to leave it. And quite honestly, shooting, if you're doing like a triple wedding weekend, you're doing both photo and video at all 3 of those weddings, it's stressful. So I'm happy when somebody books that photography only package and they're the Saturday of a Friday, Saturday, Sunday wedding. Next package tip is to be clear on what you're offering. Don't kind of bait people in and don't really give them the full information. Give them what they need to know. Don't hide anything. Don't hide your pricing. Don't hit them at the end of the experience with a $4,000 bill in order to actually get any downloadable files or something silly. No tricks. Keep everything transparent and honest, and your couples are going to be much happier to refer you to their friends who are probably also your ideal clients if you're working with your ideal. We talked about that yesterday. Next point is to make your packages a self-contained turnkey solution when possible. I don't love the idea of doing a print credit with a bunch of different variables and a bunch of micro decisions that people have to make. Yes, maybe you'll make a little bit more money, but there's a pretty good chance that you're going to just confuse people into just not booking with you from time to time. And I guess maybe this also goes to specifically my ideal client. My ideal client is, we'll talk about this in the video with Lachlan later in this. They are somebody that comes in and they kind of know what they want exactly. They're not coming in to be like, show me what you have to offer. What is your wedding photography style? Let me know, please. They're not asking unnecessary questions. They kind of know what they want. They see what they like, and they know. So if you can make that a very easy self-contained solution, you are, at least in my case, I'm going to attract more of my ideal couples. I feel like you also kind of set the precedent for communication very early on, that you don't need to be managed, that there's not a lot of communication that has to happen. You book your date, and then if there's an engagement shoot, we schedule that. And then if like maybe a month before the wedding, we talk again. I feel like when you begin an email relationship with 25 back and forths because your packages are so difficult to customize, that sets you up for another 150 emails over the lifetime of that client. So make everything easy, efficient, transparent, and you're gonna have a much better time. That's that point. My next point is that people have already tested packages. There's probably wedding photographers that are booking stuff out in your local area that are already being successful with this. So see what is already working and iterate on that. Don't just watch a YouTube video about, I don't know, some photographer in LA that's starting at $10,000 and be like, I'm gonna bring everything that they're doing back over here to an hour outside of Toronto, Canada, where I live, and I'm gonna implement it. I'm gonna start at $10,000 and I'm gonna set the market there. The market's just not gonna agree with that. If that's not what people are used to, you're going to find a lot of resistance, and it's going to be a struggle, honestly, to book anything. So be aware of what the market currently is and learn to play within that. There are things you can do in order to make a little bit more money. Over time, kind of the way that I've, I guess, gone about it is that rather than making my packages more expensive, I actually just take things out of it. So I guess the pricing has roughly kind of stayed the same for a little while now, but now this package no longer includes an engagement session, and this package no longer includes an album like it did a few years ago. And this package maybe includes a shorter highlight film. And this package up here now only includes one videographer, whereas it used to include two videographers. So there are more ways to make money within something that the structure works, and you don't have to price out of your local market, because that is a bit of a scary thing. I feel like when you hit a certain point, it's scary in the beginning to step up, and then you will eventually get to a point where you do start to feel a little bit of resistance. I don't know what the official metrics are, but if you're doing like 10 meetings and 8 couples book, I feel like that's pretty good. If you're doing 10 meetings and 3 couples book, I feel like that's pretty bad. If you're doing 10 meetings and 10 couples book, that might seem good, but that probably means that you're underpriced and that people are booking you because you're such an incredible deal, which if you want to work a lot, maybe that's for you. I would say kind of that 7, 8 out of 10 range is probably where you want to be. Another point that I touched on briefly there was to refine what you actually want to be doing. For me, I really didn't enjoy making albums. I discovered that all of them came back in November. And while I did have a nice system to get a few extra dollars in revenue from that by kind of making maybe an album that's a little bit too big and getting them to kind of cut back a few pages or just be like, that's fine, print it. I did make more money from that, but the stress that came in November, because I just really, even if I messaged my couples and I was like, you gotta send me your selects and it's August. Everyone gets to you in November when they realize that Christmas is coming and they want to have that wedding album for Christmas. And that's kind of what I discovered with the market here. And it was quite honestly stressful. It added things that I didn't want as part of my business. I wanted my Novembers. My November, if you don't know me, it used to be this way. Every November, we go to Japan. Japan's amazing. Go to Japan. And we take off from November until usually April, and that's kind of the time that I have blocked out to do content with Nikon or travel content or whatever it might be, or just more commercial work indoors over the winter. And I kind of block that time off from weddings. And for those albums to essentially become a full-time job, you could outsource it, I guess. You could also maybe think about that. But for them to become essentially a full-time job for all of November when I want to be doing other stuff. Not the most ideal. I dealt with it for a number of years. I probably did it for like 10 years before I realized that it's just not what I wanted to be doing. And I guess that's maybe another thing to mention, that over the course of your business, that there is no right or wrong way to run a business. Just find what works for you and to iterate and to make changes now if something bothers you, because what you're booking now is going to be affecting you a year or two from now, just because weddings, when you book them, they're in the future usually. Next up, I would say to tell your couples, and this is even easier with Focal now that you actually have a package page and you can talk to that specific human being about kind of who this is for. Tell your potential couples exactly who the package is for. Also identify pain points and kind of get on the same page as them. I feel like for at least myself, when I'm talking to my couples, that it's very easy to kind of position myself as a photographer that enjoys the efficiency of the day, that they shouldn't be getting married to have a photo shoot, that they should be getting married because they want to get married, and I'm there to just capture beautiful images of the day, and I don't really need to take over the day in order to get those beautiful images. Just need a few minutes here and there. I feel like by talking about the things that you don't like about weddings as well as the things that you do like, whenever you do hit your ideal couple and they're reading that, you create a very strong connection and they're very, very likely to book you. So I'm gonna run through my packages quickly here since they're all on the internet now, and we're gonna talk about those. So coming on over here to my website, as you can see, very much the key that there is a drop down. You can go see other stuff, but pricing is number one. That's obviously the direction that I'm pushing people towards to come over here to these packages. These will be flipped. We're doing a thing in Focal right now where you'll be able to invert these so the most expensive one can be first, which I do recommend doing, and everything else just looks really nice. So I would say the most usual package is this one here, which is an 8-hour wedding photography day with a highlight film and engagement session. I would say half of my couples are now taking out the engagement sessions, so maybe something that I've noticed over time. And as you can see up here, before you actually get to the specific kind of line items, you're able to tell a little bit of a story and to at least pre-qualify people and make sure like, hey, this is the package for you if. And as we'll talk about in the video, it is important to get people to not just be comparing like, oh, this photographer's offering 8 hours and this photographer's offering 8 hours. Because when couples start comparing on numbers and metrics, all of a sudden your art and your photography skills kind of don't really carry the weight that they should in comparisons, and you may lose out on some bookings. So what's included in this? 8 hours of photography by myself in a second, 2 to 4 minute highlight film engagement session, and that's kind of a rough number of images. I would say I'm always usually within that ballpark. And final delivery of images, very easy. Some other bonus things down here at the bottom, cancellation policies and other things. Again, Focal wrote all this for me. So I had a phone call with them and we talked through, and then they went out and they built this. So if you read the words, they sound like me, but I didn't write them. To go to the package, I guess we're doing this slightly out of order. So we started with the one that's the most important to my business, the one that happens the most often. The other one that's been happening, at least this past year and I guess the past 2 years, weddings are a little bit shorter overall. So this wedding photography 6-hour package, I find myself booking fairly often now. When it comes to the days, some of them aren't even 6-hour days anymore. It's more like a 4 to 5 hour day. So I may even bring this package down a little bit. And what you're getting, 6 hours of photography, 300 to 400 images, and final delivery of images. I will be adding, by the time you're looking at this, I will have more of a description on who exactly this package is for. And I'll have some nice other pretty words in there copied roughly from the other packages. Coming down to this 8-hour photography package, I would say the highlight film package most popular for sure. This one second to that. And when you come down here, it is 8 hours of photography coverage. You can just read that in the top as well. I will be changing up the titles here. We're doing that again as an edit in Focal, where I'll be doing, I think, package names, and then underneath I'm going to put kind of a few details. I feel like that's a little bit better overall, but again, we're going to listen to the stats, and if that doesn't end up being better, we're gonna switch it back to this. Down here, this is the big package. This is the one that actually last year, or maybe 2 years ago, would have come with 2 video human beings. And we discovered that with the, I guess, technology as good as it is now, that we don't necessarily need 2 video people, dedicated video people. That usually the way that we kind of operate is that myself will be taking a few video clips here and there. My second can also do that. So in the instance that we can't be in one spot at the same time for maybe getting ready photos, my second photographer can easily cover both photo and video getting ready location, the second getting ready location, whereas myself and the dedicated cinematographer can do kind of both of those. Usually if it's a male-female wedding, we're typically at the girls, and my second is at the guys. And it's very easy to cover in that way. The main upgrade from this video over the other video is you're actually getting audio from the day in the highlight film. You're also getting a single video. I kind of specify there, single video angle of ceremony and speeches, because I don't want them to think that it's a full like 10 camera shoot on their ceremony. I feel like for me, this is also a selling thing, that they know that I'm not gonna have the big jib in the middle of the dance floor, or like a bunch of cameras on steady cams and people all running around. My couples, my ideal couples specifically, they would prefer a smaller team there, whatever the minimum team is possible in order to capture the day. So I kind of specify that. And again, it'll connect really well with my ideal couple. And say they're a non-ideal couple and they do want the entire ceremony covered like you would see in a Hollywood film, that is just not the couple for me. And they can find a video team, because that's not what I do. And that is kind of all. You will notice that I have special pricing if you are getting married at a venue that I'm a preferred vendor at. The reasoning for that is simply because it is so easy for me to go into these venues. I don't need to do any sort of pre-consult. I don't need to learn anything. That I know how those days flow and that they're very easy. The venues that I'm preferred at are also typically venues that do everything all in-house. So that 8-hour day will actually cover everything from getting ready all the way to maybe 5-10 songs after first dances. And that's kind of the window that I like to get. So that's why my packages are kind of all that 8-hour window, because specifically around here, that's what I found kind of works the best. And also at my preferred venues, which I do, not only do maybe they prefer that I'm there, I also prefer to be shooting there as well. I know that this might be a bit of a different thing, that if you are somebody that really thrives on going to different places and different venues and never shooting the same spot 2 times, that might not be the ideal for you, but I really enjoy going to places that I'm familiar with and knowing essentially kind of all of my options based on any weather. And I'm always able to create something that's a little bit different. My couples are always different. It's always their only wedding day. And at the end of the wedding day, I don't need to feel 100% creatively satisfied every single wedding day, that I'm happy to go there and do a great job for my couple and to make them as happy as they could possibly be, and to also not take up too much of their day in order to make that happen. So as I mentioned now a number of minutes ago, we're gonna talk to Lachlan, who is the Focal CEO, and essentially kind of what I wanted to achieve with this was the fact that As I mentioned in the beginning of this video, we very much hear the same things over and over and over again. And I do believe that it is important to look outside of specifically just wedding photographers and maybe talk to somebody that's actually done some metrics and has more visibility on what's working for different photographers. So let's head on over and talk to Lachlan. With my new website, I was nicely pushed, or a little tiny kick, to go from the old dinosaur way of having this PDF that I send out to everyone to actually listing packages, just to be, I guess, more transparent. I feel like as the internet grows, things need to be more transparent. And I feel like it's a very easy way to build trust with people coming to your website for the first time. They don't know me. They can learn a little bit about me. And when it seems like I have nothing to hide, that there's going to be no hidden back-end sale in there that's going to cost them another $4,000 or something for me to shoot their wedding, I feel like people are going to be pretty happy. So do you want to walk us through kind of your perspective on pricing and packages? I know it's a huge question, but I would love to hear it specifically from you, because you're outside of, I guess, like in the photography industry. I feel like there's a surround sound effect that somebody taught something in 2007 and the same stuff just keeps getting iterated upon. And it becomes like what the truth is for what you need to do to be a wedding photographer. And then what I appreciated was you coming at it from a different perspective, that you haven't been in the industry for 15 years, that you've actually done proper research and you have metrics and whatnot on kind of what converts and what sells. And you get to see that in real time too, when you sell packages for photographers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of it stems from just like my own personal background, and also why I even started Focal in the first place, which was just, I was frustrated trying to book a photographer for me and my partner. And like, we were in Banff and I went on Google and I was like, Banff couples photographers. And I was so excited. And I just went down this like 3-hour rabbit hole of like looking at all these photographers' websites, falling in love with their work. And it became so frustrating trying to send people emails and waiting for them to get back to me. And I just ended up not doing it. And that was really sad, and something that I sort of set out to change. I think a lot of photographers struggle with the way that they present, their value. And I guess the packages, really, the way I see it is, a lot of photographers explain what they have to offer and explain their value in like 3 bullet points: the number of hours, the number of photos, and the price. And from my background, what I've learned is that, whatever information you give to the customer, that's pretty much all they have to anchor their purchasing decision on. I'll use this example. Way back, I used to do RV sales. And I used to do this like really silly thing where like I'd be taking some customers through a certain brand of trailers that we sold. And I'd do this really silly thing where I'd like smack the roof really hard. I'd like almost like punch the roof actually. And they would like be jolted and they'd be like, "What are you doing?" And I would explain to them like, the reason I'm doing that is because I'm showing you that this particular brand of trailers are built a lot sturdier than others, and that's why they're a little bit more expensive, right? Like they have 3/8 plywood, and we're in Alberta, and if snow lands on the roof, it's not going to collapse. And that's why this one's $10,000 more than the one down the road. And just them knowing that, like, you'd have customers go down the road, look at other RVs, and they would go and like push on the roofs, and they would be like, they'd come back to me and they'd be like, "Lachlan, we went down the road and like, yeah, those roofs are squishy. Like I see it now. Like I see the value." And I think that's really, like, it's a silly example, but it really translates to photography as well. If you don't talk about the way you think about lighting, the way you can handle certain situations, your experience, the way you can make a couple comfortable, the customer doesn't anchor their purchasing decision on that. And it becomes like, how are you different than like that other photographer has an 8-hour package and it's like $1,000 cheaper, right? You have to figure out ways to convey what makes you special and what makes you different. And I think the packages do a really good job of adding so much more context to what you're offering, adding so much more that the customer can understand the story and the value of what you provide.
As a website thing as well, packages are obviously quite good to have. I feel like probably one of the biggest search terms, I should actually know this, but people are probably searching online for wedding photography pricing, and they're probably looking for specifically my pricing. They might be typing in Taylor Jackson wedding photography pricing. And that might not lead them to kind of what they're officially after. And it might end up being like, oh, I guess we will have to email him. And maybe, do you want to talk a little bit about maybe how packages are just great for just general SEO?
This is a photographer that uses Focal. And so, yeah, I guess when we talk about packages, what's really interesting is the way that they're each package is its own separate page, and it's so specific to like what somebody would be looking for. So, I mean, you might have an outdoor family session. So a lot of people, like when they're searching for family sessions, they might search for studio family session or outdoor family session. And the way that the packages, their SEO is set up is they, appear like listings here with the reviews. One really cool example from this photographer, Naomi, is she actually has this she does these like fantasy sessions with kids.
Yeah.
And they're so cool. She does like wizards and witches, or she has like I think she has like a superhero package as well. And what was so cool, actually, the other day, she actually booked a wedding off of one of these. They found one of her fantasy sessions, and the couple wanted like a Lord of the Rings photo shoot in front of a castle, and they ended up doing it based on finding one of these packages. But yeah, something that's really interesting here is just how each package is its own separate page. And for SEO, that's just amazing. If you're trying to cram like all your wedding packages and your newborn packages and all your pricing on one page, from Google's perspective, it's like, what is this page about? Is it about weddings? Is it about newborns? Is it about families? And so with, even like just weddings and elopements are separate, right? So you could have a separate elopement package versus a wedding package. So
yeah. And I feel like if you're in a larger city, this is even more beneficial because say I lived in Toronto, people are searching for more specific things, especially in Toronto. And if you can target those, you can also, I guess, target based on like your ideal clients too, that if you enjoy doing those outdoor sessions, like natural light outdoor sessions, you can make packages kind of based around that and start to rank for that. And when people are searching for it, you're now all of a sudden, you didn't really have to go out and do anything different. You just get to market who you are and what you want to do. And the traffic kind of comes to you.
Yeah, definitely. Like that Christmas example that we were talking about in our last video too is a really great example. That photographer, she didn't make that package and plan to rank third. She just made that package one day. I think so she could send it to, her own customers because she was running minis that year and she was promoting it just on her Facebook page. And then suddenly it's like position 3 on Google and she's like slammed. So yeah, it's just one of those things where you don't have to overly think about it. It's just a really great, turnkey solution. All that SEO stuff is taken care of for you. Obviously, like if you have a PDF, like that's hidden from Google. And even if you have it like on a separate hidden page or something, like Google can't index a PDF, which means it can't read the copy and the content off of it. So it really has no idea what that's about, which means it'll never rank. And so you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit because you're writing this really rich content on a document and then not having that as a way for people to find you, I guess.
Yeah. And realistically, like judging from my my analytics, like that is the most important or most visited page, even beyond my portfolio. The way people, when they come onto my website, or at least my past website, I had brand new website, check out Focal, link in the description below. My past website, it's pretty much people would show up to the landing page and they would try to find out how much money I was before even going to the portfolio or learning an about page. So rather than trying to force people to be like, you must look at my portfolio first, it's just not what people are going to do. So you might as well lean into what people actually want and give them the information that they're there to get. You're going to end up with happier couples and people that are going to book way faster than if you had everything hidden.
Yeah, customers immediately, probably most of the time, just go straight to the pricing page and they're bypassing all that really great value about you that's hidden in your about section and in your blogs. And so what the packages can do for you is they can add so much context. So instead of the customer just going to your pricing and seeing, oh, it's this amount of money, they're seeing, oh, it's this amount of money and why. And this is the story and the experience that this photographer is providing rather than just a bunch of bullet points. And I think that's an incredible tool to anchor somebody in understanding what it is that you offer beyond just the number of hours and the number of photos, right?
So the keys really are to find things that people can anchor themselves on that aren't just the number of hours in a package, and something that's a little bit more specific to you and your art and your creativity. Number 1 is define the right keywords. Figure out what keywords you actually want to target. I would say wedding photographer or wedding photography in whatever local area you're in is a pretty good place to start. I would say it is likely what most people are searching for as just kind of if they're looking specifically for a wedding photographer. Beyond that, I think it's important to know what keywords people are searching for in your area that don't involve wedding photography. So if there's a venue and people are looking for real weddings, or they're looking for wedding photos from, figure out what people are searching for. There are tools on Google that you can actually use if you're interested, that'll actually give you kind of the keyword readouts of how many people are searching and what ones might be worth targeting, as well as some suggestions. But that said, a lot of the time we're kind of limited to the locations we've shot. So if you've shot a venue, figure out the best title that you can to basically get in front of anyone searching for anything to do with that venue when they're actually looking for wedding photos of it. If you can be the wedding photos that they experience their venue through for the first time, there's a pretty good chance they're going to remember you and they're going to come back to you for your wedding photography. And if you happen to be a preferred vendor at that venue, then everything's just easy. So that's number one, find the right keywords. Number two is to create a business listing on Google. It's also very easy. You can just go and do that. That's number two. That was an easy point. Number three is optimize for mobile devices. I looked at my stats for the first time in a long time, and I am over 67% people on mobile devices looking at my website. So I used to be like, yeah, my mobile website looks pretty good. I didn't realize that it's now what I would consider to be the main website, that most people that come to my website, 2 out of 3 people are actually looking at the mobile design. So make sure it looks good. If you're getting a focal website, it just looks great. It actually looks incredible, honestly. I am very, 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 very happy with the mobile design. Next tip is to make sure you have lots of high quality, genuinely helpful content, not just stuff that's there to clickbait people to get on your website. They realize it's just like a few bullet points. It's not really that useful. If you can be creating useful content, whether it's video content, whether it's just text content, whether it's some photos or graphs. I don't know how you make graphs for wedding photography, but as long as you have a lot of good, helpful content on your website, people are going to come over to it. The longer somebody spends on your website, the better that's going to look for Google, and the more likely they are to send you traffic in the future. It's also the more likely that people are going to share it. They're going to email it to their friend or their mom or whatever. Maybe, I feel like it's usually the mom emailing the son or daughter some helpful content, but make sure you are making that helpful content. I've spoken about this in the past, that like essentially if there's no local wedding photography magazine, do everything that you can to really bring the most value to your local wedding community, specifically to people that are looking to get married. It's their first time getting married. They're a little bit nervous. They don't know exactly how to do it. The more of a guide you can give them, the better it's going to be. You can even I've made a full guide to how to get married in the local area here, complete with lots of different stats and venues and walkthroughs and whatnot. You can do that as well if you want, if you're feeling that ambitious. I don't remember what we're on. Make videos. Google owns YouTube, so if you're making good, helpful YouTube content, not for photographers, like don't create wedding photography camera reviews, although I was talking to Sam Hurd and he said that wedding photographers also get married and they tend to choose him more often than not. And I think a lot of those came from his technical knowledge. Maybe he's a bit of an outlier. If I was looking at the local area, I would be creating as much helpful video content and getting it up on YouTube and having all of that point back to my website, and also having it embedded at the top of the blog post that gives even more information. And the more of a surround sound effect and the more incoming links you can actually throw back to your website that are high quality links. If you have a video, again, local market, 5,000 people watch that video. That's a pretty crazy success. Those 5,000 people maybe all came back to your website if there's within the video saying like, hey, check out the link in the description to learn more and to see some more stills. If they come through to there, all of a sudden Google is going to be very, very happy with your website, and they're going to again be sending you more and more traffic. A few other tips: make sure your loading speed is fast. If you have a slow server, I used to be on a GoDaddy shared server, and it was just not incredibly slow. It was tragically slow from time to time. Some days it would work 1-2 seconds, my website would be there. Sometimes 10, 15, 18 seconds. And if you're looking at a website that's just very slow to load, that it's not populating as fast as it should be, maybe honestly have a look at the Focal website because it loads just super fast. Also, another tip is to make sure that your website is as user-friendly as it can possibly be. People aren't there to be wowed by the experience of being on a really unique and interesting website. They're there to find a wedding photographer. The faster and more direct and easy you can make that, the better. As you can see on my mobile website, it is very clear. The next step is to head on over to pricing and to see the packages, and then to go from there. So the easier you can make that journey, the better it's going to be for the person on the other end of the computer, and they're gonna spend a little bit more time on your website. I will also say breaking out the packages gives you more view time. So when they're on looking through my packages, Now, rather than just actually seeing a PDF with a bunch of line items and being like, I don't know, I think package 3, now they can actually go through to each individual package and kind of compare them, which means they've now spent more time on my website, which looks better to Google. Another thing that is, we'll talk about this in the video here with Lachlan, but the way that your links actually look is very important for getting click-throughs. So for instance, the one that he's gonna show us is getting like, I believe he says a 30% click-through rate. So when someone sees that first page of Google, 30% of people are clicking on that third link down, which means very quickly it's going to be the #1 link, just based on that metric alone. So now we're gonna talk to Lachlan, who lives and breathes this space, and he's going to talk to you about everything that you need to know about SEO for your wedding photography business.
I think the big thing about SEO is it's really not that hard, but there's just a lot of like little things that you have to sort of get right. And when they tie together, that's when you can get those really great rankings. So it's things like internal linking and meta descriptions and meta titles and alt tags and all these things that it takes a long time to learn and then a long time to implement. And with Focal and the packages and the websites, what we really wanted to do is make something where you don't have to think about it. Really, all you need to think about is just naming your page something that somebody's searching for. Yeah. And this is pretty much like a great example. These Christmas minis in Victoria, this photographer I know was just creating these Christmas minis, or creating this Christmas mini package because she needed to, because she wanted to promote her Christmas minis that year, with no intention of like trying to make it for SEO or for ranking on Google. She figured, oh, I'll just send the link to people. And then out of the blue, it just sort of landed on 3rd position for the search Christmas mini Victoria, BC. And the reason for that is you can see right here that the title is pretty much, it's exactly matching. It's like the person searching Christmas mini Victoria, BC, the meta description right here, which is automatically set when you create a package, or automatically set when you create like a gallery with Focal or a blog post. It's just already there. And the way we structured the data with the ratings too, like Google has given a huge amount of preference to pages that have these reviews in there. Actually, Google's giving a huge boost to pages that include price, because they know customers want to know how much things cost. And so those things are all just like built into Focal, which is really great. I think like if there's any tip that I would give photographers about SEO, has nothing to do with Focal. It's just that like, I think the biggest thing that everyone misses is they just like don't even let Google know that their pages exist. They don't submit a sitemap to the Search Console, which is literally just like a list of all the web pages on your site. And you're just saying, hey, Google, here are my web pages. Please index them. Please include them when people are searching. And you know, that's something that with Focal, we do that for you immediately. And yeah, you can be ranking within a couple weeks easily. And Google gives a lot of authority to websites that have a lot of pages about a specific topic. So, you know, if you're writing a lot about, say, even a venue, like I know you've shot a lot at like Laura Mill. Yeah. If you have a lot of like blog posts or galleries about Laura Mill, Taylor's website has a lot of content. It must know a lot about Laura Mill. And so when people are searching, they might just be typing in like Laura Mill wedding photos, and then you'll actually show up right there. Yeah, I think SEO is obviously very complicated, but you can make it really simple. And the way to do that is just, first of all, just making sure that Google knows about your website. That's obviously #1. The second thing is just like thinking about, from a customer standpoint, you know, what am I searching for? And as a photographer, what do I want to show up for? Obviously, it's going to be really hard to compete for, you know, a term like wedding photographer in my area, like in Kitchener-Waterloo or something like that. Areas that you can compete could be like something we see is like venues is a big one. Like, you know, a lot of couples when they're planning their wedding, they're looking for different venues and they want to see photos of those venues and photos taken there. So if you write a bunch of blog posts about a certain venue, that's a really easy way to start ranking right away, because it's gonna be pretty low competition. And it's also just like a really, I guess, like organic content marketing way to get in front of couples who are, you know, looking for a venue, but then looking for a photographer probably immediately after, and they know you have experience there. And it's really great. So I would say, #1, make sure Google knows about your website and your pages. #2, think about what people are searching for. And then #3 is literally just start creating pages about that thing.
Yeah.
and you'll rank.
So to close this out and to hammer this point home one more time, create good, helpful content and things that are genuinely helpful to people, that they come over to your website and they will read it, they will spend time there, they'll send it to some people. Make some video content that adds to that content and really just kind of create the most helpful resource that you possibly can when it comes to wedding photography. And you're going to find that your website is ranking #1 in no time. That sounds like a sales pitch. I don't know if it's that easy, but you'll definitely be on your way and you'll definitely be ranking a lot higher in a lot of different search results than you ever have before. Website conversion is essentially when people come to your website, how many of them actually go through and send you an inquiry? How many of those actually end up booking? And that's the short of it. How you increase that is a much bigger thing to talk about. So we're gonna talk about that over the video today. I'm gonna talk to Lachlan, the Focal CEO, somebody that actually has visibility on a number of different photographers' websites and has spent the past years really kind of diving into the stats of that and how to increase website conversion, people actually booking you from your website. I have a few things to talk about quickly off the top here and things that I feel like could be helpful. When it comes to website conversion, it's essentially trying to generate as much trust as you possibly can on a website. And there is obviously no kind of like do this one thing and everyone will trust you. It's a number of different things, and not only a number of different things on your website, but also over your social presence, over Instagram, over everything. So the first thing I want to mention is to find ways to include social proof as best you can. That includes testimonials with images from that wedding day. Don't just put text up, have text and also images with people. The Focal website, to speak, I guess, briefly about that, I'm sure if you've been following this video series, you've heard lots about it. Basically, the Focal website over on the packages page, it will actually have your Google star rating, which is amazing. And also if people click on that, they go to the more reviews and they can read more about that. And then the other benefit, when people are actually searching on Google, the stars will show up underneath your Google listing and make you look even more credible. And it is in fact easier to get to that place of trust. Number 2 is to track how people actually use your website. I talk about this a little bit in the video that's coming up within this video with Lachlan, the Focal CEO. And what I realize is that most people, when they come to my website, even before I clearly led them to it, most people would try to find pricing. So they would head over to the contact pricing tab, basically immediately upon arriving at my website. I suspect the thinking is we've arrived at this website, first photos look amazing. We want to make sure this guy isn't $45,000 for the wedding day. They go through, they make sure that I'm at least kind of within their ballpark, and then they come back and they experience more of the website and they read a bit more about me and watch some videos because they don't want to get hooked on something that they can't afford. So definitely track how people are using your website. I feel like that is definitely a key. Next up, strong call to action, CTAs, use buttons instead of links. So what I immediately discovered, so basically Focal built out this entire website for me. We had a call, we talked for a little bit, and they went out and they built me this turnkey website. They will build one for you too within the month of January. If you sign up, you'll save the $935 setup fee. So there's a link in the description to get in on that list if you're interested. Again, has to be January 2022 to get on that list in order to get this deal. And they'll have a call with you and they'll actually write copy and they'll make a website that sounds exactly as though you had created it. And one of the biggest things that I've noticed with my new website that they have created is how many calls to action there are, how many buttons, floating buttons beside, in order to get people to head on over to the pricing page, because that is the next piece of the conversation. So make your website as easy to follow as possible. And over the next month, there will also be an availability calendar. So essentially when somebody actually inquires, they have all of the information, they have all the packages, they have all the fact that you're available. They're likely just ready to book at that point. So you're now getting incredibly qualified leads through this website. And then the back end of the website, through the Focal website, is also awesome because you can just send out your contracts and emails that look amazing. You can accept credit card payments and keep everything in one spot. So it really is a true turnkey solution. Next up, increase trust by being transparent with packages. This is another, I guess, step up that I did with my Focal website, was the fact that my packages are now online. The other bonus is that they're now ranking on Google, that people are finding them organically on Google, which is awesome. Beyond that, I feel like the transparency and the trust created by having my pricing out there is kind of next level. There's really nothing to hide. No one feels like they're getting a different price sheet because they're coming in from a more expensive venue. It's just fully transparent, and I feel like it's a very, very good thing. Next up, A/B testing. If you're using a Focal website, you don't really have to do this, but if you are building your own definitely A/B test things where for a little while, it's challenging, honestly, because the weeks and the months are so different that you can get 10 inquiries one week and 0 the next week, and there's no rhyme or reason for it. But if you're A/B testing and you're letting something sit up there for a month and it's doing very well, it's keeping people on the page and lots of people are inquiring, that's a very good thing. And then if you try something else the next month that's maybe a little bit different from that and it performs less, then you know to go back to the original thing. If you're using a focal website, Lachlan and the team have already done all that. So it won't be a problem and you'll definitely get a bit of a leg up. Next up is to address objections, or to at least kind of talk about pain points that people at your website right now might be experiencing when it comes to booking a wedding photographer. So for instance, for me, I like things to be as efficient as possible. I like that people are there to get married and I am there to create some beautiful photos of the wedding day, that they're not having the day to have a photo shoot. Some couples honestly are, that they are a little bit more interested in creating something that looks amazing rather than actually enjoying the day, and they will sacrifice a lot of their enjoyment of the day to create beautiful photos and videos, and that's usually not the client for me. I am happier to kind of go the other way, so I'm happy to talk about that in the video content that I do on my website, in emails, in everything. So yeah, find those pain points and ways that you can get on the same page by basically sitting down and describing what your perfect wedding day is. If you've been to maybe 10 weddings at this point, you can definitely come up with a lot of things that you do not enjoy, that you can probably also find couples that would not enjoy that as well. Like nobody is really, or at least my couples, are not interested in a 3-hour wedding photo session anymore. Whereas 10 years ago, that was a little bit more normal. That was kind of what I did every single weekend. I feel like you also very much increase trust by talking about these as well and being, I guess, fully transparent to your beliefs in wedding photography as well. That if you're somebody like, yeah, if you're getting married, please hire me, you really don't, you haven't narrowed the scope of who you would like to photograph a wedding for. The more narrow you get, the more sticky and the more conversions you're going to get from your ideal couples. Sure, you're not gonna get everybody, you're not gonna get that accidental, super non-ideal couple that's gonna book you, but that's honestly a good thing. So now that date is open for an ideal couple to come in maybe a little bit closer to the wedding day and be like, hey, we're getting married in 2 weeks because we don't plan things, but we'd love for you to come on our helicopter elopement, and then you can do that. Next up, page speed. This is something, if you have a focal website, no problem at all. If you are like me and for a long time we're on a very, very terrible GoDaddy shared server, it is not ideal. It was a very slow load speed, and I know that I got a lot of people that just tried to load the website and they're like, well, next photographer. If they don't know you, they're not coming from a qualified referral, there's a pretty good chance that lead is gonna bounce and they're not even going to ever see your website. So make sure you have a fast website that's loading as quickly as it possibly can and also as responsive as possible. When they click a link, just go to the thing, make it work like they expect it to work. And my next point is to make the page skimmable. So there's lots of good content on there, maybe some images, maybe some video if you're skilled at creating videos, which you should be, and get better at it if you're not good at it, because it's very important. And make very easy to read paragraphs as well as just very easy to read headlines, and just an easy way to get value. You don't need to write 45 paragraphs about something if you can do that in 4 headlines and 3 small 2-sentence paragraphs. So since website conversion as a concept is a little bit new to me, I've obviously been doing these things over time, but I never really sat down to think about how to specifically increase it as far as metrics go. I thought it made a lot of sense to talk to Lachlan, who lives and breathes this stuff. So let's go there. So today we're talking about website conversion, and website conversion isn't something that comes to my mind as when I'm designing a website, I'm like, that's not ever a term that enters my mind. I'm like, I want it to rank on Google. That's a thing that I know about. I kind of know how to do that ish. And then I want them to contact me, but I'm never really thinking about that journey. I think I feel like I've just kind of built in the past, my website after another website that I saw that I liked. And I'm like, I can emulate some of these features, and I like the features from this, and put it all together. But I've never really thought about website conversion. I don't really have any of my own metrics on it. It's not something that I've ever tracked. And yeah, so I'm curious what you have to say about the topic. Obviously, you kind of know a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I spent a lot of time looking at metrics, and I guess the first thing I'd suggest is if you aren't keeping track of anything, you should do that, because it's really valuable, and it's the only way that you're ever going to be able to learn and improve, essentially. So I think it's really important to at least know some pretty basic stuff, just like how many people are coming to your website, how long people are spending on it, how many people are actually turning into bookings. That's really important to know. Yeah, but as far as website conversion goes, I think it always starts with the customer journey. How are they winding up on your website? Who are they and what are they looking for? And so like with your website, for example, I'm sure people are finding you from a lot of different places. Maybe it's YouTube, or finding you on Google, or word of mouth, and they're just typing the URL in. And then they're landing on that page, and then you just want to think about like, okay, what is that person? You just want to kind of get in their shoes and think about like, what does that person want to know now that they're on my website? Like we talked about in a previous video, like sometimes the first place they click on is like pricing, right? So
Yeah.
maybe they click on pricing, and then you're thinking about what they're going to see there. And I think one of the interesting things that we've seen with photographers who have switched from like a more traditional website to using Focal and using our packages is that the engagement level of clients on Focal sites or on their packages is like really high. We've seen, like, we had a photographer, she went from like under a 1% conversion rate on her website to over like 20%. And her engagement, like the time customers are spending on her site, increased from 30 seconds to over like 3 minutes or 4 minutes. And I think that's just indicative of just like serving customers the content that they're looking for in a really like simple way. So like you said, if the customer is looking for the pricing, well, give them the pricing for one, but also don't just give them the pricing. Tell them about like what's special about you as a photographer and why they should book you over other photographers, or what makes you different, at least, so that they when they're looking at other photographers, maybe down the road, they're thinking, well, Taylor mentioned this one really cool thing that resonated with me, and I'm going to go back and check him out again, right? I think when you get low engagement, it's like, okay, here's my 3 bullet point pricing, 3 packages, 8 hours, 10 hours, 6 hours, and these are the prices. And then obviously, if there's nothing else to read or look at on the page, that customer is going to bounce pretty quickly. And maybe like a 20-second engagement versus take your new packages, right? Like they'll probably click on one, about that one, look through the photos, and then probably look at the other ones. And then they're spending like 3 minutes on your site, really engaging and learning about you.
I guess like another thing that I definitely saw when you guys designed the site for me is how many calls to action and how many reminders are that it's like, oh, you are here to contact me. You are here to look at the pricing. You are here to continue this conversation. And that wasn't something that was very apparent on my website. So I would suspect that my conversion rate has already kind of skyrocketed above what it was based on that alone and just those reminders. So it's a really, really cool design.
Totally. Yeah. It's like, it's all about just designing the experience in a way that the customer knows like what the next step is, right? If they're looking at your photos, they probably, love your photos. And then they're like, well, what do I do now? Well, I probably want to figure out what Taylor offers and what I can book. And so it's good to have a call to action that's going to take them there. I think another really important tip, I guess just a general tip, is you just want to keep your website really simple. You don't need to do like crazy animations. You don't need to have like side navigation bars or like text that's like really close to the background color, or really small or crazy cursive fonts. Just keep it really simple so that customers can digest the content easily, look at your photos, and hopefully fall in love and book you.
And then another thing for when it comes to the mobile website as well is the more simple you keep everything, like my website looks great on mobile now, and it's just so easy to use. Whereas in the past, maybe I tried to do a little bit too much, and I tried to make it a little too custom and try to do some, like, you almost don't need to make the unique things that you think you need to include. You usually don't need to include them. So I definitely agree with keeping it as simple as possible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like any complexity you add, usually it's to the desktop site. You're like, oh, I want to have this like crazy animation or this thing, and then really on desktop, but it definitely will not look cool on mobile. And I think we were talking about this before. Easily over half of the traffic, I'm sure, that goes to your website, and from what we see at Focal, is mobile predominantly. And so making something that's really easy to navigate is so important. I think a really great example is if you go check out Taylor's packages, they're super easy to navigate on mobile. It's really easy to tab through the different photos. And read about each experience. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Cool. Anything else you want to add to this at all?
Yeah, I guess the last thing I would add would be, no matter what I say or anyone else says, always just like test your site. And always test it with non-photographer friends. So if you get a new site built, whether it's by us or anyone, I highly recommend going out to your friends and just saying, hey, can you play around with my site? Do you like it? Is there anything that's frustrating? Is there anything that you'd like to see different? And yeah, usually non-photographer people are going to give you the best advice.
So there you have it. Have non-photographers look through your work, because if you're just getting photographers to look at it, they have a full perspective. Like, I've seen so many wedding photography websites that even if you do something horribly wrong, I can still probably find the thing that I'm looking for. I've designed enough horrible ones as well, and I can still probably find that content. Whereas if you are giving this page to somebody that has not seen a lot of wedding photography websites or is maybe a little bit older in age, there's a pretty good chance that if you're able to do that and you're able to watch them try to navigate through the website, that you're going to learn a lot more than you can learn by just trying to do it all yourself. Just ask for the help, you know? Lenses for wedding photographers. If you have done any sort of research on the internet about lenses for wedding photography, you've probably seen the 24-70 pop up a lot. And that is what I would consider to be maybe so I personally, I don't use a 24-70, but I would say that it is the most recommended in general lens because it can kind of do everything that you'd want on an entire wedding day. The benefit, or I guess the negative in the past used to be that at some point it would get too dark to use even a 2.8 lens. But now with the high ISO performance of cameras, you really won't find that limit. So you can technically use it within all situations if you want on a wedding day. The reason that I personally use primes, one, in the beginning, it was cost savings, that it's expensive to get a good quality 24-70. I also, as a wedding photographer, like the idea of having a backup. So if I put all my money into a 24-70 and that lens went down, or the zoom jammed, or the aperture sticks open, there's a number of issues that could happen. If that's your main lens and you're used to that on the wedding day, you need a second one of those. When you have primes, you can have a number of them, all for usually less money than that single lens, and you have backup. So if my 50 goes down, I have an 85. My 85 goes down, I have a 35. I can still finish the day. To talk to my specific preferences and something that I just really enjoy the look of, aesthetically, I like the look of primes. You can get shallower depth of field, and you can just make things look a little bit prettier than maybe what it was in real life. For wedding photography, you're usually finding yourself in situations that maybe there's no set decorator. Nobody came in and decorated everything. There's a pretty good chance that there's just stuff all over, people everywhere, somebody wearing a weird color of outfit that's in the background. And if you can make that all disappear into a nice creamy out of focus bokeh, all of a sudden your images are gonna look a heck of a lot better. So that's one of the reasons that I enjoy primes. You can get shallower depth of field, more aesthetically pleasing images. They're also smaller. So to maybe speak to that quickly, I feel like when you're at a wedding day, if you had a big 70-200 on your camera and you're in the cocktail hour, people are gonna know. They're gonna be kind of like, I'm aware of this photographer. You come in with a Canon R6 and this 50, no one's really gonna, they'll kind of know you're the photographer, but you're going to be able to fly under the radar a little bit more. This goes positively and negatively. A weird, stupid thing in the industry, or I guess the world, is that if you are a female wedding photographer and you have a small camera, people aren't going to take you as seriously as a female photographer with a big camera. It's really dumb. I'm sorry that this is a thing, but it really is something that becomes a problem, specifically for family formals usually, that if there's a bunch of other people around you with cameras and you're trying to take the photos, they are going to be getting eye contact a lot more than you. So unfortunately, sometimes you need a bigger camera to maintain audience attention. It's dumb, sorry. But the rest of the day, if you want to be a fly on the wall, smaller lenses are where it's at. The first lens that I would recommend that you get, 50 millimeter. This is the Canon 50 millimeter f1.8. And I think every manufacturer has something similar to a 50 millimeter f1.8. It's usually pretty inexpensive. Just the physics, the optical formula that has to go into to create a 50, I think is just pretty easy and cost effective for them to do. So you get a bit of a discount on a fantastic lens. My friend Sam Hurd pretty much shoots everything on a 50. He uses sometimes this actually, but also sometimes the bigger, heavier version. So if you got an additional couple $1,000 just burning a hole in your pocket, by all means go for the more expensive stuff. It is heavier, but I'm honestly quite happy with a smaller kit. With something like a 24-70, you're shooting it all day. It is, by the end of the day, it is heavy if it's 10, 12-hour wedding day. Something like this, no problems at all. That you'll feel like a spring chicken I don't know. Is that a thing? Actually, that's not true. For the first bunch of weddings, we'll talk about this over the next couple of weeks, but for the first few weddings, you'll leave and you'll be pretty tired regardless of what you bring. Learn to hydrate. It will legitimately help you throughout a wedding day and help you with the hangover the next day. So 50 millimeter lens, first lens that you should get, I think, as a wedding photographer. That is what I would do. That is what I would recommend that you do. I think there's also some learning in shooting primes as well, that you have these don't zoom. So whatever the frame is, that is the frame. So you have to learn kind of what works within that frame. And I feel like it's easier to learn in that kind of that smaller box than it is if you can just kind of zoom around a scene and just find compositions within it. That's something that I guess maybe I enjoyed the process of. There's also, I guess, when you look at all the, I'm going to say a lot of the masters of photography are street photographers, and a lot of them pretty much shoot an entire career on one lens or one focal length, or maybe a couple of close focal lengths, like a 28 and a 35 or something like that. And something that we can take as wedding photographers kind of from that scene is that when you work so closely with a specific lens, you know exactly what those frame lines are before you even pull your camera up to your face. And to let whatever the scene is going to be happen and watch the scene as it's happening and then get ready for the exact decisive moment. That's a little bit better than just shooting 100 frames all through the scene, or maybe attracting attention, or in the case if you're using flash, that you can wait for everything to be exactly where you want it to be, and then you can capture the image and not attract too much attention. I think maybe I'm out to lunch here, but I feel like there's something kind of good in there. And I can definitely, I would say, while the 50 was my first recommendation due to, I guess, cost and just general usefulness, I can get pretty close if I kind of ballparked what a 50 frame line was, but I can be almost exact with my 85 or my 35 because I use those lenses a little bit more. So 50, cost-effective way to just start creating amazing images, general enough that you can you could go through an entire wedding day on one of these. It's nice to have something longer, especially if you're at a larger wedding, but yeah, you can get a lot done with this 50. Next up, 35. This was the first lens that I got for the Canon RF series. This is the 35 f1.8. It's also a macro lens, which is amazing. So if you're a wedding photographer and you want to do those ring photos, you don't have to bring an additional lens with you. You can just shoot it with this. This is the lens that is typically on my second camera. So I shoot with two cameras. I have two Canon R6s right now. If you see me bouncing around gear throughout the year, know that it is because I'm also a YouTube creator that I do have to use some different things in order to create different videos. And I use an Nikon Z6 II kit quite often as well. But I would say probably my main kit, the one that I'm grabbing the most, is probably the Canon R6. At some point, you might see me go for the Canon R3, which is the larger version of it. And I don't think that it's a requirement necessarily to get something like the R3. It's just, it's a nice to have, I guess. So if I bounce around a little bit and you're watching it, don't be upset that you bought these things, because these things are kind of the key pieces that I use. 35, I think, is the best lens, the most useful lens for the entire Canon RF system. Beyond just wedding days, it also has image stabilization in it as well, which doubles with the embodied stabilization in your camera, which means that if you're doing video content, you have incredibly stable footage in just kind of run and gun style environments. So I use it a lot for video as well, outside of weddings as well as at weddings. This 35 is something that is very, very nice to have. I would say you could probably shoot an entire wedding day on, or most of a wedding day. The exception would be during, I guess, like the actual ceremony would be a little bit difficult to get up close enough for a 35. So you need something a little bit longer for that. If you are more of an extroverted personality and you're just comfortable being kind of in the scene, you can create work that looks a lot better, I think, than me chilling with my 85 in the back, picking up shots kind of over shoulders and whatnot. If you can actually be in there and you're comfortable with that, and that's the way that your clients expect you to be, and you're happy working like that, you can definitely probably do pretty much an entire wedding day on a 35. And the benefit, I guess we'll talk about the 85 millimeter lens next, but the benefit of shooting a little bit wider is that you actually do feel like you're in the scene, like you're part of the memory. When you get to 85, and especially when you get to kind of a 70 to 200, you start to definitely feel the space in the scene. So you can feel that compression. You can feel that image wasn't captured from actually in the scene, that it was from somewhere else, which is something that I guess is important for you to kind of figure out where your boundaries are. To speak to kind of my boundaries, I love shooting with an 85. I'm super happy with it. I like the images that it creates. I'm a little bit more introverted and quiet and shy, so I can create better work with it. I can get a little bit closer optically than I had to be in real life, and I feel like that helps me create better images. But the same scene shot with an 85 versus a 35, most people are going to prefer a 35 shot, to be completely honest. Next up, 85 millimeter lens. This is what I would consider to be my main lens. It is on my camera number one pretty much all day, unless there is a reason to not. I have definitely arrived at wedding days and been like, oh, we're doing the wedding in here today. Okay, great. And I'll have to swap that. And the 35 will be my main lens for that day, just because the environment is too small, or the ceremony space is just, it's just challenging, and I need to have the extra wideness. I like 35. So maybe to backtrack just a quick second, a 35 or a 24 or a 20 or a 28. I think it's important to have that wide angle lens. 35 for me feels, I know 28 is technically the wide where you don't get the distortion. So basically, we'll talk about this lens in a second, but as you can see, like pretty crazy wide angle distortion, right? As things get closer to the lens, they really get weird. A 35 kind of removes most of that. A 28 is also pretty good. When you get down to 24, all of a sudden you start getting some of that. And if you want to use that as like an artistic element, that's awesome. What I find for wedding photography is 35 kind of feels the nicest for a wide lens for me. That's just, again, personal preference. 24, 28, 20, whatever you want for wide, but it is important to have a wide angle lens. Back to the 85. The 85 is my favorite lens for a number of reasons. The images that come off, this is specifically the Samyang 85 millimeter f 1.4. So to speak to what the actual F numbers mean, I guess I should have done this at the beginning. F stops, basically the smaller the number, the shallower the depth of field is going to be. So something like a 1.4, it's going to have a pretty shallow depth of field. If I was shooting an 85 f4, so just f4 total, you're going to see a little bit more depth of field. Focal length also kind of comes into play there, that if you're shooting a wide angle lens, a lot more is just going to naturally be in focus. Whereas when you're on a telephoto lens, a longer lens, you're going to get shallower depth of field from that. So there are a few different elements that kind of go into play, but for the most part, I shoot this thing at 1.4. So I shoot it wide open, and unless I'm given a reason not to, or there's maybe we're doing family formals and there's two groups of people that kind of standing behind or something like that, that I need increased depth of field. If it's just a couple, they're holding hands walking towards me, as long as they're close to the same plane of focus. At 1.4, I am usually the happiest with the images. I also enjoy, not out of focusness, but I enjoy a certain level of softness to the images as well, that I feel like the 85 really helps give me. And it really does just help me create images that I am personally very happy with, and I know that my clients are as well. There is an additional lens, or two additional lenses we'll talk about. The 70 to 200 that I definitely use. Usually I call it kind of the ceremony lens, that if I'm out photographing a ceremony and I kind of want to get all the shots I want, but I don't want to have to be running around. If you're on an 85, you gotta walk a little bit more than maybe you want to. With a 70 to 200, all of a sudden you can kind of zoom around the scene. I would say a 70 to 200 f2.8 would be the ideal, but you could also get by with 70 to 200 f4. If you know you're going into a wedding day where the ceremony is going to be very dark, or you're in a church with not a whole lot of light, you may want to invest in renting a lens, like a 70 to 200, but you can just rent them rather than actually buying them. They're quite expensive, especially if you're buying the newer mirrorless versions. They are very, very expensive. And for how much I use them, I don't necessarily want to recommend that you go out and buy one, but definitely consider renting one, because it will help you do your job a lot better and to capture the images that people are expecting you to get. All right, now the last lens, I did the demo up here, and the last lens is one that I guess I was very, very happy that Canon released this very specific one. It is a 16 millimeter f2.8. I don't think that it's, I guess Sony makes one now, I guess. And Nikon makes the 20 1.8. To have a very, very small and somewhat inexpensive, comparatively to the more expensive L primes for sure, And something that is so tiny, it's, I know it's on my camera now, but it is this size. That's how big it is. And for me to have a super wide angle lens that I can put in my bag, and I will not use it at every single wedding. I will use it at maybe, I probably do use it at every wedding, but I don't use it a whole lot at every wedding. But it will do, what it will do is that if you are ever kind of backed into a corner and you're in a room like this and you're like, oh, how do I do a group shot with 27 people? That is the way to kind of get yourself out of that, as well as sometimes end of the night, the cake cutting, sometimes the cake's in a very weird spot and you got to get the wide angle lens on. I can usually get through with 35. It's not a problem. But if, I guess also depending on the number of people and also how aggressive people are, I've done a few different weddings where people really want their photos of the cake being cut as well, and you will get kind of swarmed in there. And to have a wide angle lens for you to put on your camera so you can be just kind of as close to the people as you possibly can be, and to have a wide angle lens in those situations is very, very, very nice. So I would recommend getting one. A 35 will get you through pretty much all of the time. I'm pretty comfortable. Like if I just went to a wedding day with these specific items, the 50, the 35, and the 85, most wedding days I'm going to be very happy. But every now and then I do have to use, the secret is if you don't have a super wide angle lens, is you use either a 35 or 24 and you do panoramas. So say there's 45 people in front of you and you're 10 feet away from them, you take panorama images. So I would do it vertically, vertical frames kind of across the scene, and then come back and merge them all in post-production. There's a little bit of risk that maybe things won't mesh or some people are moving or whatever. Make sure you leave overlap. That's kind of been my hack, at least for if I ever just can't get wide enough. But now that this 16 millimeter lens exists, I am super, super happy with that. So yeah, those are my suggestions for wedding photography lenses. Other notables to mention, if there's a 105 or a 135, the Canon 135 f2 is an amazing wedding lens. What I personally found, again, coming back to my preference, was that it's a little bit heavy and it's a little bit long for how often I use it. So I just didn't end up bringing it to a lot of weddings. These are kind of the lenses that I bring, or at least these four, including the one that's on the camera right now, are the four that I bring to every single wedding day. And then depending on the day, I will also bring a 7200 sometimes as well. So yeah, that is my experience after about 1,000 weddings, I would say. So take from that what you want. I have been super happy with the kit that I've been using, and I feel like it helps me create amazing work. We're talking about wedding photography settings. I'm going to begin this with the setup. So basically how you set up your camera, followed by the actual, I guess, the settings that I'm using on a wedding day as far as aperture and shutter speeds and everything go. So when I first get a brand new camera out of the box, we're going to use the Canon R6 as the example here, but this should be cross-platform. The menu options obviously a little bit different, but everything should be the same. The first thing you want to do is make sure that your camera is set to RAW. And if you're not familiar with what RAW is, a lot of cameras will come default JPEG only. JPEG's great if you're sending photos to your phone to upload to social media. It's not so good if you're at a wedding day and you're dealing with a lot of high contrast environments, such as a dark suit or a bright dress, maybe out in the sun. On a JPEG, basically, if you go above what is visible within the photo, so say you get a little bit too bright and the whites of a wedding dress become a pure white, you can't actually recover that is just gone forever. Whereas if you're shooting with RAW, there is a chance that as long as you don't blow it too much, that you should be able to recover that. Same goes with shadows as well, that if you are taking photos, I suffer from this myself in dark environments, that whenever I'm at a reception, I'm doing photos, the photos here they seem brighter when the ambient is dark. And then I get back to my computer, I'm like, everything's about like a stop underexposed. And when you're shooting RAW, it's no problem. You can just bump that up. So the first step, set your camera to RAW. There might be a few different settings for what a RAW file looks like, and maybe look it up your specific camera. If you're shooting something like this Canon R6 that is a 20 megapixel file, I have no problem shooting the full size RAW file. That's fine by me. If I was shooting something like the Canon R5 that has 40 plus or 46 megapixels, I think, at that point, I might consider shooting C-RAW, which is a more compressed RAW version. Nikon has this on the new Z9. There's a bunch of different options. Sony, I'm not too sure, so maybe look that up if you're a Sony shooter. And if you're shooting Fuji, you're in pretty good shape because I guess unless you're shooting one of the medium format bodies, you already shoot a good number of megapixels for a wedding day. To briefly speak about it, the megapixels that I find personally ideal for a wedding day, anywhere between kind of like 18, 19 up to 24. I don't really need above that. If I am shooting something that requires 45 megapixels, usually it's landscape photography or it's commercial photography, and I know that going in. Wedding day, so much of the coverage is documentary that they're never going to be blowing up a photo on their wall. Maybe they will, I don't know, but like with a 24 megapixel file, you can probably go up to about 6 feet of a good quality close viewing distance, surprisingly. Also, if you master them for large print. So don't worry about anyone ever printing larger than that. I feel like it would be pretty weird to go into somebody's home and they have a wedding photo that is 6 feet at a close viewing distance. Right, it's life size at that point. If they are printing something that large as like a banner trade show, I don't know what they would do with a larger print. Usually the viewing distance is a little bit further, so you don't actually have to print it as high of DPI. For the example of a billboard, I'll look it up right now. I feel like a billboard file is like 3.2 megapixels or something like that. So according to a few of these articles, to print a billboard, you need a 2 megapixel camera because the viewing distance is so far that even if the pixels are that large, that you're still going to be able to see the full picture. So don't worry about getting a camera that has 45 megapixels for wedding photography. The next settings that I change, this will depend a little bit more on your camera. If you're shooting mirrorless, I am a lot more comfortable, I guess, just letting the camera do almost full automatic detection. So I put it on face detect, set up a button to disable eye detect if you're able to do that. If you find yourself in an environment where it's just not doing exactly what you want, or there's a face in the frame that you don't actually want to focus on. The easy example is that the ring exchange at the front of a wedding, that usually the priest's face is kind of like hiding in the back there, and your face detect is going to want to focus on that person rather than on the hands or the rings that you're trying to focus on. And if you're on digital SLR, I am still mostly comfortable shooting single point. So I'm not shooting just letting the camera do whatever it wants. I'm usually locking a single point or maybe doing some 3D tracking depending on the scene. There's a lot more that you can get into as far as autofocus goes, but I find that the easiest way to learn about it is just go out, see what your camera does, what you enjoy, what you don't enjoy, what you think it could do better, and then watch some videos that either fill in those gaps or give you some advanced settings depending on which camera you're with. I shoot my cameras on servo mode. On my Canon R6 is servo mode. On Nikon, it's I guess AF-C. And basically what that means is that if I have my finger half pressing the shutter, I use front button focus. We'll talk about that in a moment. If I'm half pressing the shutter and you're moving towards me or away, that it's going to continue to autofocus with you. If you're on one shot or AFS, it's a little more, I would say, for landscape photography or maybe street photography when you want to set that focus point, and then the subject is going to walk into it, or you just want to make sure that you are crisply in focus on the landscape that you're shooting. What that means is that it sets a focus point for you and it's not going to track with the subject, even if it identifies that there is a subject in the scene. For the drive mode, which is basically how many frames per second your camera will take, I have shot most of my years on single frame that I have to hit the button in order to take a picture, that I don't have it on high frame rate. I could see maybe this being important for the first kiss, but I am fine to just hit the button a bunch of times, knowing that I'm not going to be burning a bunch of frames. If you've ever shot a high frame rate camera and you have it on high or high plus, you'll know that it's almost impossible to hit one single frame, that as soon as you hold down the shutter, you're taking 2 or 3, which is maybe nice in family formal environments, that you're getting, if people are blinking, you're going to get those frames beside it. So you're able to go to the next frame rather than photoshopping faces. But for the most part, I am shooting on single frame. Again, season to taste if this is what you enjoy, or maybe that low frame rate. A thing that comes up often is like, how many frames per second does my wedding photography camera need? And the truth is that I would say 4, maybe 5 maximum. And that's pretty much only for if there's fast movement happening, or the first kiss, or maybe you're doing a little spin or something like that. This, I believe, shoots 20 frames per second, which is probably too much. It's good for snowboarding, but kind of unnecessary for weddings. So I leave it on single most of the day. Next up, metering mode. This isn't really as important on mirrorless. So I'm shooting manual settings. We'll talk more about that in a moment. I'm shooting manual all the time, and you just see exactly the image you're taking. So it's no problem at all. If you are on digital SLR and you're using your meter to make sure you're in the ballpark of what you want, I had a tendency just to leave it on full matrix. So just fully understanding the whole scene and then doing test frames to adjust from there. Other common metering, I did this when I was beginning and I wasn't shooting RAW, but definitely be shooting RAW. I would actually be on spot metering. So I would make sure that whoever the face was, usually somebody's backlit or they're in the shade, and I didn't want the camera to expose for the entire scene. This was also when I was shooting aperture priority, which I I don't know, you can shoot it if you want, but manual I feel like is so easy with these mirrorless cameras. When it comes to white balance, a lot of the cameras are very, very good on auto white balance. What I find specifically for wedding days is that the white balance will take into account the entire scene and not the human being in it. And what I like to do is I actually lock my white balance to typically cloudy mode. On Nikon, I shot the shade mode, which is the house with the lines beside it. And I do this simply because usually the person is in the shade. If I'm photographing them, typically the person is in the shade and I want their skin tone to be correct for the environment that they're in. If they're standing underneath a tree and you're letting the camera decide, it's going to be like, oh, this is a daylight scene, so it's going to cool it down and the person's going to be a little bit more blue than they should be. Whereas when you set it to shade mode, all of a sudden they have a more correct skin tone. Obviously season to taste if this isn't if you don't like those warm skin tones, if you like something a little bit cooler, by all means run auto or run daylight. But I've personally found that most of the wedding day, I would say 80% of the wedding day, I'm typically on shade even when I'm outside in the sun. The only time that I typically change it is I'll go to incandescent or fluorescent mode whenever I do go inside into the reception. If you're using a flash, we'll talk more about this in the off-camera flash video. You can use a flash gel. So your flash as it is here, this is kind of balanced for daylight as it just is bare bulb. You can get either little adapters or magmod clips or whatever it might be, or you can just use you can tape a gel on here as well. Something that's an orange, or if you're trying to match fluorescent lights, sometimes it's more of a green. But again, we'll talk a little bit more about that another video. Another thing to mention with white balance is that if you are shooting raw, you have full ability to control it afterwards. So when you get into Lightroom, you can just make your white balance whatever you want. What I've personally discovered is that it speeds up your workflow a little bit. And if you're outsourcing, it gives people a better idea of kind of the image that you're trying to achieve by shooting it as correct as you can in camera. So I would say there's no real harm in setting that as a manual setting. It takes a couple of seconds and it'll save you many, many seconds in post-production. And then also it gets you, if you're sending photos to your phone to post throughout the wedding day, you'll be a lot closer with the JPEG as well. Next up, picture styles. For picture styles, I am on standard most of the time. There's usually an automatic mode. I prefer just to leave it on standard. If basically what it's doing is it's controlling just your JPEG. In at least what my knowledge right now is that the picture style doesn't actually write anything to the raw file, which you will eventually be editing from, that it basically any of the modifications that it do are JPEG only. So the JPEG preview you're seeing or the JPEG that you're sending to your phone, they will be affected by the picture style, but the picture style does not affect the raw file. I know on Fuji, certain things do actually write to the raw file, such as lens corrections. So make sure you look into the manual or you watch a few videos for your specific camera. For Nikon, whenever I'm shooting any of my Nikon cameras, I have D-lighting set to usually high or extra high. And what that does is it basically bumps up the shadows and doesn't let you blow out the highlights as easily. The negative is that it doesn't really change the raw file, but because it's showing you a JPEG preview that is a little bit more processed, you're typically, if you're shooting high, you're maybe 3/4 of a stop under as far as lighting goes. So the image that you're going to see in the raw is just a lot darker, but you're seeing the JPEG preview that's a little bit brighter. So be careful and be aware of that if it is something that you want to do. As far as other settings go, if it's possible on your camera system, I like to set up a button, one of the front function buttons, to go into crop mode. So I do this with all of my Nikon cameras. And basically all it does is it allows you to go from full frame mode into crop mode. So if you're shooting a full frame camera, you can go into that 1.5 times mode, which basically allows you to zoom in a little bit more. So if you're shooting an 85, the 85 becomes, I don't know what the math is, a 136.5 millimeter lens or something like that, maybe 132. I've done the math in the past, but it basically allows you to get a little bit more reach. This is incredibly helpful when it comes to video because the video file that you're shooting, you're still going to be shooting the full HD frame or the full 4K frame. Whereas with photos, whenever you do go into crop mode, you lose a little bit of resolution. I don't remember what the official numbers are. I feel like on my Nikon camera, if it's a 24 megapixel camera, the crop sensor file will be 11 megapixels. So don't use it for everything, but whenever you need that extra reach, it is nice to have. You could also just shoot it full wide and crop in post-production, but again, might as well get it as correct as you can in camera. When it comes to video though, it is a little bit more important, but you're here for the wedding photography, so let's not talk too much about video. For actual photography settings, I use manual mode all the time. I will maybe use aperture priority mode if it's a variable cloudy day and the clouds are moving very fast and people are going from bright sun to cloudy to bright sun and back and forth. Otherwise, I'm always on manual. It's very, very easy to shoot manual with a mirrorless camera because you're just seeing the image that you're taking. So the learning curve really just is completely flattened. When you're shooting digital SLR, you kind of have to like get kind of close, verify with your meter, take a test frame, and you're like, I'm way under, I need to change that. With mirrorless, you just kind of see what you're taking, so it's a heck of a lot easier. One thing to be aware of in manual mode is your shutter speed. Make sure your shutter speed is up to a point that is going to freeze motion and or not let your camera shake too much. Daytime, you're probably not going to run into this as a problem. When you get into the reception and things get a little bit darker, I do have a tendency to see my shutter speed creeping down, and as soon as if I'm on an 85mm lens, the ideal is that you're shooting a shutter speed that is as fast as your lens or higher. So if you're shooting an 85mm lens, you want to be at 1/85th of a second or higher. This also, we'll talk a little bit more about this in other videos, but there are some instances when you get into a place that if they're using LED lights and they're on a dimmer and they shouldn't be, that they'll flicker and the refresh will be really weird and it'll be around 1/40th of a second. So in order to have all the lights on in the room when you take the photo, you have to go and break that rule a little bit, but that's an advanced thing that doesn't really happen all of the time, but I do see it happening more and more at each wedding. Another benefit of shooting manual, again, when it comes to post-production, is that you have everything consistent. So family formals, for instance, you have everything and you can do a batch correction. So say everything is maybe a little bit underexposed and you want to make everything kind of the same. All of a sudden you can select all of the photos and hit one button rather than going through and individually adjusting each one in order to make sure that they look the same as the one before it. A small thing, but I feel like in the final gallery, it really does make for a better experience when the exposures aren't bumping all over the place. And same goes with white balance as well, that again, you can sync this in post-production if you want, but by just shooting it correctly on the day, again, you can do those incremental adjustments. If everything's a little bit too warm, cool it down with one button, and you can select the entire batch or warm it up kind of all together. To talk briefly about a thing called back button focus, you may see this on the internet and people are really kind of diehard about it if they are. What essentially it used to be was that to have proper autofocus, it was important to be in full control of that, and back button would mean that the AF on button, whenever you're touching that button or holding that button down, the autofocus is activated, and the autofocus does not function whenever you hit the shutter button. So they're completely independent of one another, that you're tracking with autofocus and then you're using the shutter as an independent thing to capture the photo. And I do like the separation of process, but what I've found, especially with mirrorless cameras, is that the autofocus is just so good that you don't need that anymore. So unless it's something that's just in your brain that you can't break out of, I don't think that there's a reason to use it, especially for wedding photography in the current year. Going back a bunch of years, maybe it was useful, beneficial, and if you learn that way, it's very, very hard to break the habit of back button focus. But if you're just learning now and it's not ingrained in your muscle memory, I would say don't worry too much about learning that it's a neat thing, I guess. It's a fun challenge to learn, but end of the day, you're going to be able to get equally as good work just with single button half press autofocus with a camera maybe like this Canon R6 or any of the newer mirrorless cameras. When it comes to how I actually set up the dials on my camera, I left them on this Canon R6. They come default to a way that's different than what I do on my Nikon system. So the front wheel here is set to shutter speed. Usually I have my front wheel up here, also set to shutter speed, regardless of what system I'm on. The back wheel here on my Nikon system is actually set to aperture. So I'm changing the aperture, the f-stop with this. What I've realized with how good the autofocus is in mirrorless cameras is that I don't need to use the aperture nearly as much as I used to. I used to basically, if I'm in a scene and I'm a little bit nervous about making sure everything's in focus, I would maybe bring my f-stop down to maybe f2 or f2.8 if I'm shooting something like this 1.4 lens. What I've realized is that now I just kind of set it all day at 1.4 unless I have a reason to change it. So I've gone to the Canon default now where the aperture is actually on the back wheel here. And my ISO is actually this top wheel up here. So shutter speed in the front, ISO in the back here, and aperture on this wheel because I'm just touching this by far the least. I feel like this is also maybe if you're interested in shooting video, it's better practice, I would say, overall to be adjusting your ISO rather than your shutter speed and your aperture all the time, especially with the fact that I cannot tell the difference between the ISOs from, I would say, up to about 10,000. Even at 10,000, I still really, if you're properly exposed, I don't see a whole lot of difference between the lower ISOs, which is really crazy. So yeah, front wheel, whether it's up top here or on the actual front of your camera, I have that set to shutter speed, ISO up top here, and aperture in the back. But again, there is no official real or correct way to do this. That's whatever feels the most comfortable for you. And I've just found that that works the best for me in this current year. So those are all of my settings on this camera. Let's go to a real wedding day and I'll talk a little bit about what I do in different situations. All right, here we are in a gallery. I posted this full wedding day a few months ago now. And I figured that we should just go through the highlights of it. It's through a bunch of different situations, as you can see down here, covered ceremony space with some dark wood, some actual interior with bounce flash, as well as, I guess, some evening time fluorescence. So let us begin. What you'll see up here in this corner are all of my settings. I will scroll down a little bit so you can see absolutely everything. And the lens is right here, ISO, aperture, shutter speed, and it's not going to tell you white balance. It's an exported JPEG. Sorry. I will try to clarify that for you. Most of the time, say for instance, this shot, I would have shot it on either shade white balance or auto white balance. Both are kind of equally good, I would say, in a situation like this. Whenever, as I mentioned kind of in the earlier video, whenever I am in a space that I actually have to take photos of people, I usually am exposing my white balance specifically for their skin tone. So if it is a shady day, I will likely just lock my camera to shade. So there's no question for the camera to try to interpret what I want it to do when I can just tell it what to do and make it easy. So this one here, aperture 2.2. So this is an f1.8 lens. So wide open, it shoots at f1.8. I stop it down just a little bit. Wide open, honestly, it's the 50. It's an incredible lens wide open for how small and how inexpensive it is. But I think when you're shooting landscape, when you're shooting something that you need a little bit more in focus, shooting it at maybe 2.2 or 2.8 adds a little more sharpness to your image. Another thing to mention, I guess, when it comes to depth of field, it's also based on distance. So if somebody was standing on this side of the pool to me and I was taking their photo at f2.2, this entire background, if their head was like the size of this frame right here, the entire background would be out of focus, but because my focus point is closer to infinity, there's just kind of generally more in focus. It's kind of the way things go. To basically to get the minimum depth of field possible, say for instance, like a shot kind of like this. This is also shot at 2.2, but it kind of shows you how a shot like this, everything seems to be in focus. Maybe, I don't even, maybe it's just moving a little bit too fast. It was a windy day. Everything pretty much seems in focus at 2.2, but then as something gets closer to your frame, you can see the background starts to go a little bit out of focus at the same f-stop. So that's my example for that. So f2.2, shutter speed 500. And usually I'm not too careful with my ISO. I used to be very careful to leave it at exactly 100. Your camera will have a base ISO. It may go below the base ISO. So for instance, on the Nikon Z6 II, you can go to L1.0 and it's kind of an extended ISO range. It's not a real ISO necessarily. The high ISOs are the same, that once you get to H1.0, it's actually just kind of taking the file that it would have taken at whatever the highest ISO is, and it's artificially boosting it within the camera. It's doing essentially what you would do in Lightroom if you were just increasing the exposure. So shooting your base ISO is kind of best practice, but with near mirrorless cameras, I really don't see much of a problem until you get maybe above 3200 ISO. The downside technically is kind of the higher ISO you get. Obviously, the more grain you're going to get in your image, but as you can see, I've actually added a little bit of grain. I don't know if you can see it on the video, but there is a little bit of grain that I've added actually in post-production because I like kind of that tactile texture. But the negative is that if you get to a really high ISO, you're going to start to lose a little bit of the dynamic range that you have in post-production. So if you're trying to really increase exposure, the image is going to start to break apart in weird ways. Maybe it means banding, maybe it means just extra noise. This is what I would consider to be grain. It's monochromatic. It's not distracting. I feel like it looks nice. What noise is basically that grain, but usually in a rainbow assortment of colors that doesn't really look that great. So those are kind of the differences of that. So lurking around the property, I like to just use a prime lens to just kind of do all of my detail shots. And as I'm entering new environments, I'm basically just changing my shutter speed. So as you can see up here, I was at 500 and now I've moved down to 320 to let a little bit more light in now that I am in the shade. That's pretty much kind of, I guess the way that I mentally structure it is that I'll typically set my aperture. I'll choose an aperture. If I'm doing detail shots, exteriors, maybe I'll be at f2.2 or maybe 2.8. If I am doing portraits, I'll usually be pretty close to wide wide open. And I will just kind of lock that off, that's where my aperture stays. My ISO, also I try to get that as low as possible. And then I just move my shutter speed. And basically as my shutter speed comes down, so say it became an even darker environment, like something like this, as soon as I get down below, I would say maybe 1/80th of a second or around there, at that point, I'll start really kind of boosting in the ISO. If you have a little bit of a shake maybe in your hands, if I drink too many Red Bulls before going to a wedding day, I actually do have a full proper tremor. And I will actually increase my shutter speed to counter for that. And I'll also be hyper aware of it when doing video because the IBIS sometimes doesn't actually get rid of that shake. So maybe don't drink too much caffeine before going to a wedding day. All right, so we already saw some of these. I'll slowly kind of go through things. If there's anything that you see that you're interested in more, feel free to stop on it. But as you can see, a little bit of distance, background is a little bit blurry. As I get closer to the subject, the background gets even more blurry. And anything that's on this plane of focus, so the way that kind of focus works is that if my focus line is right here, and I focus on his glasses, or maybe my camera attempted to focus on the eyes behind the glasses because it understands what glasses are and it offsets a little bit. My focus line is going to be right on his eye line. So anything that stays on that eye line, so even if there were 10 people all lined up over here, they would all be in focus as long as their eyes were all on the same plane. So physically, if he is 3.2 feet from me, if everyone is 3.2 feet and they're in a straight line facing my camera, everyone will be in focus. If I start to rotate, so say I was standing maybe 2 feet to the left here, and I got him in focus and there was still another 10 people standing behind, those people would get consistently more out of focus if I'm kind of shooting down a line rather than shooting at a flat line of people. If that makes any sense, hopefully. So as you can see, a little bit further away, people in the background, a little bit more in focus here. Definitely went up on shutter speed in order to kind of capture the motion here. There are times that you can use a slower shutter speed to kind of accentuate the motion. I found that in this, I kind of wanted to freeze it and shot a bunch of frames of it. Here we are in the getting ready. So I'm down at aperture f2. So I'm stopped down a little bit, just literally one little click on the back wheel, and it is at f2, wide open, it's at 1.8. Are you gonna see much of a difference between those? Honestly, not really. For shoe photos, you'll notice that if you are doing photographs of things that are really high contrast, so as you can see kind of this, I guess how it's pretty much a highlight that's almost completely gone, or maybe it is completely gone, and it's stacked right beside something that's a little bit darker. The problem with that is going to be just specifically if you're using a lesser quality lens, you're going to start to see some really crazy colors come out of there. It might be a green fringe or a blue fringe or a purple fringe, but you're going to see some sort of thing. You can kind of see it starting to develop, but I don't know if it's the lens or if it's the lens with the camera. It seems to have controlled it pretty well, but something to be aware of if you're not shooting with lenses that I guess maybe the mirrorless side of things, if you're still in digital SLR, a lot of your lenses when shot wide open will suffer from these things. So there are environments such as something like this that I think that would be fine. I wouldn't see much of a fringe here, even though this is a highlight to a shadow. I probably wouldn't see too much there, but something like this on one of my old digital SLR lenses, I would definitely start to see some issues there. Again, the closer you get to somebody, the more out of focus. So it's at f2. As you can see a little bit more of the background in focus here, moving into something that I just physically get a little bit closer, background disappears a little bit more. This is, I guess, just hairspray or maybe makeup setter. And same deal, just kind of, as you can see, all the settings have kind of remained the same, that I've just set to what I think that I want, and I have just kind of locked off on that. If you are somebody that shoots aperture priority, that's fine too. I just find that this is a little bit, I guess it keeps things a little bit more consistent for me. As you can see, maybe I should have stopped down a little bit to get these additional pigs in focus here. So they are pretty close to the eye line of this pig, but whenever you're really, really close to subjects doing macro photos, you basically have a very, very shallow depth of field. And the fact that this I'm going to guess this is probably the focus point here, that this is in focus and these are out of focus because they're either a little bit too close or a little bit too far behind. One other thing I'll mention is if you are doing photos, I tend to find that out of focus elements in the foreground look very weird and distracting. Out of focus elements in the background always look nice, but try not to do something where you're taking a photo of this person here in the back and then you have somebody kind of in the foreground that's completely out of focus. It balances a little bit weird. You don't have to follow everything that I do or say. It's just kind of what I like. as you can see, pretty close to starting to, or at least maybe my eyes can kind of see that this is going to slowly turn into kind of that highlight contrast thing where you just get some weird colors out of it. I would say on any digital camera, if you are underexposing a little bit, so expose for the highlights, make sure you retain the highlights. They're going to be a lot more brittle than your shadows. You will likely have a lot more power in your shadows if you're shooting a digital camera. All right, keeping my shutter around 1/200th of a second. And you can see kind of the fact that I just leave that there and then I just bump the ISO a little bit. That we go into a much darker room and I just change the ISO around. I don't think that there's a right or wrong way. You can change the ISO if you want, or your shutter speed. I would say maybe an 800 shutter speed in here, maybe a little bit too high, not really necessary, but at the same time, you're not going to see any true negatives from it on the new cameras. I'm at f2.8 now, simply because it is an f2.8 lens. This is the 70-200. I have switched to essentially my dream and my goal is to be able to shoot primes all day, but realistically in a wedding day environment, to be able to shoot this scene with a 50, I would have to be basically right on top of them for their first look. So I'd have to be standing like right here in order to get things, or maybe over here. And especially with a bridge like this, you want the ability to zoom in case somebody turns a different way or whatever it might be. So I'd say if you have the budget, definitely get a 70-200. If you don't have the budget, rent one. You can rent one for pretty much any system, I think, now, which is really, really cool. So moving inside, ISO coming up. This is a very, very dark room, and I'm at ISO 2500, and then I'm coming down to about 1000. And I think that if people are looking at towards the window, the light is kind of coming from the left of this scene. If people are looking in that direction, I can be around 1000 ISO. If they're looking in the other direction, I will have to add a little bit more ISO. I'm going to leave my shutter speed around 1/100th here. So as you can see, bumping the ISO up in order to balance. Lighting wise, pretty good light. Not so good light being lit by the red lanterns over here. Very challenging environment, and just trying to kind of do the best I can. I believe that I had a flash on my camera and I was using a little bit of flash, but I find that whenever you're in these very close proximities, it's kind of annoying to just be constantly popping flashes and just kind of, you very much take over the scene. So I do the best that I can to get by ambient before really bringing in a flash. In the family photos we're going to see in a second, I actually brought in the flash at that point. I feel like the ambience of what actually happened also remains whenever you do leave it a little bit more ambient if possible. Just make sure that it is recoverable, because red is a color wavelength that is typically very difficult and will blow very quickly and will be a little bit difficult to recover, which is why this scene is pretty much the hardest that I could really imagine. I would say this is probably one of the more difficult scenes that I've ever encountered in my life as a wedding photographer. So as you can see here, now that people are standing in a line, you can see that out on the right, they kind of start to come in more of kind of a semicircle towards me. And because of this, and because I knew I was going to be doing a number of family photos here, I actually brought my aperture to f4. As you can see here, again, staying at that 1/100th of a second. And I have my flash bouncing pretty much right off the ceiling above me and a little bit behind in order to light the scene as best I could. This is an example here. If you're bouncing your flash kind of directly straight up and you're a little bit too close to your subjects, the light as you see it kind of falls a little bit weird. It's a little bit of a strange lighting pattern. As you bounce it kind of back over your shoulder, or maybe you bounce it at a wall over here and the light kind of fills the room a little bit more naturally, you will get rid of that, which is really, really nice. All right, moving outside and doing some outdoor portraits. I am now on my 35mm lens, at least for this photo and this photo only. And now onto the 70-200. The 70-200 I like for these style of photos as well as ceremonies. If you are shooting kind of a lot of different groups of people, I find that having a 70-200 allows you to kind of zoom in a little bit and actually hide things if needed. One thing that I didn't realize, I guess, was this little assist button here. Usually I'm pretty aware of those and I can kind of hide them behind people's heads. And as you can see, it was pretty close. I was hiding some stickers on the doors down here, so maybe I was paying a little bit too much attention to that. But having the ability to zoom in a little bit, as well as walking, you're able to hide more things in the background, which is something that's actually kind of, I don't know, it's a nice to be able to do rather than photoshopping it out later. On the 35, if I could shoot all day on a 35, I feel like the images, to do kind of a quick lens comparison, I talked about this in the wedding photography lenses video a couple of days ago now. I guess The benefit of shooting with a 35 or a lens that is a little bit more wide angle, you really feel like you're in this scene. If I was shooting this with a 7200 and I was back across the room, it would have very nice compression out of focus areas, but it wouldn't really feel like you're there. I feel like the 35, especially at 1.8, really does feel like you're just there in the room. Again, if you see anything that interests you, feel free to stop and have a look at the settings. I'll just cycle through a few now. The reason that I changed these to black and white is because of the weird mixed light that was happening. If you're ever in mixed lighting situations, do the best you can to fix it. If you can't really fix it, it's best usually just to go black and white. Details, maybe my shutter speed is a little bit too high, but again, ISO 1000 on this camera looks exactly the same as ISO 100. Maybe not exactly if you zoom in really and intensely, but. So with my 7200, you can see even though this is a space that has a lot of natural light, that it is kind of dark, that I'm down at f2.8 at 1/160th of a second at ISO 4000 to get a pretty close to accurate exposure. I think that's one of the reasons why it is important to have a 7200 2.8 rather than the f4. F4 could have got away with today. F4 in a dark church becomes very much a problem, and you'll find yourself just ending up on an 85 prime a lot more often. So I do recommend getting the 2.8 or renting the 2.8 if you can. Another, I guess, challenge here is the fact that, well, it's raining, so there's additional challenges on top of that, but the background is so bright and it is so dark in here. So just do the best you can to kind of balance within that. Again, at ISO 4000, you're starting to lose a little bit of that dynamic range. So had I been able to shoot this at ISO 100, I probably would have been able to balance the scene a little bit better. But I think to somebody's eye, I feel like this feels natural enough. So pretty much everything at ISO 4000 and no complaints at all as far as noise or anything negative. So I guess it got a little bit darker. I'm now at ISO 8000. At this point, even though I'm on a 7200 kind of best practice is that if you're going to be shooting at 200, probably stay around 1/200th of a second. I will break that rule, or I would have broken that rule had I had to go up in ISO anymore. But I was fine with it. Again, R6, great camera. All right. Sorry for having my mouse over that. All right, so here's an example of shooting at f2.2. Everybody is in one straight line and everybody is nicely in focus. I guess that's our only family demo. Actually, no, this guy's a little soft. So usually what I do in these situations is I'll actually be walking backwards and forwards a little bit while talking to people. So I will hopefully have a frame with him properly in focus. So yeah, if you have any questions at all about settings, feel free to chime in the comments below. I'm happy to get back to you about them. I would say for the most part, make sure that if you are shooting with a shallower depth of field, that both of the people or all of the people that you want to be in focus are all on that same focus plane. So everyone is lined up kind of perfectly. Even in a situation like this, shooting at 1.4, because I'm a little bit further away, it's close enough. So even though they're not on the exact same focus plane, I do have a little bit of leverage or a little bit of, I guess, additional depth. If they were, or if I was maybe 5 steps closer and also maybe a little bit more to my left and I was focused here, Yuji would likely be pretty soft, or the other way around, that if I was focused on her, that anyone standing in the foreground is going to be very out of focus at that point. In the reception, so I've now switched to actual fluorescent white balance in this scene because all of the lights around here were very, they don't look green in real life. So you walk into a room, you're like, this looks like it's just white, and then you take a few photos and they're not looking right, cycle through your white balances. There's probably also a good chance that within your white balances, you have additional options. Specifically for fluorescence, there might be an up arrow or a down arrow or a side arrow or something to select more options. But for fluorescent, there is usually kind of a default, and there's like a green and like a halogen. There's all kinds of, I think I have like 10 different options on some cameras. As well as when you're on automatic white balance, you may have a setting to either preserve kind of overall look and feel of the scene or to balance for specifically white. And I believe that Nikon has an additional one that's actually to balance for the warm tones and actually warm the image up, which is usually what I would shoot on when I was on a Nikon camera. And that's all for the settings. So wedding photography, I guess to speak to my journey specifically and how I became a wedding photographer, I was in the concert and music space, and honestly, there's not a whole lot of money in that space, or there wasn't at the time. I feel like there's still not really. I decided that I wanted to do something that would be a career in photography. I enjoyed taking pictures. I enjoyed the process of going out with a camera and I don't know, like just documenting real life and what was happening. And I decided that weddings would be a nice transition. I knew that a lot of my friends were about to get married or were becoming engaged. I had not been to a wedding. So the most important thing for me was to actually figure out and to find some education and figure out what I didn't know yet. I feel like now it's easier than ever, especially even on my channel, you can go to any of the full behind the scenes wedding days and you actually get to experience what it's like at a wedding from the perspective of the photographer. That didn't exist. That's why I started building those videos and started bringing everybody to the wedding days. And it seems to be very, very helpful. So if you haven't been to a wedding, you don't really know what all wedding photography looks like, head on. I think there's like 30 or 40 of those behind the scenes videos now. So there's more than enough for you to get kind of a good perspective on what a wedding day could look like and how I approach different scenes, because it is kind of the first year of being full time. You're still troubleshooting. Like you end up in a reception room, you're like, I don't know how to do this. And then, well, now you can just go on your phone and you can just find a quick YouTube video. Like, okay, I'll put my light there. That sounds good. But even though you can do that, I still think it's important to come in with as many skills as you can. So you're probably already doing this. You've already submerged yourself a little bit in wedding photography education. Just keep doing that more and more. And also from different people. I know maybe I shouldn't be saying this, like make sure you check out other people and like find who's right for you. But there are a lot of incredible photography educators out there, and they're all like, we all kind of have our own little lane. And I don't expect you to be exactly in one of them. Like you're not going to want to do exactly what I do and exactly how I do a wedding day. You can go check out somebody like John Branch, who does things a lot differently, or maybe a little bit differently, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Or somebody that is just so great and amazing at posing, like Jerry Chionis, who is really, if you want magazine looking images, he's somebody that can make those happen. So find your blend from all of the other people that are out there. Don't try to emulate just one specific person. That wasn't even on the list of things I was going to talk about. I just came up with that, I guess. I thought it was important. Number two is, I guess, so the easiest way, or when you're looking at the industry, it's like, how do I get into this industry? Oh, I know, I'll second shoot for people. I had the same thought. I emailed a lot of people. Don't just email people a blanket. I did custom ones for everyone and still no one really got back to me. What I've discovered kind of works a little bit better is if with social media, there's a little bit of a warm-up period. You maybe check in, you start commenting on their work, or you send them like some story responses or whatever. Do some sort of warm up. Don't just like all of a sudden just cold email somebody that doesn't know who you are. I feel like that's easier than ever now. It's still going to be very difficult. A lot of photographers, at least I guess speaking from my specific experience, we have, I guess, 4 or 5 people that we kind of work with as second photographers all year, and we all work for each other. So I'll second shoot for my wife, Lindsay, or Lindsay will second shoot for me, or if we're doing a video wedding day, Tim will come with me, or Marshall, and all of our seconds all came from friendships, or I guess in the case of Lindsay and I were dating at the time, and I was like, well, if you want to hang out on Saturdays, you got to come to weddings. And she had never shot a wedding before. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that a friendship is an easier way for you to come into a second photography role. Basically, if you kind of look at it from the perspective of another photographer, you're essentially emailing someone to be like, hey, can you train me to be your direct competition in your local area? And then also, can I use the images from your weddings to further confuse clients whenever they're trying to compare us in the future? And they're like, why do you guys have the same couples in your portfolio? What's going on there? So it is a bit of a tricky thing for you to get in and second shoot for people. And there really is no direct route to it either. I would say that if you can secure a second photography gig that allows you to use those images, or to at least use some of the images, I would say that's very, very important. If you're just shooting for the experience and you're handing off the card at the end of the day, that's fine too. You get some real life experience on how wedding day operates, but it's not the most ideal overall. What I actually did, rather than just straight up second shooting to build my portfolio, was that I actually just started reaching out to friends that I knew were recently married. It's like, hey, can you put your stuff back on? Can we go do like a 1 hour shoot? If you offer to pay people, they're going to be so down. They're going to be even more down than it. I'm going to guess. You can tell when people don't really want to do a thing when they reschedule like 6 times. They're like, oh yeah, something came up. Can we do it like next Sunday? I feel like that was all of these shoots that I had 4 or 5 reschedules running on each of them. And finally they're like, Taylor's just not going to give up. I guess we'll just go do it. But what I found was that those images, one, they were in my portfolio for a long time because it was essentially, it was a day after shoot. There was no pressure. We could go out, we could pick the locations that we want. We could pick the time of day. So we could really create some good wedding work. And then additionally, since they were my friends, they were kind of my ideal clients. So I was able to populate my portfolio with my ideal clients. And at the time that meant that I could be like, hey, like, don't worry about renting new dress shoes, just wear like black Converse. And I could kind of build my own portfolio that way. So that is a key thing that I did that I would say was the second photography experience. Obviously important to actually go to a wedding day. But in terms of what actually booked me work, I think setting up these shoots with friends and just being like, any opportunity you have, if a friend of a friend is getting married and they don't have a photographer, offer to be that photographer. It's really anything you can do to find your way into actual wedding days. A bunch of my first weddings were actually from Craigslist of all places. So I put up like, hey, I'll do a 3-hour wedding for free. Here's like a bunch of, the time it was like my band portfolio. I'm like, yeah, check out these wicked photos of Tegan and Sarah. And some people were like, all right, like, it seems like you're good enough. Cool. Like, come on out. And to be completely honest, those weddings were terrible. It was very, very challenging. You're not respected when you're a free photographer, but it was something that I had to go through, I think, to at least begin photographing weddings. I think you also learn how to deal with the worst possible situations and the most awkward situations. And specifically, I guess, speaking to if you only do styled shoots and you've only worked with professional models, you've built out this beautiful website all based on people that know how to pose. And then you find yourself in a situation where people are just awkward real life humans and you don't know what to do and you can't replicate what they've seen on your website. That's a massive problem. So make sure that you do have kind of a blend of all of these things. But I would recommend just like finding people that are your ideal couples and probably your friends already, and figuring out how to populate your portfolio with that before attempting to populate it with real weddings, because real weddings are going to come in slow. That the first couple of years you're going to be really hungry. You're probably really hungry right now. That you're just like, I just want to shoot weddings. Why I want to do them like right now. I'll go shoot a wedding this afternoon. And that's the problem for everyone, that when you book things, it's a year out, it's 2 years out, and it's a bit of a struggle to just like wait for your portfolio. So you can do things actively now to get out there and start building your own portfolio. After that, it is important to get a website together to showcase everything that you've been doing. I honestly do recommend hit the link in the description and check out Focal. Put your name on the list if you want the free website setup. It's an offer that's amazing and it's never going to come back. This is literally the only month of ever that this will ever happen. So definitely sign up for that and at least do a call and talk with Lachlan or one of the Focal staff members and have them kind of talk to you. There's a lot that I still don't know, and a lot of things that they have visibility on because they know a lot of different photographers. They know how people do things. They know how things work in different markets. So by going to an expert, you really do accelerate the growth of your business pretty quickly. The last thing I want to touch on is to just always keep working. You're probably already doing a lot of the things that you should be doing, and it just requires doing them for longer and doing them in a way that actually kind of speak to each other. I think one of the issues that I had in the beginning was that I was doing a lot of different marketing efforts, but they were all completely disjointed. So if I could go back, what I would be doing is that if I paid to be in a magazine as an advertisement, I would also get some sort of deal where they would feature one of my real weddings, and then I would put that real wedding on my blog, and then I would promote that blog through Facebook and Instagram ads to make sure that it reached the maximum amount of people. And I would do more things like that rather than just kind of the one-off, like I'll do a page, hopefully it books me something, and then it doesn't. Or you do a bridal show and you don't book anything from it. The value in things is not always obvious. So in a bridal show, the vendor connections that you're going to make are way superior to any potential couples that you'll book from that wedding day. Couples obviously nice to book, but having those 10-year, 20-year relationships from a show, from that first meeting in real life, are definitely long-term a little bit more valuable for you. Point number 1 for wedding photography, how not to suck. The experience is everything. And I truly do believe this, that the reason I have personally been so successful, especially in the beginning, was that I delivered an experience that people just enjoyed having me there. And we're going to talk more throughout this video about the points that kind of all come together for this, but I thought that it was an important first point because the experience and the easiness and the efficiency, and when you're booking, how easy you are to just everything, is all about the experience. So the easier you can make the experience, the less headaches you can give your couples, the less uncertainty or stress, the more trust you can build yourself so they actually trust you to show up, the better you're going to be. And when it comes to the actual wedding day, do everything that you can to make that day run as well as it possibly can. And that means not bringing every single problem to your couple and asking them what they want. If you can solve something behind the scenes, or you can solve it with the venue, do that before ever bringing anything to the couple, or bring it to a family member first and maybe ask them. Really do everything that you can to make the experience the best possible for the couple. Number 2, when it comes to gear, in the beginning, I definitely did not have enough money to purchase the tools that I actually needed or that I really would have liked to have. The bonus is you can just rent them. You can go on the internet right now and you can rent it. They'll ship it to your house. If you still have a local camera shop, you can probably just go there and pick it up. If you don't have a 7200 and you know you're going into a dark church and you need that low light performance, you can just rent that. It's going to make your photography in the beginning a lot better. You're going to build your portfolio quicker, and you're going to build it to a standard that you kind of aspire to. Again, you're always building your dream portfolio, and the faster you can start to do that, the better. And if you don't have the money to purchase the most expensive mirrorless lenses, are so expensive now, you can just rent them, and it makes your life a lot easier. Number 3 is to learn light, and learn light in all situations. Quick hack, you can just turn on selfie mode and you walk into a room, you have no idea where the best light is. You can just figure it out on yourself and be like, all right, right there. There's a nice light. And then when your couple walks in, just put them right in the spot and you're good to go. Less experimentation and more confidence in your abilities, and less second guessing yourself. I feel like in the beginning, I was definitely like, I think this is the shot, but let's try this location and this location and this similar shot and just do the same pose in all of them. And I hope one of them's good. If you can go in, you can figure out the lighting first. It's going to be a better situation for everyone. And also really just paying attention to light in situations where you're not at a wedding day. All open shade is different. The way light bounces off of walls is different depending on the color of the wall and the placement and the time of day. So really just start paying attention to light and how it affects its surroundings and the people in the frame. Number 4 is to hide your flash. Learn to hide your flash. And this means both physically. Don't just put if you got a big flash and it's in the middle of the dance floor and it's kind of like pointing at the family, and every time it goes off, it blinds them and also illuminates your subject. Learn to kind of place it in a spot that still gives you good light, but doesn't necessarily completely ruin the scene for the people experiencing it. And then the second part of this is to learn to hide your flash also in use. So if you're using direct flash, you're using the pop-up flash, don't. You can use direct flash and you can kind of get away with it if you're doing something that you want that really high fashion vibe. Not a lot of people, their body type respond well to that type of just being slapped with a bunch of light. So be careful with it. The more flattering light is bouncing it off of like really anywhere. Bounce it off a wall like is going on right here or off the ceiling. Just learn to hide your flash and to have it illuminate the scene as it would if there was just natural lighting within the scene, and not just making the scene look like it was just clearly a flash lit that scene. Number 5 is backups of everything. Backups of backups of backups. I feel like this is the thing that I stress over and over again. Make sure that you have backups, backup camera. So you have at least 2 cameras, maybe even 3 cameras, maybe 1 in the trunk of your car and then 2 on your person at all times. Have backup cards, have backup lenses. Go as far to maybe make your second photographer arrive in a different vehicle so you have a backup vehicle. Make sure that they have backup equipment, and make sure every single key piece that you need on a wedding day, that you have an additional, or you have something that you could get by die with if worst case something did happen to a piece of your gear, or even your clothing. Have a backup in an emergency kit, have backup pants, a shirt, and maybe some shoes in case you step in a puddle or whatever it might be. Have backups of backups of backups. You thought backups were over, but the next point is also about backups. As soon as you get home, sit down, back up your cards right then. Don't just come in, throw all your stuff on the floor and go to bed. I would recommend going to your computer, and as unfortunate as this is, after like a 12 or 14 hour day, coming back, get everything ingesting into your computer and get everything backed up off site. You can use a number of different companies. You can just upload your JPEGs, shoot raw and JPEG within your camera. Again, another level of backup. Shoot 2 cards also, and get those files uploading off site. So by like 2 a.m, the night of the wedding, and get those files uploading off site as fast as you can. So by a few hours after the wedding, everything is backed up in another location that's not just on your cards at your house. Number 7, if you're forced to shoot in bad light, which is an unfortunate thing that we have to do from time to time, do your best to fix it with flash and strobe and bring in extra light, or maybe even the light that's going on in the scene. If you're able to turn off pot lights and turn up other lights in order to balance it better, do that. Otherwise, go a little bit wider than you usually would. If you're getting that really tight crop on somebody's face in bad light, it's just really not going to be a good photo, no matter how you crop it or try to fix it in post-production. But if you go a little bit wider and you make the photo a little more environmental, you are going to save it, and it's going to be something that you can include in the gallery. Number 8 is if that bad light is also mixed light. So say there's a fluorescent light and an incandescent light, and then there's some sunset light coming in through the window, and the podium's just placed in a spot that you can't do anything about that. There is going to be an awkward time of every single wedding day where it's kind of that blue hour a little bit, and there is some light still coming in through the windows, but the incandescent bulbs haven't quite taken over the scene. That is usually the time that I convert images to black and white. So if the light is mixed and it's distracting from the image, go black and white. Typically, I deliver both black and white and a color version of every image, but in a bad mixed lighting situation, sometimes they only get the black and white. Next tip, keep your shutter speed at or above your focal length. So that means if you're shooting something like an 85mm lens, stay at 1/85th of a second, which probably isn't an option in your camera, 1/100th of a second, or maybe even 1/80th. You can break the rule a little bit. There is one exception that we are forced to deal with at a lot of weddings now. If there's LED bulbs and they're on a dimmer, sometimes you'll get a weird refresh rate. So if you're taking photos and you notice that some of the lights are off and some of them are on, and they're always moving and changing, and sometimes they're at different intensities, it's because your shutter speed is a little bit too fast. And in that case, sometimes I will shoot at 1/50th of a second with an 85mm lens, or in some really, really bad cases, 1/40th of a second. Just make sure that your camera either has in-body stabilization or that you're very, very steady, and also that your subjects aren't moving too much, because even somebody speaking at 1/40th of a second is going to start to get a little bit of blur in their face. So be careful, be aware, and always be checking some review images when you are in mixed lighting or incandescent lighting situations. Number 10, back to backups. Bring an additional GPS. If there's one in your car, that works. And bring printed directions, or at the very least, just addresses. If you find yourself in a space that just you don't have cell reception, or maybe your cell phone goes down or whatever it might be, have a way to actually get to where you're going if you don't know where you're going. Getting ready locations are usually the thing that I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know this street. It could be anywhere within this city. And if you have something printed, or at least an intersection, a major intersection to get you in the ballpark, that's going to save that from ever being a potential situation. Number 11, be upfront with pricing. I think this is maybe one of the most important things that I could ever stress to you. Make sure that your pricing is clear and people know what they're getting, and that there are no hidden costs that they're going to be hit with later. Or if there are hidden costs in the form of that you're doing like an in-person sales session, make them as aware as you can about what pricing they should expect, rather than just being surprised with like, hey, you don't get anything. Yeah, we came to your wedding day, but you have to buy each photo individually. Don't run pricing like that. Otherwise, you're just going to create a really bad name for yourself. Number 12, bring a shot list. If you're a little bit nervous, just bring a shot list. There's one, I'll put a link in the description below, or you can search over on taylorjacksoncourses.com, and you can just use mine. It's, I would say, a general shot list, so add anything that you might think you might want on there. But for the most part, it's a very nice thing to just look back at and make sure that you kind of got all the key images. Also, just be aware, any elements that the couple brought into their wedding day, grab a photo. Any important family members that are sitting in the front row of the wedding, maybe grab a few additional photos, but bring a shot list to make sure you kind of get all the things that you absolutely need. To add to the shot list, it is also very nice to have a family photo list. In the first meeting, I always ask my couples like, hey, can you put together a family photo list so I know all the combinations you want? Give a copy to me, give a copy to somebody else who knows who everyone is, and they can just kind of yell out names and make sure people don't escape to cocktail hour. It will speed up your workflow immensely. And if you are somebody that's introverted like myself, It's really not a thing that I want to be doing, just like yelling out names and pronunciations. It's a lot of stress. So if somebody else can do that, they know who everyone is. Makes my life a lot easier and also makes the couple enjoy the experience of the wedding day. You remember point 1? The experience is everything. Number 13, dress well. Maybe a little bit more well than you think that you should dress. I don't know if that's a descriptor, dressing. Yeah, it is. Dress a little bit up from what you may expect. I don't recommend that unless it's a black tie thing. You don't have to wear a jacket and a full-length tie. Full-length tie is going to get in the way of a bag, maybe bow tie if you want. We typically at most weddings just do a dress shirt and dress pants tucked in, nice belt, nice shoes, and make sure you got socks that match your thing. And you're not wearing weird socks. So I guess weird socks are fine. If you're wearing Oscar the Grouch socks, that's kind of fine. It's a funny talking point. But don't show up wearing crazy colored running shoes and jeans and a t-shirt, even if the t-shirt happens to have your brand on it. Dress a little bit above what you think, or if you're just getting started, definitely be dressing for the weddings that you want to be shooting someday, because if there are people in the audience and they're going to notice that and they're going to book you for their wedding. That's exactly how it works. That's all. No, I'm kidding. There's more that goes into it, but it definitely does help. Number 14, keep memory cards on your person. Don't just leave your cameras somewhere during the reception when the dancing's all happening. Keep the important stuff on you. If you have a card wallet, you're taking cards out of your camera, make sure that stays with you. And I would even go beyond that. You're shooting a camera with 2 card slots. 1 card goes in the wallet, 1 stays in the camera all day, just so that you have things in 2 different spots in case something were to happen. Number 15, tag vendors in posts. It's just nice. It helps them. They can share things. Make posts for vendors. If somebody did an amazing job on floral, make them a quick reel on Instagram and send that to them. They're going to be stoked to post that, or post it and tag them and they'll reshare it. And yeah, just be good to vendors, and the vendors, they will be good to you. Number 16, when in doubt, scout. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it does. If you are nervous about a new place that you haven't shot, or if you're newer and you want to really just kind of get good trust going with the couple, tell them that you'll go to the spot that they're getting married or the spot you're doing photos at the time of the wedding day. Go there on a sunny day so you can actually see the lighting and how it reacts. Best case, it's just going to be cloudy and it's going to be really easy. But worst case, you're going to have to find a spot to do those family photos in the sun. So make sure you go in prepared, or knowing that you're going to have to drive somewhere else or go to a second location. Or if it is a spot that they're pitching for the photography session, you're driving to it specifically and it's just not going to work. It's very nice to know that a couple of months before the wedding rather than showing up on the wedding day to it. Number 17, exactly what I just said. Find a family photo spot before anyone asks. People will ask you, the parents are going to ask you, the grandparents are going to ask, where are we going to do family photos? And just know the spot to direct them to. The earlier you start telling people, or if they're asking, the more organized people will be. If you're like, yeah, we're going to do them at the side of the church immediately after the wedding, that means that everyone is going to kind of find their way organically there, and they're not just going to disappear into their car and try to drive to the reception. Number 18, don't be the center of attention. Please don't lay in the aisle 2 feet behind the couple while they're at the front of the church. Everyone's going to be staring at you and what you're doing and not the couple. So stay back, get the right lenses in order to accommodate that. My other limitations, I guess, with this is that I don't want to be in front of the parents if they're in the front row of the wedding and they're looking at their son and daughters. And I don't want to be in between that, especially for any of the important moments. So I do my best to kind of stay in the center of the aisle where everyone can still see. Also, during the reception, don't stand directly in front of grandma while her grandson or daughter is giving their speech. Move around. So even if you do have to stop there for a quick photo, take the photo and move on. Just learn to time yourself with kind of the laughs and the pacing of speeches is pretty obvious. You know when people are going for jokes and when to get ready. So find yourself in a spot that's, if it does end up being a little bit obtrusive, just for a second or two before carrying on somewhere else. Number 19, bring sunscreen. Bring bug spray. You'll be everyone's best friend if you find yourself in a buggy environment and you're the one that brought bug spray. Also bring an emergency kit with a couple of things that you may require throughout the day. One important thing is chalk. If you have white chalk, you're able to hide a lot of things on dresses very easily. Tide to go, also very helpful. Bobby pins, maybe a crochet hook, maybe some Advil, maybe some Tums. I don't know. Bring whatever you think that you could potentially need on a wedding day, and you will be the hero at some point at some wedding, and no one's ever going to forget that. They're going to be like, you were our favorite photographer because you brought the bobby pin that saved the day. And that sounds like a bit of a joke, but it's kind of actually true. Number 20, make sure you have time at golden hour. In the first consult, I always talk about how I need that 10 to 15 minutes of golden hour time. I usually get the best photos of the entire day from there. I guess the stress of the day has usually subsided and they've had maybe a glass of wine, and then we can go out, just us, and take some photos. I feel like those are the best photos of the day. The couple really just seems to enjoy escaping everything for a couple of minutes. I guess my couples are also usually a little more introverted like I am. So it's a nice break to just go outside, get some fresh air, and take a few photos in the best light of the day. Number 21, don't complain about your meal. I don't want to say like be happy that they're feeding you, but if you happen to be getting served as soon as they're like calling speeches, they put your plate down and then they're like, by the way, they're going to start speeches right now. Just learn to deal with it. You're there to work. Don't complain too much about that. I don't put anything in my contract of like that I must be fed first. I feel like that's a weird thing to, if you're looking to become a preferred vendor and you have all these weird stipulations, I feel like that's not going to be the most ideal relationship. Be there, be accommodating, know that you're there to work. And if you got to eat quickly, I guess this also comes from a place that I worked in an Outback Steakhouse kitchen as well as a server for a while. So we had like 5 minutes to eat our staff meal. So maybe learn to eat faster. Go work at an Outback Steakhouse for a couple of months and you'll learn how to eat real fast. Number 22, always bring a positive attitude, even if stuff is not going your way. If it's about to rain or it's thunderstorming or you have no spot to do family photos, do your best to remain positive and to know, like, just to assure the couple, like, we got this, like, no worries. When you arrive on a rainy wedding day and it looks like it might rain, be the person that's like, hey, no, we got like a 2-hour clearing and it's not going to rain for at least 2 hours. So be the positive person and not the person that shows up being like, I can't believe you picked today. The weather is so bad. Why'd you pick November? It's cold. My hands are cold. I don't want to go outside. Don't be that person. Just be the person that's happy to be there, doing a thing that they love, taking pictures of somebody's party. Why would you be upset? Number 23, I guess, is just exactly that. Have fun. If you're having fun and you're enjoying yourself, you're going to get a lot better emotions from people. No one's going to be awkward around you if you show up and you're having a good time with them. Obviously within reason, if like read the room, don't go crazy next level if everybody's like having a chill morning, but just be having a legitimately good time to be there. Again, you're taking pictures of people's parties. It's kind of a dream job. So just reflect that in the day and people are going to be very excited to have you back to the bridesmaid's wedding, the sister's wedding, the brother's wedding, the parents' wedding, grandparents' wedding. That'd be cool. I haven't got one of those referrals yet. I hope so soon. Today, we are going to be going through the back end of a wedding photography business, and that is kind of using Focal as the demo. Lachlan, the CEO of Focal, will actually be in this video walking you through the system. What I have discovered so far in my use of the system is that it is just so easy. It does all of the things that I need as a photographer and really kind of nothing else, which is great. If you are doing something, for instance, what I did for years and years and years, it was kind of like Google items like Excel spreadsheets and whatnot, and I was doing my invoicing through PayPal and doing money requests through PayPal, and then I was doing my contracts and PDFs and still printing, and I was just doing a lot of things in a lot of different places. Now everything is just all in one spot, and it is specifically designed just for photographers in a very simple way that's very easy to use and for your clients to use as well. Lachlan, I don't know if he mentions it within this video, but he was telling me that when you send out the payment request, because it looks so professional, it's third party, people tend to pay it a lot faster than doing something like a PayPal request or asking somebody to send you an e-transfer. So if you're somebody that's always chasing people for payments and it just gets awkward and it's weird because now you have to be the person that's requesting this, but then also you want to be like the nice person that's a client and their friend. Now you can do that through the Focal system, which makes it kind of breaks it out to be a little bit more third party. So now all of a sudden they are getting a request from something that doesn't really seem exactly like it's you sending it, but they want their shoot to go on as planned, so they'll pay it a little bit faster. So yeah, very, very cool system and a great way to keep you organized over your future wedding photography career. Another thing to kind of speak about is if you are in the early stages of your career right now, it is very easy to implement a system like this and carry it on forward. If you are somebody like me that already has a full season booked for next year and you're looking at the year being like, now I have to import all this stuff and it's a little overwhelming, just start now. Start small. You don't have to bring over your entire system. You can if you want, but if you already have bookings out there, start booking the new stuff through the Focal system. So a year from now, you don't have to worry about changing over, that all of your bookings for that calendar year are now going to be booking in Focal. So set yourself up for success. That's a line that I learned working in a kitchen at an Outback Steakhouse. And with that Outback Steakhouse mention, let's get on to learning a little bit more about the back end of the Focal system. Here we are, joined by Lachlan. And he's going to show us a little bit about the back end of, I've had somewhat limited use with it so far since I just turned my site over. Obviously, January, February gets absolutely crazy for booking, so I will have lots of experience soon. But I figured if you want to kind of show us through the back end of the system and what a photographer could expect when it comes to booking new couples.
Yeah, of course. So I think really the ethos behind the way we design like Focal's booking system is just make everything really easy. Make it really easy for you, but also make it really easy like for the customer. So I guess we can use your site as an example. Something we've talked about before is how, most customers, one of the first pages they click on is the pricing page. And so that's, connected right to your Focal packages here. The customer can definitely like look at all the different packages you offer and the pricing. And then they can, dive into a package and really get a sense of your value as a photographer. They can read about what that package includes and the story behind it. So one of the main problems we wanted to solve with Focal's booking system was really trying to reduce the amount of repeat questions that you get as a photographer in your inquiries. I'm sure you guys are used to, how much does it cost? What does it include? And when are you available? And that's really what we set out to solve with the booking system. So you'll see here, like if you're on a package page as a customer, you get a really, really detailed understanding of what that package includes. You can see photos that would be examples of what you get from that sort of session. You can read about the story. I can understand what makes Taylor, unique as a photographer and what he brings to this package experience. And I can also, if he has connected his calendar, I can see his availability, which is really nice if I want to find, the dates that I have sort of in mind for my wedding. And that's also really cool for you as a photographer. You can sort of manage how you want to use that calendar. You can also turn off the calendar functionality, and it'll allow customers to just pick like a preferred date and send an inquiry for that date. So it makes it really easy for you because the customer is providing you all this really detailed information about what they're looking for. They are telling you pretty much exactly which session that they want. They're telling you the date, and they're, sending you a nice booking request inquiry. What's really cool about this is that, lands right in your Focal dashboard. And you can get all the information there. And then it's super easy for you just to like send a booking right off to that customer. Maybe you have a quick phone conversation with them after you get the inquiry and they're all ready to book. And then all you have to do is go on your dashboard. You can attach a contract to your booking. We have contract templates, which you can make beforehand and then add them into bookings as they come. You can customize each of those contracts before they go out. And then it's really easy for you just to accept that booking. And it's going to send an automated email off to the customer, which is really awesome. One of the hardest things I know as a photographer can be, just asking for the money. And I know a lot of our photographers really like this system because it looks professional. It's very clean. And, customer gets a really nice email like this. So yeah, like the customer, they get that email. It's really easy for them to click on the view and pay booking button. It takes them to their public booking page, which is cool. It summarizes their entire booking. It has what's included. It shows the package description, all the policies you have. And then it's super simple for them to go in. They can sign their contract here. And then when they're ready, they can go in and pay the retainer. And they get a really, really seamless, professional, secure booking page powered by Stripe. And the photographers that have adopted the Focal booking system are always really happy at how fast customers pay and how easy it is for them. They're never juggling around trying to send e-transfers or things like that. The customer knows what's expected, and usually they pay like almost immediately or within a day. And I know our photographers are always surprised by that. They don't have to ask. They just send that invoice email off, which is awesome.
That is awesome. And I love the experience on mobile as well. Looking at these kind of the same pages you just showed on a mobile device is just as seamless as on a computer.
Yeah.
And it's just great that it works on both platforms, because I know a few of my couples just don't have computers at home anymore. That's just the way that the world is moving, that phones do so much, iPads do so much that, it's a bit of a surprise to me, I guess.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
we've moved far away from that, but it's awesome that everything just kind of works across whatever platform you're on.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that someone will just open up the email on their phone and hit the pay button, use their Apple Pay, and it's done in like, a couple of minutes. I always find it crazy. We had like, there was a recent wedding booked through the marketplace, and it was just incredible to see like this couple had inquired at like 8 p.m. at night. I think the photographer had hopped on a phone call with them like right away, and then by like 11, contract was signed. They paid the multi-$1,000 retainer, and it was like, wow. like, it's incredible how quick that process can be. Because I know for some photographers, it can be a dozen emails or weeks before you actually get them booked in your calendar and paid for.
Yeah, but I think one of the benefits is essentially that now when your packages are online and you answer most of the questions, that when people are actually setting that first inquiry through, they're pretty much ready to book at that point, that there's no additional period required. I guess the variable would be for wedding photographers. Maybe if somebody's looking at 2 or 3 different photographers, sometimes you're kind of at the mercy of the fact that everyone else is super slow to get back to you and that they don't have enough information. So if they're waiting on like somebody else to get back to them, maybe it's 3 days. But also within that time, I find that a lot of I would probably say that most of the time, if they're waiting for someone to get back to them, you can usually secure the booking by just being like the person that is the most transparent, the most trustworthy, and the fastest to get back to them. That you can do that deal before other photographers even get back to them, which is probably the case with that example there. I would probably imagine that they would have reached out to a few different photographers. This one, they hear back from them right away. Maybe they were top 3, maybe they were top number 1. And all of a sudden, within a couple hours, you're booked for the wedding day.
Yeah, no, it's exactly like you said. Customer service goes such a long way, and I think that's a perfect example of that. And I think, like you said, with the packages, part of the value is that they do the selling for you as a photographer. So if you're somebody that maybe doesn't like the business side so much, this system just handles it for you. It actually conveys your value for you. It sells for you a little bit, which is really nice. Yeah. I think there's actually value. This might be a side note, but there's a lot of value in like creating packages that are a little bit more like out there, like unique packages. Here, I'm just trying to type. But I think this photographer is a really cool example. I think there's a lot of value in having packages that are even a little bit more out there, or like unique to your portfolio. Just things like this. This is like a horse and carriage photo shoot experience. This photographer specializes in doing these horse and carriage, kind of like pre-wedding or engagement shoots in Victoria. And they're just super cool. And there's a lot of logistics involved, but I know he's booked a lot of customers that just, it's almost like, it's like when you go into a store and you're like looking around for things and then you see something and you're like, oh, I didn't need that. But now that I like see it on the shelf, I'm like, oh, I want that now. And I think that's something cool that the packages bring are, customers find packages or experiences that they wouldn't necessarily think of wanting, but when they see it, they're like, oh, I want that. There's another example. Just today, customer was booking like a holiday box shoot through the marketplace, which is really cool. It's like this studio shoot where the photographer photoshops like these different, I don't know, studio scenes into this like box. I should just find the example. Yeah, like this Christmas in a box thing is really cool here. I always like these, but it's just like one of those things where the customer, like, they're never sitting at home and they're like, oh, I'd really love a Christmas in the box, family session. But then when they see it, they're like, oh, I really want that.
Yeah. Anyway, that's really awesome. That's a really cool idea too. I've never seen that done. So
random tangent.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And I guess, the package system also allows you to kind of branch out. You can keep your core wedding packages all together and then you can branch out and see what people might be interested in. I feel like, especially in the family and maybe newborn space or commercial headshot space, like there's just so many different options. And unless you try it, you don't really know what might actually generate interest. And you might maybe be the world's first to do whatever style of shoot that you're doing, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, that's something we run into the accelerator program. Sometimes photographers are like, well, I've done a couple headshots here and there and I really enjoy it and I'd love to do more. How do I do that? And I go on their website and it's all about weddings. And I'm like, if no one knows that you do headshots, like how are they ever going to want to even book you for them? And they're like, oh yeah. And so that's something that the packages can do is you can have a separate, package page just for your headshot stuff that, even if someone inquires, you can send that link to them and then they get to see just your headshot packages. And it's really a great customer experience.
And when it comes down to it, content marketing and marketing in general it's just creating super helpful things for people out there on the internet. It's not just a straight up sales pitch like buy my wedding photography now. It is more so like, hey, here are a bunch of nice photos that I took at this venue that you're currently interested in. By the way, if you want to contact me, here's a link at the bottom. So it's a little more, a less direct version of marketing. But let's head on over and talk to Lachlan.
I think a lot of photographers are afraid of like maybe putting themselves out there, especially on their website. And that's like the one thing that I really encourage. It's like, why don't you talk about your story? What got you into photography? You know, what your unique approach is with clients, what you really love about your job. I think that's really important, and it helps customers connect with you. That's usually one of my main commentaries when I'm looking at a photographer's website. It might be like Taylor Jackson weddings, but I can't even find anything about Taylor on his website. You know, maybe there isn't a photo of him, or there's just not much about him. And I just want to know more. I think that's the main thing, is when I land on a photographer's website, I want to know more about them, and understand who they are and what makes them special as a photographer. So I think it's really important to get that across. And there's a lot of like content marketing sort of pieces that you can do. You can talk about what got you into photography. You can maybe talk about your favorite shoots. You could even talk about the types of customers you like to work with.
So beyond, I guess, just creating at least a few other helpful pieces of content to help people understand a little bit about you and approaches to photography, where else can people kind of create content marketing? And maybe, I guess, what is content marketing as a bit of a general, I guess we're already into this video, but I think it's an important thing for people to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. You want me to answer this one?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So content marketing is really just like creating valuable content for people. And to be a little bit more specific, it could be like creating content for people that are looking for a particular thing. A great example of that, and I've seen a lot of photographers have good success with, just creating like kind of like a venue walkthrough or venue review. Like if they've shot at a venue recently, just share some photos of that venue and write some content about the venue, maybe things that the couple wouldn't necessarily know if they went to their website or something like that. And I think that's always cool, just because, you know, maybe you shot a winter wedding at like some venue and you have really great photos of that. And there's probably a couple out there that's going to get married at that venue in the winter, and they probably want to see examples of what it looks like and hear about what the experience was for a winter wedding. And that can be really unique content, and it can rank really well on Google for somebody that's maybe searching for X venue in the winter or something. Yeah, obviously, if they're really liking those photos, they're gonna contact you because you have that direct experience.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things I think is that when you're first getting into wedding photography, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to be booking a lot of kind of off-season weddings. And for content marketing and for creating content that a lot of other photographers in your area probably are not focusing on, everyone's just trying to do that same wedding outdoors in the vineyard and the perfect light and golden hour. And if you're able to showcase something different than that, that is specifically what people are searching for, you're going to find that a lot of traffic's going to come your way. And maybe they don't end up getting married off season. Maybe they do end up with that summer wedding, and they're still going to bring you along in the back of their mind as the photographer that showed them some early work of the venue that they're potentially getting married at.
Definitely. Yeah. No, I think there's a surprisingly little amount of content on venues, even from the venues themselves. And if you're a photographer that has shot somewhere, you totally know that place like inside and out, and you can give like a really detailed kind of a story, almost like walkthrough of it, and give couples a really good understanding of that place. And that's a hugely valuable thing, which is the basis of content marketing, just providing useful information.
Yeah. And then if, for instance, like if you're at a venue a little bit early and maybe the couple hasn't arrived yet, or maybe you arrived 2 hours early, you can go and you can just film this content and you can take these photos, and you can actively do like a little project like this on the wedding day, essentially. I've definitely done this. I've been to a few venues a few hours early and just pieced together kind of what I would want to exist. This is specifically valuable if it's a newer venue that's maybe just open. There's not a whole lot of information or a whole lot of real weddings yet. The more pieces of content you can get out there, whether it's a venue review or a venue walkthrough, people are going to be searching for different things. So if you can be in front of them kind of at all opportunities, I feel like it's a very, very good thing. And then when it comes to focal, and one of the things that I really enjoy with my new website is the fact that like everything with the exception of essentially coming up with a headline and writing maybe a couple of paragraphs is kind of taken care of when it comes to SEO. And I feel like SEO and making sure that your content gets to the people that you want. Do you want to talk a little bit about kind of maybe the things behind the hood that or under the hood that Focal does to help your content get out there?
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest barrier for most photographers is just getting the content out there. Don't be a perfectionist. Just get it out there. And the more hurdles that there are to sort of getting that content out there and doing the SEO properly is just like another thing on the checklist that can prevent you from actually pushing it out the door. So we try to make everything as easy as possible for you. Like you said, you're just going to click that like a new blog post button. You're going to be writing like, winter, Elora Mill, wedding venue review or something like that. And then just writing your story, adding some photos, and then just hitting post, and like it's off and out there in the world for Google to index and then for people to discover. And that's really just how simple we wanted to make it. All the stuff under the hood, like I said, the first thing is always just making sure Google knows about it. So including it in the sitemap so Google can find it and crawl it and index it. Making sure, the meta titles and descriptions are in line with what people are searching for. That's all like set automatically. And then it's really easy to set alt tags on your photos right in the editor. And those are sort of the main SEO things. And then the fact that blog post gets like automatically added into your blog section is really great. And then some like internal linking that goes on as well. That sort of will help push your post up the rankings there. Make lots of content, make lots of valuable content. Don't overthink it. I really think that's the biggest thing. It's like, just think about what's unique about you or the experiences that you've had and just share it with people. And I think that's more than enough. I'm just thinking back to that last video we did where we were talking about Marlboro, and he does that horse and carriage shoot. Just the fact that like somebody sees those photos, and he has also got a little behind the scenes video, which is also great content because it gives people like an eye into what the experience is like shooting with him. And I think Marlboro, he offers a very particular experience in that like his shoot is going to be very different from like your shoot, for example, where he's like setting up lights and like adjusting things and like fixing your hair. But if you're the couple that just wants those perfect shots and willing to indulge that artistic perfection, then that's perfect. And he gets a lot of couples that are like, whoa, I want to do horse and carriage. That's like really, really awesome. So just even writing about, unique experiences like that you've done can be really valuable, and I think will attract your ideal clients.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we have, or at least as photographers, we have so much visibility on kind of what happens on a wedding day and at a photo shoot that it all seems normal to us. But try to remember that it is not a normal experience, especially for a couple getting married for the first time. They have not done this. You can create a lot of content to help them along the way.
Yeah, no, I think that last point that you made is really important. Like, I think photographers, you take for granted everything that you do that makes this like really incredible, seamless experience for the client. And if you can convey even 10% of what goes into that, there's so much appreciation by the client for it, right? Like I, even me, being in this industry for a long time, it's like every time I tag along to a shoot with a photographer, I like learn something new. And that's just like another thing that I can appreciate about their process and appreciate in terms of like the value that they're providing. And if you're a really experienced photographer, those things really add up. That's why you get to charge the big bucks.
What ghosting is, so somebody sends you an inquiry. I guess it could begin at any moment. Somebody sends you an inquiry. Hey, are you available for our date? Here's our wedding date. Here's our venue. You send them, maybe you don't have your pricing listed on your Focal website. You still got a PDF, and you send that PDF out to them, and then you just never hear back from them. You're like, what's going on? You guys seem like my people. You sent me a nice message. You obviously looked at my stuff. You watched some of my reels on Instagram. You commented about that. And now I'm just not hearing back from you. What's going on? It could also be as extreme. And I would still say that this happens maybe not every year still, but maybe every other year, where I do a phone call or I do a video call or an in-person meeting back in the day with people, and they want to book and they send me the package and I put the contract together and I do the payment request and then I send the contract to them and then I never hear back from them. And that is the thing that has literally happened to me. And that's another form of ghosting as well. So that's kind of the extreme example. The more common is you send out pricing, you don't hear back from somebody right away. And over the next few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about my ways so that you can minimize that from happening. Obviously, you can't cure it completely. It's a thing that even I am still subject to, but there are definitely things you can do to have it happen a lot less frequently. I think the first thing to understand before we even kind of talk about the specifics is the mental stress. I feel like it's very stressful when a thing like this happens and people aren't getting back to you. You're like, I just want to shoot your wedding. Like, why won't you let me? And you don't know what's going on in other people's lives. And it could be something as complex as that maybe over the past couple of years, it's been challenging that people, if they wanted to get married in one location in the world, they haven't been able to, or it becomes too complex and they might ghost because of that. Or maybe that couple isn't getting married anymore. Or it is maybe something that one of their friends stepped in and was like, hey, I'd love to shoot your wedding. And they're a crazy good, not award-winning photographer from a place like Washington, DC. And they come in and they photograph the wedding and you don't hear back from them because it's for them, maybe it's awkward to be like, sorry, we found someone else, and couples just aren't going to tell you that. Well, they do sometimes, but I feel personally that I am much more likely to ghost on a situation like that I've sent out a bunch of inquiries and a few people got back to me and I found somebody else. I'm probably not going to be the person. It feels aggressive to be like, by the way, we found someone else, like, have a good life. I know that's probably not the tone that people write it in, but that's what it kind of feels like whenever you get one of those emails. So I would be somebody that probably wouldn't send those, and I would probably be the perpetrator of the ghosting where I would just disappear into the abyss. So step one, don't get upset about it. People have so many different potential things going on in their life. There are different reasons for them to ghost. It's not just an attack specifically on you and your business. It is potentially one of 1,000 other things going on. So step one, I would say, if you do want to minimize ghosting, is to be as trustworthy and transparent as you can be, both on your website as well as on the internet. I would say a big step for me with the Focal website was that Lachlan, the CEO, was pretty much like, you should just have your packages on your website. Like, why are you hiding this? Like, you're just going to get everyone that comes in is going to be a super qualified lead. That you got nothing to hide. There's no one's going to be nervous. The trust level just kind of accelerates rapidly when you do that. And I know for me, at least, the reason that I didn't do that was because I had a very attractive starting rate. And when people sent their inquiry in, I'd be like, here's my pricing. And I'd be like, oh, I know that like maybe I'm a bit out of your budget, but maybe you'll find that budget now that you're going to go a little bit deeper into my work and maybe sell yourself a little bit more on me. And while that I'm sure worked a little bit, what works a lot better is being more transparent and making it very easy for a couple to show up to your website and be like, this is the package that we want, and this is the photographer that we want. And you basically allow your couples to be a lot more decisive. If you're like any photographer, also very, very slow usually to get back to inquiries, which is ridiculous. Be faster to get back to your inquiries. That's maybe step number one. Yeah. So the reason that I had a PDF that was kind of locked down for a long time was because I was by the mindset that I would have an attractive starting rate people could likely afford, or at least I was in the ballpark with that. And they didn't know whether that was like a full package for a full day with multiple photographers and whatnot, or if it was just a starting rate for a couple of hours. They load up my pricing. The starting rate is clearly just a 4-hour or 5-hour package, very, very minimal package that really no one's going to get. And at that point, I'm like, maybe now that they've gone a little bit deeper into my work, maybe they're going to sell, like they're going to find some extra money because they've been so sold on who I am as a photographer. And well, I'm sure that did work some of the time, that my couples did find some money, or they asked a family friend or whatever, or mom, to be like, hey, I know you're covering some of the wedding. Do you mind putting a little bit of funding towards our photographer? And I'm sure that happened a few times. But what I don't have metrics for is the number of couples that would have been more hooked had they seen the package that they wanted, and they could have been at my website, been like, this looks like the photographer we want. This looks like the package we want. We have full transparency on what's going on here. And by that point, when they contact you, they're sold. They're not asking questions. They're not trying to have a phone call with you to verify that you are the photographer for them. They've already sold themselves on you. So by the time that they contact, they're the most qualified lead that you can actually get. And because of that, they are significantly less likely to ghost. They already have all the information. There's no reason for them to ghost. So really, by having my packages on my website, and specifically the way that kind of Focal puts them together as well, that has been one of the major reasons that people have not been ghosting, at least in the past month. And I would say January is typically the busiest time. January, I would say also February, kind of the busiest time for inquiries. So I've had a lot of data points already, even though it's only a couple of weeks into the month. The next way to get people to ghost you less often is to respond as quickly as possible, especially to the first inquiry. I know so many photographers that are on like this weird 3 to 5 day turnaround. Your inbox probably has a million emails in it already. When that new inquiry comes in, make that your top priority. Obviously other inquiries going on, also priority, but I would say the number one priority, I guess priority means number one, right? So number one priority, getting back to that email and telling them, especially if you have your packages on your website, they're already sold. Don't give them a reason to not trust you by taking 3 or 5 days to get back to them. If you're responding that same day, they are all of a sudden, they're probably going to be pretty ready to book. I know for certain that I have booked couples that maybe I was not necessarily their first choice for a photographer. Maybe they had another first choice or a second choice, but I was the fastest to get back to them. And all of a sudden we've exchanged 3 or 4 emails before other photographers have even gotten back to them. And I am certain that I have booked weddings. I don't even know how many. I'm going to say a lot of weddings before other photographers have actually responded to those emails. So don't be those other people. Respond to emails, inquiries whenever you first get them, especially if you got your packages up on your website and people are already sold, that you can secure that booking within a couple of hours rather than just letting it roll out for a number of days. And I feel like the residual stress of just having that full email box is also like, it doesn't feel nice. Like you feel weird posting on social media, doing anything. Just answer those inquiries and get back to people that want to spend money with your business. And number 3 is to follow up. This is something that I did because I was kind of forced to. So I was on a Squarespace website for a long time. And if you're on a Squarespace website, maybe you've experienced this as well. When your inquiry form, when couples come in, they send you that email, you get the inquiry form, no problem. I noticed whenever I was responding to that inquiry form that randomly, I'm going to say like maybe even up to 1 out of 5 times. So 1 out of every 5 emails that I responded to from that inquiry form that were going to a real email address for real people that had actually inquired, they went to their spam box. And a lot of people caught it and they were like, I don't know why this went to spam. Or I'd hear back like 3 or 4 days later. They're like, we're so sorry. We didn't think you got back to us. Checked my spam folder and there it was. So that obviously stressed me out massively. And I started sending follow-ups. And what I realized is that people are busy and sometimes your email just ends up at the bottom of the box. And whenever you kind of bounce that back to the top, people were already willing to have the conversation with me about wedding photography, but it just became slower and lower on their list of things to do. And when it came back to the top, all of a sudden in their mind, they're like, we should set up a meeting. We should talk tonight. We got time tonight. And then so say you send that follow-up and they don't get back to you again. I wouldn't say it's unreasonable to send a third follow-up. I personally typically don't, but I think it is an effective tool to send that third follow-up to just be like, hey, haven't heard back from you. I'm going to close off your inquiry and reopen the date to other people. I feel like when you say that, again, it kind of like ticks that scarcity that they're like, oh no, we should talk to this photographer. I feel like also with those spaced out over a couple of days, now your name has been in their email box a few times and they're starting to recognize you a little bit more, maybe become a little bit more comfortable with you. And then also maybe other photographers have like burned off that they were very, very gung-ho on booking somebody, but then all of a sudden they did some sort of red flag and they're like, maybe we don't book this photographer. And for you to follow up and remind them like, hey, you inquired with me like earlier this week, all of a sudden, maybe that's going to contribute to a few more bookings over a year. So those are some things that you can do to stop people from ghosting you. The first and the most important, I would say, is to be as transparent and trustworthy as you possibly can be on the internet. That includes your social media, that includes your website. Get your packages up there if you're comfortable with that. All of a sudden, you're going to be, the people are contacting you, they're already sold. They're completely qualified leads, always coming in. A lot less likely to just disappear at any moment because by the time they contact you, they have all the information that they need. Respond to couples as quickly as you can, get back to them and get that booking done as fast as you possibly can. Again, Focal website, you can do the contract. Basically, the way that the backend actually works is that when somebody sends through a request, especially if it's on one of the package websites, you get the package that they're choosing and you can send out the contract or you can choose a default contract on Focal and you can send that out to them all within the backend and they can pay it. And it's a very easy process that feels incredibly professional for your couples. So they're going to be a lot more likely to pay, especially if within a couple of hours of them initially inquiring, you've responded, you've gone back and forth maybe a few times, maybe you set up a quick phone call and all of a sudden they have that payment link in their inbox. They're still kind of running on that high of like, let's do this right now. And they're going to be a lot more likely to book you in that moment than if you let that entire experience drag out over 2 or 3 weeks. And then lastly, if you don't hear back from somebody, follow up with them. At least one time, make sure that your email legitimately actually did go through to them. And if they are interested, like, let's talk some more. And then maybe a third email if it was somebody that maybe that you really, really did truly want to shoot their wedding. That means that you go back to the top of their email box a few days after they inquired to again remind that you exist and that they were interested enough to inquire. Maybe they go back to your website, they look at your work again, and those people emerge from being ghosts into real life. They do the reverse Homer Simpson through the hedges and they come back into the world. The ghosting should be called Homer Simpsoning, but no one would have known what that meant. Maybe that would have made it a more intriguing video to click on. 2023, we'll do the no Homer Simpsons allowed course. We're talking about how to get more images in your wedding photography portfolio. And this was a question that I saw actually come up a number of times. And I thought that it was important enough to address it in a video. And hopefully you'll find this helpful, especially if you are in the early stages of building your wedding photography business. I would also say, as somebody that's had a wedding photography business for 15 years now, that I am still always in this process. And you see me do it here on YouTube for wedding photography. And then maybe outside of the scope of just weddings, that I'm always building my own portfolio when it comes to travel projects that we want to do that maybe aren't being sponsored yet, but we want to create kind of that sample content for other companies to book or maybe collaborate or do some sort of sponsor deal. And that's kind of exactly what I did as far as wedding photography went in the beginning, that I needed to create those images in order to sell those images. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Point number one is to set up engagement style shoots. I did this in the very beginning. I was offering up as many free engagement shoots as I could. And that might seem crazy and strange. Why are you giving away your services? You're going to no one's going to actually spend money on your wedding packages if you're giving away engagement shoots for free. And it turns out that people really did kind of, because I was new, I didn't really have the trust. They kind of wanted to try before they could buy. And I made that very easy for them. If they were a couple that really kind of fit what vibe I was going for on my website, I would be very happy to offer them up a free engagement shoot. One, for them, it's awesome because they get to actually try a new photographer, and I would think I was releasing 10 or 15 images that they could have access to. If they wanted all of them, I think there was an extra fee. But selfishly for me, I just wanted them for my portfolio. So the deal was that we went out, we shot, I could use these images on my website. They would get some and no money would exchange hands at that point. If they enjoyed the experience, they liked the photos, they are welcome to book their wedding day with me. And most of those couples did end up booking, that they did enjoy the experience. Looking back, some of those shoots are pretty rough. I wasn't nearly as skilled at getting people comfortable enough to a point that they're just normal in front of a camera. But for whatever reason, I did end up actually converting a lot of sales from that. So that is something that I did. I also would reach out to all of my friends. I would bribe them with pizza and beer and try to get the people that I wanted in my portfolio to be in my portfolio. And one other kind of one here, if my couple ever asks, like, what should we wear for the shoot, I would usually say a white dress of some sort. It doesn't have to be like a wedding dress, obviously, but just kind of like a white summer dress, something like that. And that was usually my suggestion, so that it would just blend so much easier into a portfolio in wedding images that, yes, they're obviously not wedding images, but they feel a lot more wedding whenever somebody's kind of wearing that white summer dress rather than just wearing kind of jeans and a black t-shirt. Again, season to taste. If that's what you like, awesome. If not, that's cool too. But kind of take bits and pieces from this video that you think could apply to your business. Number two is setting up styled shoots, whether they're actual styled shoots like the one you're seeing on the screen here, or this could kind of also mean that if you just get some friends to show up in the things that they wore on their wedding day again. I did this a lot, and I guess the two shoots that stuck around in my portfolio for the longest, specifically the one, was one of these shoots that I was just like, hey, can we just go out and do some photos kind of in the spaces that I would want and also at the time of day that I would want. But all of a sudden I had an incredible session in my portfolio, and a shoot that felt honestly like a little bit more true to them, that they were more relaxed than just themselves, that we were going out to have some fun and take some pictures, rather than a wedding day where there is kind of a lot of that residual stress on you. It is a wonderful experience of a day, but there is kind of that stress. When you're just out doing kind of a styled shoot, it's a lot easier for you to just go and do whatever you want, wherever you want, and change if the location doesn't end up working, or if you need to go buy umbrellas or whatever, it's no big deal. Or even rescheduling to another day to make sure that you get that nice sunset. These are all possibilities that aren't really possible. I guess you can buy umbrellas on a wedding day, but you can't really reschedule the wedding to do a sunset photo session. So styled shoots are incredible. The kind of point 5 to this is that if you are interested in collaborating with other vendors, every now and then, this happened to me 3 times actually in my early career, that I was brought into a shoot. So somebody else was doing a styled shoot and they did not have a photographer, and they asked if I could shoot it. So I did this for a makeup artist, I did this for a dress shop, and I did this for a venue that they just literally didn't have a photographer somehow. I think that's like, I feel like it's always like myself initiating these, or my friends or video creators or whatever it might be. But every now and then there is actually a shoot that's going on that doesn't yet have a photographer, and you can literally just show up to it and be like, wow, thank you so much for bringing all the floral and doing all the stationery and doing all of this extra work and just having me show up and be able to shoot this for my portfolio. So that is a legitimate thing that happens. The way that happens though is through friendships and actually networking, usually in real life, not just being kind of internet friends, although internet friends, it could work. I would say the people that you actually know, even if they're a small piece in that. So if you happen to know the makeup artist that is signed in to do this shoot for a venue and she finds out that they don't have a photographer for the shoot yet, they're going to be the most likely to invite the people that they know and that they like best. So if you're high up on that list, all of a sudden you might get some invites to some things that seem very, very too good to be true. And then number 3 is to go to workshops. So a lot of people will put on portfolio building workshops or things that will actually give you some skills. I guess the caveat with this is that you're likely going to be working with professional models or people that have some sort of in front of the camera experience. So I wouldn't say that like if you built your entire portfolio on workshop images, you're going to have an amazing portfolio. It's going to be ridiculous. People are going to be like, where did this guy come from? How did you shoot in the mountains of Italy? And then also in Hawaii, traveling to all these workshops. You can realistically make a world-class portfolio from it. The downside of that is from a client experience standpoint, if you're not comfortable working with people that are just uncomfortable in front of the camera, you are going to struggle very hard to create any images that people can see in your portfolio with actual people. So don't just build all in one spot. If you are going to do this, maybe do a few of those workshops or do some locally that involve some local landmarks. And then make sure you do get out and you do those engagement sessions and wedding days with real couples. Don't just rely all on workshops. But if you are interested, specifically Way Up North does a lot of really, really cool stuff. Head over to their website. They have a bunch listed now. Also not a sales pitch for Way Up North, but they just tend to have the most ongoing cool stuff happening. They'll do like Faroe Islands and Iceland, mountains in Italy, and just like all kinds of cool stuff. So if you are interested in kind of getting those images, that's one easy way to achieve them. You're literally paying money in exchange for your portfolio. Might seem a bit weird, but looking back, I would have been happy. I should have paid people more money to be in my portfolio in the beginning because pizza and beer wasn't always convincing enough. It was sometimes, but I think real money would have been a lot more convincing and it could have got me on my way to actually booking the weddings that I wanted to be booking a lot faster rather than sitting back and kind of waiting for that to slowly come to me organically. I would say if you are somebody that's just getting into photography now, or even if you've been in photography, there's no reason to not do this. Get as much behind the scenes footage as you kind of can specifically at the events that you know are going to be those portfolio events that you're going to have in your portfolio for a long, long time. Get as much behind the scenes from them as you can. You can do something as simple as me, where I just kind of have a GoPro up there and capture it that way. Or you could go even kind of next level and maybe bring someone with you. I feel like the easiest way to do this is that if you mention to your couple, like, hey, I'm going to be bringing a bonus second photographer or a bonus third photographer to the wedding day, and they're also going to do a few behind the scenes little video clips, if that's okay with you. Most couples are going to be like, yeah, no problem. So we just get like bonus promo, and then also we get to be in your promotional stuff forever. Like that sounds pretty cool. We feel pretty special. I would say regardless of how you kind of structure at least the specific days, is to always have something kind of back up in case you get an amazing sunset, you go out for an engagement shoot that you weren't going to run behind the scenes on. You will always end up getting some sort of stroke of luck where you get an amazing sunset, then you decide to do some off-camera lighting, and you create something that would have been really amazing for behind the scenes, and you wish that you had something to show of that. The reason that I would say behind the scenes is not only important for your business, so like piecing it into maybe a 2-minute video for your website is kind of a, hey, I'm me, get to know me type video. I think that it's also important to have longer versions of that, specifically ones that you kind of target at specific venues and rank on YouTube. Google owns YouTube. So if you're creating things that people are actually watching on YouTube, all of a sudden you are going to be ranking even higher in Google. And when people are searching for wedding photos from whatever venue, not only is your blog post going to pop up that has that video embedded in it, but also your video is likely going to pop up as well. And if people watch it, they engage with it, they stick around, they watch the video. Google has the full metrics on how they interact with that video. So if it's a good video, people watch it, they watch the entire thing. Maybe they go back and they look at a few of the photo locations a couple of times. All of a sudden that's going to become even more powerful. So that's a key piece. And then also for social media, unfortunately, specifically Instagram has very much become all about video and all about reels these days. Normally in a past year, you'd put the photo up and people would see it. Now, unfortunately, you kind of have to make that photo a video in order for the algorithm to actually push it forward to anyone. So if you do have that behind the scenes footage, all of a sudden you can make a nice little video that has that photo in it. So you still get the reach, and maybe even you get more reach than before. But unfortunately, posting just a single image now really is a challenge for anyone to actually end up seeing. So there are a lot of reasons to create video. I would say if you are uncomfortable being in front of the camera, GoPro is a very easy solution to that. Doing some voiceover is also very easy. You can just write everything that you want to say and then say it into, even if you just have your phone, you can do a voice note and drop it onto your video, or get a more professional setup if you want. The thing that I would recommend is to get comfortable, at least maybe doing a short intro and an outro in front of the camera. So get to the wedding day early. You can have a script. You can, on like the way that I did up all of my first promo videos was I had a script that I wanted to read. I wrote out the entire 2-minute video. If you're trying to make a good 2-minute video, it's very difficult, even now after I've made thousands of videos, to just kind of come up with it on the spot. Definitely write out a script. And what we did for the first bunch of years was I would kind of read a line, and then I'd put my phone down and I'd be like, here's the line. And then I'd read the next line and I'd do the next line. And we would just kind of hide all those cuts with B-roll over top. So for instance, you're making an intro for a wedding video at a local venue. You can cut it up into just sentences. Like you can get hey, we're here today at this wedding venue. And then you can put a little photo of the wedding venue to kind of hide that cut. We're having a great day with Sarah and James. And then a photo of them to hide that cut, and so on and so forth. There are ways around it if you can't get everything out in a cohesive way. And I definitely couldn't for a very, very long time. So don't be stressed about that. And then I would say the rest of the video, you can either do music, you can do voiceover, whatever you want to do. There are no real rules to kind of how you have to build this. If you're looking for music, all the music you've heard on my channel is through MusicBed. I guess the trouble with MusicBed is that for YouTube, it's awesome. For licensing rights to just kind of put it anywhere you want becomes a little bit more tricky. So I might recommend for this specific case, if you're doing these behind the scenes videos and they're going to be up on your website, or maybe you're putting them in, I don't know where you could do them. You could rent one of the ads in front of the cinema, your local cinema. You could run a 30-second ad to people that are sitting there waiting for their movie to start. If you're going to do something like that, all of a sudden you'd have to go back to MusicBed and negotiate licensing, what that would be on that. If you're using a company like artlist.io or you're using Epidemic Sound, I believe that both of those are fully released for however you want to use them. So I might recommend them for this case specifically. If you are doing YouTube content, definitely check out MusicBed because the quality of their music is really kind of next level. But for an application like this, it might make sense to go with someone else. And then when it comes to editing, if you don't yet have the full Adobe subscription, so if you have access to Premiere, I would maybe say might as well use Premiere. If you don't have the full Adobe subscription and you're just on the Lightroom Photoshop plan, check out DaVinci Resolve. It is the most ridiculous free editor. There's obviously paid elements for it as well. But as far as kind of free stuff goes, it's crazy how good it is. So definitely check that out if you're looking to create these videos. Or if you're doing Reels, you can build them in the Instagram app. I find that it's just a little bit easier to have something dedicated with my images that I can actually have a little bit more control over. I also think that there's value if you are doing Reels. Don't just build them one at a time. I feel like it's a very slow process. I will sit down and I'll have maybe 3 or 4 hours to just only make Reels, and I'll make a bunch of them and I'll see which ones turn out the best and I'll post those. Maybe the top 5 get posted, maybe the bottom 5 don't get posted, but I find that I'm a lot more efficient when I can batch process stuff like that rather than kind of doing one and finding another time to sit down. Or you also lose kind of consistency with that as well. That if you're building one and then next week you're going to build another one, the timing and the frequency of things is kind of random, and you can't just be like, I'm going to put one up every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So not only is it harder to do that when you're building them all as one-offs, but it's also, I guess, the overall look and feel of the videos that you're creating as well. It's easier to maintain consistency if you're building everything at once. And with all that said, let's go talk to James in England to talk a little bit more about behind the scenes and how they have helped his business.
I never thought that potential clients would ever view behind the scenes. I even get inquiries and say, hey, we're inquiring and then we're looking at your website and we saw your YouTube channel and we looked at every single one of your behind the scenes. I'm like, oh my God. And it kind of made me feel like, oh my God, I didn't design them for potential clients to see. I wanted to help out other photographers and stuff and to add that, the credibility in the industry and stuff. But, they were like, oh yeah, we're all getting married there. And we Googled it. And because they Googled it, YouTube is owned by Google and everything on YouTube is higher and stuff. And they watched all of them and they were like, oh yeah, we want to book you. And that's happened like quite a few times. When people are told to like make behind the scenes and stuff, people don't really take it as seriously as they should, because it took me too long I should have been doing this like since day one, but I didn't, because I was scared that, maybe it won't work out and stuff. But it's always good to have all that footage back, like in my memory. They're all on my hard drives, ready to be edited whenever I need them to be. And obviously the more you have, the better.
I think that posing starts before you actually get to the wedding day, which might sound a little bit weird. Most of my couples, when we're in the first meeting or first phone call or video call or whatever it might be, they usually bring up that they're not photo people or that they're not comfortable in front of the camera. And I use this as a moment to kind of defuse the scene or what they think that the problem might be. And I do reassure them that it is much easier than they think. I will tell them that maybe the engagement session will be a little bit weird. It's clearly the three of us going out to take photos. Wedding day, though, there is so much energy and emotion and just things going on that the photo session, they don't even really have to worry about it. It'll just come naturally. It's not a problem at all. If a couple is especially worried about posing or they're just really nervous about photos in general, one thing that I will recommend is that we do an engagement session for sure. 50% of my couples as of last year are doing them, 50% are not. And I am totally happy either way. But if somebody's really kind of uncertain and a little bit nervous, or maybe in the beginning, maybe wasn't so much nervous about them, it was nervous about my skills. If I'm year 2 into the photography industry, the trust level for me isn't really, it's there enough maybe to book me, but it's not really going so far above and beyond that it relaxes all their fears. So they may want to do an engagement session based on that alone. And that's fine. I think in the beginning, the more engagement sessions you can do, the more actual real life experience you have with couples, which is better for you. Also, the more portfolio you generate. In the beginning, I was, maybe this goes against what other people would teach, but I was definitely happy to give away complimentary engagement sessions, or I would use that as a hook for me to advertise and bring people in. I would also offer up no strings attached engagement sessions as well, which meant essentially that I was selfishly building my portfolio. That if someone inquired and they fit kind of the vibe that I wanted to have in my portfolio, I'd creep them on Facebook or whatever. And if they fit that vibe and they were somebody that I really thought we would get along on the wedding day, I would actually offer them like, hey, like happy to do the try before you buy. I know I'm new. I don't have a huge portfolio yet. Let's go out, do a walk around. I'll give you 10 images. If you want the whole set of images, maybe there's an extra payment. And then after you see all the images, you can actually decide whether or not you book me for the wedding day. A bit of a risk on my part, but not really a risk, I guess, because I'm selfishly building my portfolio. So I want those couples, I want to get out there and be photographing my ideal couples. So it's definitely a good deal for the couple. They get a free engagement session. They get to build that trust before they actually pay me any money. And then selfishly for me, I get to build my business. I get to use those images in my portfolio. I get the hands-on couple experience where I actually go out and work with people that aren't used to being posed. Most of my couples, I think it's just fear of the unknown. Whenever they are nervous about the photo session, when they get out there, like most of them are just totally fine. There are some things, we'll talk about them in the video here, about when I actually get to a shoot and we're walking to that first location, a few of the things that I tell them and a few of the ways that I kind of take the posing off of myself. What I've discovered is that if I am very hands-on with posing, or if they're like, we're very uncomfortable, put us in positions, and they just like kind of stand like this and you have to like not move them physically, but you're like, yeah, put your left hand around the waist and then your right hand around the waist, but higher. And if you're posing people really heavily like that, they're going to expect that for the rest of the shoot. They're going to expect that on their wedding day. And my couples specifically, I guess, are a little bit more easygoing and a little bit more, they just kind of want natural photos of them being themselves in real life environments. If your couples are more maybe in that magazine posing setup and they know you're going to be bringing in lights and maybe a lighting assistant, that is totally a viable way to run a business. There are lots of couples out there looking for that style of experience. For me, my happy place is just going out for a walk and finding what we find, coming across some good light and some random locations that just work really well on that day. But if you are interested in maybe more of that kind of setup couple style posing, check out a dude named Jerry Gionis. He is in Las Vegas. He is one of obviously the best wedding photographers in the world. But he definitely leans a lot more on that side, that if he stepped into a room like this and he had just a single white wall, he could create a lot of amazing images and they would all feel very natural and also in a very kind of posed magazine way. Whereas you put me in front of a white wall studio backdrop, I can give you 10 minutes before my brain is just completely burnt out of ideas to do in front of a white wall. So big thing for me is when I arrive. So we'll use the engagement session example. In your beginning stages as a wedding photographer, you're probably going to be shooting a lot of engagement sessions. So I arrive, I park my car, meet the couple. It's always awkward because you never know if it's the couple waiting in the car and they're kind of like looking out like, is it And then if you have a big camera, they'll usually come out and they'll wave. That's kind of the thing that I noticed. If you're not in a sketchy place, just like have the camera out and your couple will kind of find you. And we'll exchange hellos. And then as we're walking to the first location, I don't want to meet and just like, hey, here's like the first stop right here. I want a little bit more of a warm up. So I'll find a parking lot that's maybe a 3 to 4 minute walk, 5 minutes, whatever, walk away from the first spot that I want to go. Or because I know we're coming back to those cars, I will kind of, if there's a first spot that I just discovered on the way, I'll kind of do a loop around and hit that on the way back to the cars. And in this walk, I'm talking to them about a number of things. One of those things is if something feels not natural to them, if it feels really unnatural and weird, don't do it. Just do things that feel natural. If you're struck with an idea or a thing that you want to do, if you just want to hold hands and just run, or you want to jump off a thing, like feel free to do whatever you want to do. I'm there to capture it. I'm quick. Like if you do things, I'm going to catch those in between moments. And that's kind of what I've trained to do. And even by just telling your couples that and giving them a little bit of autonomy, you will discover that they kind of create a lot of the posing for you, that you don't have to go in and you don't have to do too much, that you can actually just be part of the experience. I think that the most ideal, which is completely, I think, impossible most of the time, you get like 5 minutes at every hour shoot, you get like 5 minutes of this, where your couple actually forgets that you're there doing photos and they are just themselves. And that is such a simple thing to say, but such a difficult space to get into. So you will find yourself in that space from time to time. You'll find couples that are just like, if you have an activity, if you're at a pub, you're having some beers, those are usually the moments that people are just a lot more relaxed and a lot more normal and actually themselves. So that's when they forget about the cameras. And that is one of, I would say, the benefits of a mirrorless camera as well. I'm recording on my R6 here, but basically when you have an R6 with one of these tiny lenses, this is the 50 1.8, you have a very small kit. You're not too intimidating. People are a little bit more relaxed around you very quickly. And if you're at that pub environment, you have a little camera here, you have great eye autofocus. You can just be kind of looking at the screen. You don't have to be completely hiding behind your lens and your camera. You can kind of be a little bit more involved in taking photos, and your camera's pretty quiet and they kind of literally forget that you're taking photos, and you can get some amazing images that way. So real life moments and getting people to actually live in their day rather than pulling them out of it and trying to set them up for photos will create better and easier reactions, and always be striving for that optimal point of the fact that your couple has actually forgotten that you're out there taking photos. And if you can get to that spot and you can get to that spot fast, you're going to notice that you're going to unlock a lot of really actual real moments and interactions that you would not be able to get by telling them to do specific poses. A few other things I talk about on that walk to the first location is to just be generally happy with one another, that if they're always smiling and kind of close together, getting people close together is also important. It's something that I typically am reminding my couples of throughout the engagement session or the wedding day. That in photography space, if your heads are so close together that your eyes can't actually focus on the person, you don't really see that in the photo, but you definitely see if people are spaced out this far, that all of a sudden doesn't really feel like that romantic of an image. So I'm always happy to err on the side of just people being a little bit too close together. So that's one of the things that I remind them of. I also remind them to move a little bit slower than they might if they're holding hands and walking. They don't got to speed walk towards me. They can take their time. We're in no rush to get anywhere. And then also I'll mention that if they're doing something weird, I'll let them know. I feel like that's another important thing, just to relax a little bit of the nerves and to, again, be giving your couples a little bit more autonomy when it comes to the shoot and taking a little bit of the pressure off of yourself. You can also be coaching them through things that will commonly happen. Say, for instance, it's a bride-groom wedding and the bride has flowers like this and she keeps kind of sticking her arms like right up against her sides. Just, again, like a little bit of space, maybe a little bit more length for arms. Stems kind of belly button height. And all of a sudden you've improved that photo quite a lot, especially from a side angle. If people are pinning their arms against themselves, their arms are just going to be bigger and they're just not going to like the photos as much. Whereas if you get a little bit of space, you move the elbows out a little bit, all of a sudden you're creating images that are a lot better. And also the fact that if you mention it beforehand, it's a lot less awkward. At least in my experience, is that if somebody's doing something like that in real life and you're like, hey, can you move your arms off your body? They do appreciate you saying that. But if you can put that idea in the head before they actually arrive at the location and start doing that, it's a little bit of a better thing. So again, that kind of pre-consult talk on the way to the first location is something that is key. You'll also just notice a lot of things that happen over and over again at weddings. For instance, when the guys are all together and you're trying to do photos with maybe 5 guys or whatever, or maybe family, everyone's wearing suit jackets. everyone wants immediately to put their arms up like this around each other, and then their jackets flare up really weird. So if you can just kind of tell them that, like, if you're going to put your arms up around friends, like undo that top button so that your jacket's open, so it's just not so weird. But maybe better is to say, like, if it feels comfortable to you, like put arms around people a little bit lower, and also not have the creepy fingers. If you've ever seen the fingers kind of creeping, here we'll do an example. There's always like this just coming around the side of somebody. It's a little bit weird. Tell them to be aware of that, and rather than being the creepy fingers, you can just kind of do that. Better image. Now let's move into some actual poses that I will do on a wedding day, or maybe not necessarily poses, but setups for poses and situations I will put people in order to kind of unlock those posed images. Number one, the first one that I usually step in for and kind of suggest, it could be a photo with family or maybe bridal party that's getting ready on that side. But typically the first time that I kind of step in and ask for a photo is some sort of photo of, if it is a bride-groom wedding, is the bride bringing down the dress. So usually the dress is hung somewhere for me to do some static photos of it. And I will typically leave it in that spot, and I'll just ask her to go over and just kind of like, either if it's way too high, sometimes hang it up in a spot that you need a chair to get. If it is too high, maybe it's just kind of come over and just like play with the dress or look at the dress. Or if it's reasonable, like come unhook it and bring it somewhere else. I feel like that's a good storytelling element, as well as just a nice posed image. It's also something that I find ends up in pretty much every wedding album. When I was making wedding albums, every single wedding, I would say that image ended up in pretty much every single one of them. So I know that's a valuable image that people also find value in. They like to have that photo, and it is one that if you're not aware of it, or you're not the one kind of orchestrating it, that it might be forgotten. It might just not exist on the wedding day. Moving over to the guy's side, I do close-ups of watches and cufflinks and anything that could have potentially been a gift. Sometimes they'll tell you it's a gift, sometimes they won't. And then you'll find out when you actually deliver the gallery that, like, oh, in fact, it was a gift, and can you find one photo of it? Make sure you get kind of photos of all the details of the day. I find that, guys, it's also very easy that rather than doing like a smile and face the camera, they're going to feel really awkward, especially if you've just arrived and you have to like cue these shots because they're ready to go, or maybe you're running late or whatever it might be. If you can just actually get just the watches and the cufflinks in a shot, or just kind of hands doing things, adjusting bow ties, it's a little bit of a warm up that you're not just like camera right in the face, that you're actually camera near them, so they're getting comfortable with you, but not something that's going to make them feel uncomfortable right away. So that's one of the ways that I go into it. I also use these shots as storytelling, specifically when I'm doing videos as well. That this is one of the things that if I'm just there alone, that I'll make them do twice. Just like keep playing with stuff. Maybe sometimes I don't have to do it twice. They're just kind of like do the thing, and then I'll just grab some photos and videos of them doing that thing. But I also find that it's a good way to kind of pad out the guy's side if it is again bride groom wedding. Usually I'm going to have a lot more photos from the girls getting ready side. It's more of a thing going on there. Guys, sometimes that gallery section is a little bit light. By picking up these shots and doing family shots and maybe shots of the groom and some groomsmen or groom and bridal party, by doing all those photos, you kind of pad that out to at least give them a proper section and not just make it like 3 portraits and then moving on to the ceremony. And then beyond that, traditionally, getting ready spaces are challenging for photos, especially if they're hotels. Usually I do my best just to find a single window light and have them looking out that window light and looking back to me and using that as a main light. You could definitely bring in some flash power and make it happen that way, but I find you can usually find a window that has not too much going on in the background. Again, shooting everything pretty much at 1.8 or 1.4 or 1.2 in order to kind of really minimize the depth of field, in order to kind of clean up that background and make the image look a lot prettier. Now moving into first looks, I don't really pose anything in the first look. I guess I pose the setup. I guess this is maybe a common thread for a lot of the different ways that I pose, that I set things up and then I let something happen naturally within that. And I feel like those are the photos that I enjoy taking the most. So again, male-female wedding, usually what's going to happen is I'm going to have the guy standing somewhere facing off into usually the bad light in that direction. So I know when they turn around, if his bride comes up, taps him on the shoulder, stops a little bit short, tells him to turn around, that he's going to be turning into good light. I am always photographing his reaction first, and then usually doing a little semicircle and getting the bride's reaction shortly after that. If I have 2 photographers, awesome. I'll get the guy's reaction. My second will usually be on the other side getting the girl's reaction. And I also find that I shoot this moment a lot with the 70-200. I want to be back out of the scene. I would love to shoot it with the 35, but if you're shooting it with the 35, this is a moment that I want them to actually just be the most themselves, that this is for them, that this isn't a photo moment. If I can be back in some trees or whatever with the 70-200, centered, I feel a lot more comfortable with that. I'll also usually, if I do have a loud camera, I'll make my camera a little bit quieter in this moment, especially if it's outside in the shade. And I know there's going to be no issues if I do go silent shutter. I find that that's kind of the best way to get, I would say that a lot of the first look images end up being my favorites from the entire wedding day also. Also for first look, if you're not familiar, I should have explained this first. First look is basically if a couple chooses to see each other before the ceremony, whether it is to like logistically be able to do photos before the ceremony, which is a possibility, or if they're just really nervous or one of them is very nervous and it would make them feel a little bit better just to have like a couple of minutes together before the ceremony. I would say maybe half my couples are kind of doing these, maybe more than half at this point. I should do a count of those this year, but I would say roughly kind of half in the past have chosen to do a first look, and that way we can get a lot of the family photos out of the way before the ceremony as well, so that once the ceremony begins, they can just be part of their wedding day. I don't have a preference. I don't push them one way or the other. I'm happy if they choose to do one or if they choose to not do one. It doesn't really bother me. Next up for poses, an easy one that you can cue is, I would say my number one go-to pose is just them holding hands. So just kind of side by side holding hands, easy shot, move together, put an arm around each other. Again, remind them no creepy fingers sneaking around the other side. And then I will usually have them hold hands again and then begin to walk towards me. Then I'll have them turn around and walk away. And then at some point, I'll usually have them holding hands and walking away and ask them to, or maybe one of them to turn around and face me or just kind of smile over their shoulder. You usually get a quick little look back, and it is a very easy photo moment. And you can get within that 35 seconds of photography, that's a lot of different variations that you can get very, very quickly. So again, I'm not really posing anything. I'm just kind of putting them into situations where I know that photos will naturally arise and that I'll be just fast enough to capture. Now, when they're walking towards me, I will typically be telling them to kind of look at each other or to smile at each other or maybe kiss on the cheek or try to kiss while walking if the dress allows that. And I will be taking a lot of photos throughout this process. Again, trying to get those kind of in-between moments that I don't, when they actually usually do the thing that I request, I don't usually like that moment the most as the moments leading up to it or maybe the moments after it. So maybe it's something to think about. And if you're shooting mirrorless camera, you're going to take a lot of frames, and don't worry about that. I know at least on YouTube, people always try to make fun of me for like spraying and praying. It's like, no, like I want the actual good moment. This is a once in a lifetime thing. I want to get the correct moment. And if that means that I take an additional, I don't know, like 1,000 photos at a wedding that maybe I didn't need to take, like it's no big deal. Camera's so inexpensive now. If you're on the Z9, it's an electronic shutter. So you have no wear and tear on your camera if you're taking more frames than you need to. There's no more shutter burnout. And I don't know what that means for the Canon R1, but maybe that means also that there will be no mechanical shutter on the R1. Who knows? Another easy setup, and one of my favorites to do, is simply getting them either to practice their first dance in a space. Usually couples, they want to practice, especially if it's any sort of choreographed first dance. They are happy to give that a little run through if you find them a space. Or you can just kind of ask them to do a little twirl. I feel like the more movement you can kind of show, especially in a wedding dress, the better. Especially kind of after dark, if you use a little bit of a slower shutter and you kind of get a little bit of movement in the dress, I think it looks really, really nice. Again, season taste. If you want those crisp images with off-camera lights, that by all means go and do that. I like kind of the way that maybe this specific image here lined up, that it is by no means a perfect image. It's windy, the lanterns are moving all over, but I am overall super happy with it. So again, I take the images that I like, and if you like something else, that's cool. Take the pieces you want from this video and apply them to what you do. A few other easy things: forehead kisses. Usually my couples will be like, that's so lame, I hate it. And then they'll actually have a natural laughing moment about it. And then they'll do the thing and it'll actually look nice. Remind whoever's doing the kissing to close their eyes. If they're like kissing and their eyes are wide open, it's always a weird photo. Close your eyes. I guess maybe that's the thing that you can kind of tell them on the way in. Whenever you're kissing, like, please close your eyes. Don't leave them open. It's very, very strange in photos. But the forehead kiss is always just an easy go-to that usually creates a few surrounding moments as well that do end up sometimes being the favorites. It's also a very easy thing to kind of call out, and also something that you can kind of reuse within, say, like an engagement session. If you ask them to do the same thing 2 or 3 times, it's not going to feel too repetitive. Where there are definitely some poses that if you're kind of cueing them, kind of feel like I feel like we're just doing the same thing in a bunch of different spots. And I do my best to keep things moving fast enough and with enough variety that that's not really a thought that people have throughout their shoot. If you're doing a longer shoot, or maybe there's lots of different wardrobe changes, I will repeat the same stuff. I think that that's fine. Don't use the same jokes. Find new jokes, but repeating the same poses a few times if there are different wardrobe changes or extreme landscape, or you're now inside at a bar when you started outside in a park. I don't really mind reusing things when I know that those go-to shots are going to work. Another easy one is to play with the veil, whether you're getting the veil kind of wrapped around them or you're getting somebody actually to do the whole wind thing with the veil. I kind of push against that one. I've done it so many times now that I feel like it's a little bit kind of on the cheesy side of things. But I will say, even though the process of it feels very, very cheesy, the resulting images usually look really, really good. So yeah, I guess one of the bummers of creating good looking work in a non-photojournalistic environment, that's just not a moment that's going to naturally happen. And you have to kind of maybe put a more hands-on than you usually would have to. And one last one, I guess. So moving outside of the couples session and maybe a little bit more into the wedding party, specifically for like family photos, I keep them as simple as possible. Everybody on one plane of focus, so I can get everybody nice and in focus. Or if there's a lot of people, maybe we do 2 or 3 lines, a few people behind. I keep those very, very simple. I'm not doing anything too creative. If a couple asks me to do creative things with the family, I'm totally down. But I would say most of my couples, they want those photos kind of done as fast as they can. They want everybody looking good, smiling, in good light. They don't need to see explosive creativity from that scene. When it comes to the bridal party, I will usually do kind of the same boring shots as well as a few different variations. The one that I've discovered is the easiest to kind of set up, and one that a lot of my couples actually do want, is finding a spot that has a couple stools or maybe some chairs, setting all of those up and doing a little bit more of a formal pose. Usually you can kind of sense out if this is a shot that they might be interested in. Maybe they'll straight up tell you, or if everything's a little bit more formal or black tie, they might want a shot like this and they might just not know. So usually it's pretty easy. Set up a few chairs, get everybody together. This especially works well if you have a large wedding party. If it's just the couple and maybe a best man, maid of honor style thing, and you got 4 people, probably not going to work out. But if you have a lot of people and you're like, what do I do with all these people? I have like 18 human beings that I have to tell to be in a photo somehow. This is usually the easiest way to get a larger group shot. And this usually ends up being a lot of the wedding party's favorite shot as well. So easy to set up, easy to do. Everybody just look at the camera, be serious, and then you can get them to smile for one, look at each other. If everyone has drinks or whatever, you can do a cheers as well. A few different variations you can kind of do within that to get a lot of different feeling images very, very quickly. So that is all for the posing video. I hope that you took a few things from this. Again, there is no specific one way for posing to happen, that if you are a little bit more like me that wants these things to happen naturally, and in a perfect world, everything would just be photojournalism and you would just go and follow people around getting ice cream and running through a park. That'd be amazing, but unfortunately that doesn't really happen in real life, and you have to queue up some things and then document it as a photojournalist. I feel like that's kind of where I've fit in, but definitely having the skills and tools by somebody that is a little bit more of kind of that magazine style poser, maybe even going as far as to bring in a few additional off-camera lights to make it feel even more, I guess, produced, for lack of a better description. There's no right or wrong way to do it. It's all about what couples you want to be photographing. And there's a pretty good chance that whoever your ideal couple is probably pretty similar to you. And it's probably a lot easier for you to go out and to, I guess, find the couples that are similar to you and to market towards them. I feel like overall it's going to make for a better life experience for you in wedding photography. Whereas I guess I've definitely suffered from this. I feel like most of us suffer from this, that we see kind of those really high-end pose looking weddings and we try to chase those. And then it turns out to just not be the wedding experience that I would want to be doing every single weekend. I'm happy that I had that period of my life where I did a lot of those, but I am much happier just to be photographing couples that are just a lot more like myself, that just want to get married and they want to have some nice photos. And they don't want to have a 4.5 hour photo session in the middle of their wedding day. And that sounds perfect to me. A secret to wedding photography marketing, a secret that I think I learned maybe accidentally and then realized kind of what it was doing and maybe double down a little bit on it. And that secret is simply around becoming a media personality. And that might seem like a very daunting thing. Like, I don't want to be a news broadcaster, and you don't have to be. What I mean by a media personality is just somebody that's out there creating content, and specifically creating content in something that's relevant to what you actually want to be selling. So for myself as a media personality, I can be creating TikToks and Reels and Instagram stories that position me as a wedding photographer, but doing things in a unique and interesting way that people are actually paying attention to. You don't have to be super corny. You don't got to be doing dances or anything. But I did discover that when you do something that's on the more humorous side of things, especially with the new algorithms, they seem to go a lot further than something that's simply there to actually educate people. If you can do some education while also entertaining, I feel like that's the perfect blend. But when you're confined to smaller record times, it is quite honestly difficult. I would say that anything educational will convert and will give you more authority and more trust with your couples. If somebody's coming through and you have a 60-second video on 10 things you need to know about getting married at this specific location, and you can summarize what used to have been like a huge blog post in just a couple of seconds, they're going to be, one, obviously, like, they're going to trust you. They're going to give you the follow. They're going to head over to your website and see what more information you have outside of just kind of an Instagram reel style thing. But definitely something that's so specific and so helpful. It's going to get people to share it behind the scenes. So like friends are going to be sending it to friends, or mom's going to be sending it to sons or daughters or whatever it might be. So your content's going to go further than it ever has before, but also it's going to properly convert leads as well. This is something that I think a lot of people, when I did a TikTok course back in May, and in May, a lot of people were kind of confused, like, how does TikTok actually convert wedding leads? And what I discovered was that I was making things that weren't even related to wedding photography. So maybe this is a outside of the scope of maybe what I'm recommending to do here. I was making just like bad fake tips about Canada, like that we don't have forks here because they're illegal. And then I'd like doctor some sort of Wikipedia article to say that we had like a fork fight and that's why they're illegal. And this ended up on like all of the news, that every blog was covering it. It ended up on CBC, which is our national, broadcasting corporation, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, what it stands for. And they ran this, and it just kind of like, it got a little bit out of hand. But it was relevant to Canadians, and a lot of my couples, I'm going to say, I forget what the math was, but I think I ended up booking 10 or 15 weddings from people that found out about me specifically because of that. So they didn't know about me before. They came across some of these stupid things we were doing in the summer, or we did a golf thing as well. So I booked a few actual grooms had seen this and come over to my page and realized that I'm a wedding photographer and they're getting married. It's a less direct than ideal situation, that kind of roundabout, but it definitely converted a lot of couples, and a lot of people were now mentioning like, hey, we love like your TikTok or whatever in the inquiry form. And it became very, very, I would say 1 in 3 inquiries would mention something like that. If I was talking to them on the phone, they'd mention it. And then it was also a thing at weddings when I went to photograph the wedding, that they would tell their friends like, hey, do you remember that thing that you saw, the like golfing through Uptown Waterloo here? Like, that was this guy that did it. So it was a way for them to kind of sell their friends, I guess, on me, or maybe to make them feel good for hiring this, like, I'm not going to call it like celebrity thing, but there was something going on there that people were very proud to have me, specifically the creator of these stupid Canada facts, there photographing their wedding. We've seen this in the past as well. We did a food show back maybe 2018, 2019, where we would just go to local restaurants and we would just basically do like a food vlog. And that 100% was something that booked us weddings. I was lower thirded as Taylor Jackson wedding photographer on that show. And I was the wedding photographer to Nick, who is a proper chef, that I could ask the stupid questions, and Nick was able to fill in some of the gaps in my brain. And that converted a lot of weddings. It converted weddings in, again, a surprising way, where it was mostly the moms telling sons and daughters to book me, or they were the ones maybe footing the bill for the wedding, and I was the person that they brought to their son or daughter, and they're like, yeah, like, thanks, like, Taylor's awesome, like, we're gonna book him for sure. And that style of booking happened more than I ever could have imagined in those couple of years. And obviously, like, it's a little bit difficult to go out and do a food show now, but if it wasn't, we still would be making it. Now, the next level that we do also is kind of this travel content that we do up here on YouTube. And it began as all self-funded content that we would be going wherever we were, but we would just be making good content when we were there. So we'd go on vacation, or we'd go shoot a destination wedding, and we would come back obviously with the work that we were there to do, but also a nice piece, a nice vlog, a nice thing that we could actually use to help sell us to do more of the same thing in the future. And that was the full intention with that. And what we realized is that now all of a sudden, not only are you a person that has been to a place like Mexico that a billion other people have been to, but you're maybe the only one of their friends that went there and did an actual video. I found that this was specifically helpful for getting my high school friends to actually promote my business, that when I started doing travel content, I noticed that most of the shares would be high school friends that were just like, hey, look at this thing that this dude that I went to school with a bunch of years ago is doing now. And yes, those projects themselves didn't make money, but they definitely booked a lot of weddings, and they definitely got it basically gave people something to talk about and something to share, something that was positive and enjoyable to watch most of the time, which really did lead to a lot of bookings and weddings as well as commercial jobs as well. So the problem that I hear from most people is basically that they don't want to be in front of the camera, or that they feel uncomfortable being in front of the camera. And I was in that boat for many, many years, and I was not good. And I would still consider myself, I'm a passable on camera now. I'm gonna give myself a 70% that I look at some people that are actually really great in front of the camera and can actually think. I still have to have notes. I have to do a lot of things in order to kind of supplement my weaknesses in front of the camera. One of those is actually recording here at home. If anyone was home here, I wouldn't be able to record this video and I wouldn't be able to speak normally. For some reason, my brain would be like half out there thinking about what's going on, how that person is perceiving what I'm doing in here. Is it weird? Is it strange? And the same goes if I'm out in the real world, if I'm doing a travel video, if I'm doing a travel vlog, I can't just walk around like a busy public space talking to a camera. I feel very, very uncomfortable doing that. And so I really did have to find the things that I could do that I felt comfortable doing in order to be able to create some sort of content. So figure out what works the best for you. We talked about this a little bit with the behind the scenes footage, that if you can get an intro together and you can get an outro together and you can hide any cuts with images or maybe some video clips, that's kind of the way to do it. That if you are more comfortable doing voiceovers, that you can sit down in front of your computer, you can see what you did, what's going on, you can do a nice voiceover. Maybe you're better at writing than you are at actually just coming up with stuff, which is definitely where I kind of fit into the spectrum there. But there are really a lot of different ways to create content, and hopefully one that will work well for you. I think the important thing is to dedicate a little bit of time to it, that you go out, you make one travel vlog and that's good enough. Unfortunately, it is something that you kind of have to commit to. It is that infinite game, that long game where you do have to keep creating content over time. But I think it's definitely a valuable way to live life. It's something that, at least for me, and maybe to quickly speak to kind of the overall why I like to do the things that I do. So I like to create travel content, and I know that by creating small level travel content, that will unlock more opportunities. I'll have these little pieces that I can show to other experiences and hotels and maybe airlines, whatever it might be, in order to maybe do something a little bit more cool or to have a little bit more access next time. I think in the beginning, I wanted to do interviews. I wanted to talk to people, and that just wasn't really reasonable. That I didn't have any sort of platform. I didn't have a reason to reach out to people. And then we made a platform. We made a blog, like a travel blog that was called Q Oliver. It's gone now, or it's mostly gone now. But it existed for a while, and it had a lot of content on it. And we basically would just kind of use it like, hey, this is what we do. We'd love to run an interview with you. I would use that content on my YouTube channel as well. My YouTube channel at the time was very, very, very small. And by me leading with that, no one really would have paid attention. But now, oh, we're a travel blog. Cool. Like, I'm getting this interview. And we would create an amazing piece, and we would really kind of thrill them with the content that we created. We'd give them access to it as well to share or to repost if they wanted. And they were super happy with everything overall. And now all of a sudden we have like interview content in New Zealand, or we're talking to people in Iceland and we're actually doing it on camera, which adds a whole new level of credibility, and not necessarily like to anyone watching. Obviously it's a very credible, like, this person must be trustworthy. He's doing an interview with a person in a foreign country. But for us, it's just that it's kind of the stuff that we wanted to do, the portfolio that we wanted to build in order to generate more portfolio. So there are kind of no rules when it comes to all this stuff. So figure out what you want to do and figure out what pieces you have to put in place in order to get there. And I think that you will find yourself a very, very happy life. I wish that I had a more motivational Tony Robbins send off here, but it really is all about just creating the content that you want to exist in smaller ways and kind of stepping up to it. And along the way, you're going to find that the commercial side of your business will thrive, the wedding side of your business will thrive, and also what you actually want to be doing and what you're kind of building towards overall will eventually become possible, even if right now it looks completely impossible. I want to talk about the biggest thing that I did, and maybe an additional push if this isn't something that you've considered yet, or something that maybe you're kind of doing but you kind of haven't really implemented it yet. This is maybe an additional kick for it. So the biggest thing, I can honestly say the biggest thing that I did for my wedding photography business was to start offering video. This is for a number of different levels. So level number one, the reason I started doing it was honestly as a challenge. At that point, I've been in the wedding photography business about 15 years now. At that point, I was maybe 7 years into business, and it was kind of the same. I had done maybe 200 weddings at that point, and there was definitely some commonalities. Every day kind of felt a little bit the same. So as a personal challenge, I decided to start doing little videos as well. So they started as 1-minute highlights, and I just wanted to get a little video coverage. And then one year I was like, maybe this could be a thing that I could offer. So I spent a year kind of collecting just little brief clips that I was actually just using in a promo video for my business, but also for my business to hopefully sell hybrid photo video wedding days. And then around maybe 2015, technology finally got to a point where I could shoot both photo and video with one camera body. And without the big problem, I guess, was one, the time it took to switch, and also settings. There were a lot of variables. Now it's easy. You get a Canon R6 or R3 or Nikon Z6 II or Sony body. I haven't yet tested the A7 IV, but one of the struggles, at least for me with Sony, and one of the reasons I don't use them for hybrid, is they do amazing video, that everything backs up to 2 cards, everything's great. But the problem's always been that the buffer takes a little too long to write. So when you're doing a bunch of photos and you're switching to video mode, it just wasn't the ideal tool for me. You can definitely make it work, but I definitely found my home with the Nikon system in the beginning, especially with the digital SLRs. They were kind of the easiest way and the fastest way to switch between. And now moving into this year, I'm on the Canon R3, which again, super fast to switch. You can just hit the back button, you'd be in photo mode, hit the back button, you're recording with manual settings. It's very, very easy. And I would say that it probably makes the process as simple as it can possibly be, which is great because I can no longer be thinking about all the stuff that I have to do. I can just be hitting a single button to record, which I'm very excited about. So mentally, creatively, it was a great step to learn how to tell stories a little bit different as well. That when you're doing video, you are hyper present in the day. Photography, you can kind of like come in and out and like come into a room, take a few photos, head out. Video, you have to be thinking about the shots you're getting to connect scenes and transition shots. So more goes into it. You are definitely more present in the day. And by learning to shoot video, you will do better photography coverage in the future as well, when you're just doing photography only. Now, I guess the big step, so obviously that's like fine and nice for me, but whatever, who cares about me? What it actually did that was significant for my business was not only was every package now getting me maybe $1,500, $2,000 more than it was prior to offering hybrid, but I was being booked way faster. So when people inquired, they were like, we want photo video. You're the only person that does this as one human being. Everyone else that at least kind of claims to do photo video coverage, or at the time that was doing photo video coverage, when you actually ask them questions about it, they would be subcontracting to someone else. And it wasn't always the same person, and you couldn't really guarantee quality. When they talked to me, it was literally just me doing both the photo and the video. So I had quality control over everything. Another huge thing I think for a lot of my couples was the fact that I'm on the introverted side of things for sure. And usually so are my couples, and they don't want a big team. So they don't want the full 5-person wedding video team at their wedding, as well as 2 photographers. If I can do that with myself and maybe a second photographer, they are much happier to maybe take a little less quality. They're not going to get the jib in the middle of the dance floor. They're not going to have steady cam shots chasing them around. But in my experience, my couples don't really want that. They just want essentially kind of what I was doing in my blog posts. So I used to blog every wedding, and I would have kind of all of these moments in it. They typically weren't like family formals or anything that would be more of kind of an album shot. What I kind of did was I transitioned everything that would be in that blog post to now be in a moving video as a blog post. And that's kind of what they wanted. They wanted those in-between moments. They didn't necessarily want anything that was too staged. They didn't want me to be yelling action on scenes and cueing them to do stuff. They just wanted an easy way to step in and relive their day. There is something so much more immersive when you watch a video that photography, I feel like everything can kind of be standalone. As a story, it's all nice together, but definitely you pull out a great photo from the wedding day, it's a great photo on its own. In a video, you're definitely paying attention to a lot more than a single video clip. So it is a more immersive experience. You can definitely unlock more emotion by creating a great video, I think, than you can with photography. Photography, obviously great. You can unlock those emotions, but I feel through video with a good song, with a few key pieces of audio, all of a sudden you're creating something that really can bring them back and bring them that feeling of the day a lot faster. So not only was hybrid a creative challenge for myself, it made me a better photographer. It set me apart from every other photographer in town because people were no longer comparing me to other photographers. They were comparing me to kind of me. And if they found that I did both and that I did both as a very small team and they liked the quality of both independently, all of a sudden it became how fast can we book you because we don't want anyone else to take this date from us. And then the additional layer, I think, to all of this as well is how happy my couples became with my hybrid coverage. So my couples are always happy with my photography, but when I add video to that, it creates so much more of a story that my couples are so pleased with the overall experience of what I've delivered. One, as far as actually the experience of the day, but two, what I was able to capture without being obtrusive to the scene or becoming the center of attention, that I can really be kind of the fly on the wall and create something that they're very, very happy with. They're happy with that, but then also that the work, the photo and the video together tell so much more of the wedding day than you could really ever imagine, I think. I guess the key thing for me as somebody that does both photo and video is that I know when there's a photo moment happening and I kind of know when there's a video moment happening. Say, for instance, family formals. I'm not going to shoot that on video. That's not going to make the video. I'm going to do those in photos. When they're reviewing the photo gallery, they're going to see that there is everything that they want there, but maybe I shot a little bit lighter on the stuff that I knew would play a lot better in video, and maybe that stuff is featured a little bit heavier in the video. And the balance of the photos and the videos when you're the person doing both really is, I would say, the absolute optimum, that you create something that really is a full memory of the wedding day, which I think is a really incredible thing for my couples. And it wasn't the way that I approached it. I approached it first as a creative challenge, and then I was like, oh, I can make money doing this. And then I actually saw how happy it made all of my couples and how likely they were going to be to refer me to their friends, and their friends would see the photo, the video, and be like, wasn't there only like 2 dudes there that day? Like, how did they do this? And all of a sudden you are going to find that a lot of your ideal clients are knocking on your digital door, your focal website door a lot faster. So I will say that doing hybrid was the number one thing that I ever did for my business for all of those reasons. Today, we're talking about tips for wedding videos and a few of the tips that I have. So this is all from the perspective of a hybrid photo/video creator. And if you are doing that, or I think if you're doing any sort of wedding video, I think number one is always to have some sort of expectation set with the client, that they know exactly what they're going to expect and exactly what you're going to deliver. In photography, I feel like you're there to do the photography thing, and that's fine. That's pretty obvious. That fits within a box. I understand that. My couples understand that. The hours that I'm there, I'm going to be taking pictures. When it comes to video, there are some additionals that people may secretly expect because they saw an example of it, but it's not included in their package. So make sure packages are very clear. For me specifically, in the base level package that just comes with the normal video, there's no audio in it. So I'm not capturing audio from speeches. I'm definitely not doing a ceremony camera that's capturing the entire ceremony or speeches. That's in the additional package above it. So I want to make sure that my couples are very aware of that difference between those packages, because if they've just watched an example of one of the package number 1 videos and they've booked me for something else that's not going to include audio, it is very important that they understand that. Otherwise, you're going to show up to the wedding day and you're not going to capture something like audio, or you're not going to capture the full ceremony or speeches or something that they're expecting. So make sure that you are very specific with what you are going to be delivering to them. Number 2, definitely with photography, there's obviously a lot of gear that you would want to bring. With video, there's even more gear that you could potentially bring. I have found that I am the best as a video creator when I have the minimum amount of gear with me, not necessarily underprepared, but when I have 2 camera bodies with me, usually I have one with a 35mm lens and one with an 85, and I am very happy to capture an entire day with that. That doesn't weigh me down too much, that I'm not bringing light stands from location to location to location, that I can actually get some of the transition shots of people walking and moving, which is kind of what I like to capture in my videos. So you definitely don't need as much gear as you think you need, and definitely I would say I'm much more on the minimal side of things, and the more I go into my career, the more minimal I seem to be getting. Next year, only going to be shooting with an 85. No, that's not true. Next up, if you are going to be doing rolling coverage of the ceremony or speeches, is to have a backup for that. So if you have 1 camera up, definitely have 2 cameras up, or if you've offered them a 3 camera kind of setup, definitely have an additional camera up just in case something is to happen. This is especially important if you are still doing hybrid coverage and you have a tripod up that's recording something and you're out getting the photos that you need. To have a backup of that is really, really important. And then I guess this goes into the next point. The next point is audio. So have backups of audio, obviously, but also have audio going into something that is independent of those video sources. So you have a third-party audio, whether it's a Zoom recorder or a Tascam lav mic, just something independent of those cameras to make sure that you are capturing the audio that you need. Or there's even kind of these little Tascam boxes that you can put underneath your camera that can record everything to an SD card as well as pipe it into your camera. Backups of backups of backups. Speaking of audio, I guess what we use. So we use 3 things that we use. So if I'm doing video, I'll have this Rode Video Mic Pro. There's a lot of different variations of this. I find them all to be roughly similar, at least in a wedding day environment. This is the Rode Video Mic Pro. This is the one you have to turn off and on. The Pro Plus just turns off and on with your camera. But we've discovered that when your camera goes to sleep, sometimes it doesn't wake up. So I prefer to be in control of the on-off switch myself. So that's just up on your camera. Also, I'll use this if I'm there to do video and I've only been hired to do video and there's another photography team, I'll have that on my camera just to kind of signify that I'm the video person, even though if I'm not necessarily doing any of the audio from the day or whatever it might be. It's just kind of one of those visual signals. Maybe bring a monopod or something too. I don't know. I just don't like the struggle is that during the family photo section of the day when people are kind of looking at your camera and you're doing video and they're not looking at the photographer. So I want to make it very apparent what I'm doing. Audio number 2, this Zoom recorder. I would say an H4n, H5, which is what this is, H6, depending on how many channels you need. I'm fine, I would say, with this. So I run these room mics, as well as usually I'll get a board feed from if they're doing speeches or ceremony into one of these. And I do both of those kind of at the same time. That's what this can do. H4n can do that too. H6 gives you 2 more XLR ins on each side. So if you want to do a podcast at the wedding, maybe grab an H6. And then next up, the Tascam DR10L. These also come in white too. So if you want to try to hide one on a bride, I've discovered that it's very difficult to ever do that. And I don't. What I do use this for is typically during a ceremony. And it's usually as a backup so if they have a handheld mic, one, it's kind of annoying because sometimes the signal goes out and you get kind of shoddy audio and it's not your fault, but you have to deliver bad audio, which is not ideal. To be able to go back to this feed is awesome. Also, what I've noticed is that sometimes for vows, whoever's officiating just leaves and it's like, yeah, you guys do your vows now, and there's no microphone. So you have to have something kind of in that scene so that you're able to have audio from that. I usually put this, if it's a bridegroom wedding, I'll usually have this on the groom, and I'll also have one on the officiant as well. And I'll also be capturing the board feed, and I'll also be using this to capture ambient audio as well, or room audio as well. So I kind of have 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7 audio sources if I do need to switch to one or whatever it might be, just to be able to mix in post. Next up is to know what kind of video you're making. So for me, I know I'm going in that I'm making a chronological music video style. If I was doing something that I needed audio and I know that I was going non-linear, that I would open with like a piece of the speech and then I would jump to the ceremony and then it would be back to getting ready. And I wanted to tell the story in a way like that. A few other kind of things pop up that I now know that I need to capture maybe a lot more B-roll that I would not necessarily need if it was just that straight 3-minute highlight. All of a sudden I need a lot more footage to step up to that minute mark. And that's one of the reasons why I shy away from doing that 10 or 15 or 20 minute style feature cut because of how much video you need to be able to create. At that point, I definitely do recommend to my couple to like hire a video team if you're that serious about video, that people do need to be dedicated to that in order to produce a project that would meet their expectations kind of at that level. That as one person, you can't just hire me to come in and do a 20-minute video and also all your photography coverage. Or I guess you could, but expectations, I feel like I wouldn't quite meet them, whereas I'd rather over deliver and really wow them than coming up a little bit short. A few more tips here. If your camera can record video to 2 different cards, so this Canon R6 can, any of the Sony cameras I think can, any of the Canon cameras can. Nikon, you're usually only recording to whatever your main card is, I think. I don't know if there's any Nikon cameras that do both, but it is something that I very, very, very much like to have, and one of the key reasons why I actually ended up going over to Canon from Nikon. If you are shooting on a camera that only has one, or you're only writing to one card slot, I usually do my best to kind of use 2 cameras in that environment. So I know that at least if this camera fails, I have footage from this one. You could also do things like backup footage throughout the day so that you know after each of the key moments that you have everything backed up. Or you could even potentially be backing up to your phone if you want, just so that you do have a backup whenever you're recording. It's just, I don't know, like anxiety wise, as we've talked about in this video, that I have like 7 different backup audio sources. So to shoot everything on one card as a main camera just stresses me out. Next up, I handhold all of my footage. So I'm just holding it. Like all of these lenses are incredible on a lot of the mirrorless systems. If you have IBIS, there's a pretty good chance that you can handhold pretty much anything within reason. I will use my 85 a lot handheld, and it does not have stabilization in it. It's the Samyang 85, and I can handhold this very, very easily. The 28 to 70 f2, I used a little bit as well. And also just like, I would say the weight of that makes it a lot more stable for you. For specifically my style, that I'm not doing any follow shots with steady cams or anything like that. I am just simply essentially kind of being a photojournalist with the moments that I'm capturing. I find it completely fine to do handheld, and I've never really, I find that gear almost gets in the way. Obviously for ceremony shots, you're going to want cameras up on tripods, but for most of the day, I am, at least with my main camera, I am always handheld, which helps keep me as light as possible and I can get over to moments if I see them happening. And being handheld also allows me to be a lot more lightweight and attract less attention in general as well. So I can actually capture those candid moments and people can forget that I'm there capturing video a little bit quicker. Now the last tip, it might sound like the stupidest tip you've ever heard in your life, but it was the hardest one for me when doing hybrid coverage. I was a wedding photographer for so long that the hardest part of doing hybrid coverage in the beginning was simply remembering to make video clips. That I would fall back into the wedding photographer mindset and I'd be like, oh crap, I didn't get any exterior videos, and I'd have to go back outside and do that. So make sure that you like put a note on your camera or something the first couple of weddings, because it literally is a thing that you will, if you're a seasoned wedding photographer, that you will actually forget to record video clips. So make sure it's always constant in your mind, or maybe for the first couple of weddings, bring someone that's dedicated specifically for video, just to make sure that somebody is there to help out and cover you so you can meet those client expectations. Thank you so much for watching, and I cannot believe that you made it to the end of this video. Hopefully there was a lot in here. I know there's a lot in here. It took a long time to put all of this together, and I'm happy that it hopefully has had a few valuable inputs into your business. I think being a successful business owner and a photographer in the current year is kind of all about picking the bits and pieces that work for you and adding them to your business. And again, going back to the intro, life happiness is kind of number one, that you want to be doing the things that are making your business life and also, I guess, your business financially happy. And if you're interested in learning more, there is so many more hours of education over on the members website. Again, structured into 3 tiers. That first tier, hands-on skills, things you need to know to actually photograph a wedding, off-camera flash for wedding photographers, that type of thing. Second up is all of the business, how to book more elopements, how to just book more weddings in general. There is the most amount of content within that tier. And then beyond that, if this is interesting to you, if not, that's cool too. All of the how to get paid to travel content that we really rely heavily on. As I mentioned, we take off from November until May and we leave nothing on our calendar. So we're able to take travel jobs and get paid to travel and do the things that we would want to be doing anyways. And we've discovered ways to make that happen. And in the beginning, it starts as break-even trips. So you get to go out, get to do a thing that you want to do. Doesn't really cost you any money. It's a vacation that you would have been taking, and now all of a sudden it doesn't cost you money to go on vacation. And then moving forward from that, it is eventually how to get paid to travel. There's literally a course called How to Get Paid to Travel. If you're interested, and go and check that out. That is all on the members website. Thank you so much for watching, and head on over to the link in the description below, either for the members website or to get your new focal website. If that is something that is interesting to you, or that's all. We've been here a minute. I'll let you go back to your life, and let me know if you enjoyed this, and drop a comment down below or like if you watched the whole video. And I will see you again next time. I don't know. We do a lot of content over here on the channel, so don't forget to subscribe. Those are all my calls. There's too many calls to action, but it's a long video, so I think it's a lot. See you next time.